ready to go. Hello. Hello. Here. Banned. All of you are banned. Oh no. What do we do? None of you are free from Pep. Nope. This is your punishment. Hey, how's it going? Hey, sorry for that little hiccup if you guys caught that. I had a little situation where, for some reason, my YouTube wasn't going to let me stream today, so I had to take care of that. So, either way, welcome. How are you, Anna? I hope you had a good weekend. We had a, yeah, man, I gotta say, it was kind of like a long weekend, just like processing everything that's going on, because I'm gonna be completely real with you. My mental health is taking a bit of a hit. It's definitely, it's the news, and I'm seeing some real the ground news segment is mandatory. Absolutely. No, for real. And we're going to get pretty much right to it as everybody starts filing in here, because, yeah, we got another plane crash to talk about. We have some stuff that's not being reported on as far as, like, Trump sending fewer market-moving social media posts, you know. Yeah, like, it's almost weird. It's like Elon and his team are the ones controlling. And, God... I don't want to do this because I got into a big fight this weekend over this. This is kind of why I'm like, oh, man, I'm a little on edge. I'm a little, yeah, it's okay. You know what? This is why you shouldn't talk to family. Yeah, you know, I thought I was doing the right thing, and yeah, it just turned into a political phone call, which it sucks, man. Because it turned into a political phone call because of this. You know, they were talking about, you know, oh, I watched one of your live streams and I feel like you're peddling disinformation. And like, the thing is, they said disinformation, by the way. I am not saying that wrong. And then, yeah, I brought up Elon Musk, and it turned into a big argument. And honestly, guys, I know that I've been doing the lulz, and like I've been memeing on this pretty hard, but I have to be completely real. This is the first time that I got scared, where somebody that I actually like loved and respected, or I should say love but respected, is definitely yeah. Yeah, I think that they would be very okay with me being in a camp, and they kind of said as much. So I kind of dealing with the, like, I think, like, Anna, I know, like, you definitely, like, I mean, God, like, the way that, and that's kind of what another part of our argument was about, because they just started going on in this rant about trans rights, and I was just like, that's it. That's it. I had it. Like, oh, I had it. So, anyway, deviations in attention will incur moderator action. Nice. God King with a broken cock. Dude, it's just so... It's wild. It's wild how, like, much loyalty, like, not even just Trump has, like, the Elon sect of things. Like, it scares the crap out of me, guys. I don't know what we're gonna do. I really don't know what we're gonna do, but there's too many. I thought that I was, like, I hate to say this, man, I thought I was gonna be able to reach more people, and I thought I was, like, gonna feel like I have more of an impact. But if I can't even have an impact on somebody that, like, claims to love me, I don't know what to do anymore. I really don't know what to do anymore. Like, my brain is kind of like, it did this thing that, like, I think I'm rolling down a depression hill, guys. I think that it's happening, and it's yeah. I had to try and get out of the news cycle. Actually, I had to quit watching MR today, and I made like a little announcement about it too, where I was just like, guys, I gotta get out of here. I'm sorry, I can't do this right now. I had to try and laugh, but I couldn't laugh. Like, I tried to watch some, like, a comedy podcast that I like. It's called The Regs, and I couldn't laugh. Like, man. So, howdy. Sorry, I'm not trying to bring the show down right off the bat. I'm just letting you guys know where I'm at mentally, that this is the first time I have to admit definitely rough. Yeah. So that's very rough. I know how that feels though. Well, you know what? Thank you for that. Man, the hardest is, it's when, you know what? That's what it is. It's because it's somebody that, I love and, again, respected. And now it's like, wow, you're just that far gone, huh? It's unfortunate too, because they're not even political. Like, they're not even, it's just so weird how this brain broken bullshit is, it's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. Okay, I'm done with that. Either way, I hope you guys aren't getting the same way that I'm getting, where I became kind of nihilistic. What's the word that I'm looking for? There's another word that I'm looking for. Crap. Where I'm pretty much caving and just saying, you know what? Fuck it. I kind of said it too. Like I'll be completely honest. I said it this weekend where I was just like, just let it happen. At this point, just let it happen. At least I know it's happening. The sudden realization of difference in values can really put distance between people. Yeah. Yeah. Well, explain. The thing is, this is what sucks, because in family situations where you tend to only get one side, and I don't know if it's a biological thing or what, or if it's just a conditioning thing, but it's like immediately, I think it's conditioning. No, the more I think, like, even just said that, it was a realization that, yeah, no, it's a conditioning thing, because I'm conditioned to immediately just go, no. I let's be fair. I don't think they actually feel that way. God. And I had that realization too. Right after I hung up the phone, I was like, it was kind of like a movie reel where it played back in my head where I was just like, all these things that they were saying, I'm like, oh, the signs were always there. I think, and this is where I feel weird. It's like, oh God, this is why people are ignorant to it, because it's like a love blindness, like a familial thing where you're just like, no, I know they suck, but there's no, they're not that bad. But God, man, I'm just reading your comment again. You're dead on. The sudden realization of the difference of values. That was it. It was, it's rough, man. It's rough. And then I think the hardest part was just them literally shutting me down the way that they did, where I was like, I wasn't expecting it, And they also acknowledged, they're just like, yeah, well, you do this kind of for a living now, so you would think that you know more. It's just, we want to see the good in people and give them the benefit of the doubt until threshold is passed. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? I finally had it where, like, my boundary was crossed, and I'm kind of in denial about it, where I'm just like, no, they wouldn't blatantly just go over that line. That'd be whack. That'd be kind of something that, like, somebody that hates me does. And boom, yeah, once the threshold is passed, everything cascades in context, and boom. No, and that's what happened. Like, my brain did that, where, like, again, I sat there in silence for like 20 minutes, just like going, there's no way. There's no fucking way. There's just no way. I kept, honestly, I'm not even paraphrasing. I kept just reiterating that, where I'm just like, no way. And then I had that moment where I was just like, no, they showed me exactly who they are. Queen Andrew's in the title. We're in for a funny yet incredibly frustrating time. Yes. Yes. When Queen Andrew was on Piers Morgan with Destiny one-on-one with Piers Morgan as the moderator. The second I saw it, I did not watch the preview. I clicked off and said, this is what we're doing on Monday. But oh my god, I just needed to get this off my chest though, guys. Like, I appreciate you listening in, because yeah, it became so real. Like, it's so easy to go online. I could have a discussion with Queen Andrew about this and not have this impact where it's just like, oh god, it's like there's just no moving them. Everything is becoming so overwhelming to all of us. It's your future, though. They just don't understand what you are facing. They think you can just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and move on like they do. Exactly. That's 10,000% what's going on. Like, that's kind of... I got told, essentially, to... It's like, guys, like, I hate to be crude here, and I have to, but the analogy is just too dead on. It's just... I was essentially thrown some lube and was just told, get used to it. And honestly, it's not that bad. You got to get prostate exams occasionally. And that was it. I was just like, no. Oh, it's going to get better. It's got to get worse before, if I hear that one more fucking time, it's got to get worse before it gets better. Oh my God. I'm going to snap. I will delete my Minecraft character before getting sent to a cap. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Guys, I'm not trying to be dour, so let's it's just the fact that camps are like, it's an open word now. Like the fact that, yeah, I brought this up, like, and I was like, hey, can I just like throw a theoretical at you? It's like, if they start rounding people up like leftist content creators, would you be okay with me going? And they were just like, well, are you gonna, and that they took that as an opportunity to be like, well, maybe you'll think next time, but and like maybe you'll actually like do some content that's fair and balanced. Oh my God, when they said that to me, I almost lost my, like, as I said, it was like the shittiest conversation I've had in a long time, and it actually it's ruined like my last 48 hours. It's put me in a really bad mood. I honestly, like, I kind of saved it to talk to you guys about, because I wanted it fresh in my head. So apologies, Unimoogle. If you were wondering why I was kind of in a bad mood, well, there it is, and I think you can guess who I talked to, so. But yeah, I don't know. Right now, I actually I'm trying to, like, it's not even the positivity thing, guys. I'm being, like, completely real with you. I want to focus on, like, building this community, but I also do want to focus on, like, moving people in the direction of actually, activism, and also just being completely aware. Like, that's the one thing we can do, and that's the one thing I actually said, where I'm like, the one thing I feel like I have over you is just knowing what's happening, because you're blatantly ignoring it just because you were told, no, this can't be how it is. Sure as shit, this federal, the federal government, and all these federal workers, that he knows, I mean, they aren't wrong about the bootstraps. Shut up. I'm not in the mood, dude. I'm so not in the mood. And I have to talk politics today because it's a large-ass news day, but I'm at that precipice of, like, God, like, Saturday was probably the best stream I've ever fucking had. And, like, it wasn't the biggest in numbers, but I'll tell you what, guys, I had a great time. I loved it. I loved not talking politics for over 4 hours. That was, well, okay, no, I'll say 4 hours. That took about 20 minutes. They almost got me, but I appreciate that, guys. I also appreciate anybody that was there for the Saturday stream. I had a lot of fun, so I need that. We can have regular chill streams. No, that's happening. I'm making that a thing. If it's a Saturday stream, guys, be prepared for it to be chill. It's gonna be, you know, we'll talk maybe sparse politics, but it's not gonna be the main focus, okay? Pep, if you don't already, oh, didn't I talk about that already? No, I'm good. And I've been proficient with the firearm for quite some time, so every day is a news cycle with President Dorito. President Dorito. Cheeto in charge. God, all the names. They don't even hit anymore. Mango Mussolini. Everything sucks. They took everything from us, guys. They even took the fun in making like fun of them. Like, God. I think my new character is literally just gonna be like, I don't know, guys. I'm a little bummed out. You know, Elon, he's getting more attention than me. And unfortunately, it's putting me into a little bit of a depressive phase where, I don't know, guys. I'm doing more poop. They said I can't poop tweet. If I can't poop tweet, what can I do? I'm going to go play some golf. But it's going to be the most depressing kind of golf. You know what I mean? Where you hit the ball and you're just like, what's the point of life? Oh, man. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Get with your local SRA chapter. I mean, Anna, I know, I'm all for organizing with certain things. I don't know what to do anymore. Like Lord Trump had a nice ring to it. Defeated Trump, Pep. I'm glad you like it. I like you, you know, they're talking about getting rid of the antidepressants. Not sure if that's such a great idea. I've been a little down lately. Did you see what the news said? They're always saying nice things now. It's almost kind of like, you know, I've nobody to yell at anymore when I'm starting to censor everybody. I thought this would be a little bit more fun. It's not exactly fun. Are you guys having fun? I thought we were gonna have fun. So much winning. Oh, God. Either way. Yeah, no, chill streams are going to be a regular negative. We're pretty aware. Yeah, no shit. Every day is, oh, sorry, I just got doubled up there. But yeah, chill streams are going to be the reg on Saturdays and maybe even Sundays, guys, because I'll be honest, if I have nothing else going on, I'm going to just sign on and hang out, because at least, like, I feel like I get a lot out of just being able to vent a little bit, but I feel like we have very productive conversations here. I mean, I hope you guys kind of feel like you've changed my mind on a lot of shit. You know, collectively, you guys have brought me more into activism. You brought me more into awareness. You've also, you know, not made me feel like a complete dill hole for not knowing things, so that's kind of nice. It's one problem that, you know, certain communities need to work on. I'm not going to call out any. It's just, you know, yes, they're on the left, though, because even me, where I was just, you know, like, being my curious little self, they were just like, what? Actually, I'll just call it out. You know what? Vosh's community is very, very unfriendly to anybody who's just like, why do you guys say, like, Dan, you guys always bring up things like Dantology and all this shit, and it's just like, who cares? What's this doing? But then again, I'm in a really weird headspace right now too, so. Yo, yeah, you know what? Screw it. What up, Undead Banana? Cheers. In the fun half, we should have a Trump nickname, Brainstorm. Yeah, hey, there we go. I like that. Yeah, give ideas, guys. I need it. I need it. I appreciate the good vibes, because honestly, man, I think that, like, honestly, you know, streaming last week too, it was really weird. I had, like, the best week. I think that was the best week of streaming I've ever had, where I had so much fun. I think that I did a really, like, I had some, excuse me, great shows. Excuse me. That was a burp I did not want in the mic. But yeah, as I was saying, I think that I did some good stuff. Wait, we bring up Dantology. That's why we think of the we think I was using it as an example, dude. Like, just, you know what I'm talking about. It's just sometimes I feel like we get so steeped in theory and just the finer nuances of politics that's just like, ugh, this isn't doing anything. This is doing something. It's helping a bunch of like-minded people in a certain, you know, in like the armpit of all political theater. Let's just be honest. we kind of chose the you know, we're always kind of clawing up. Pep, do you play Helldivers? I have, you know what? I did on PS5, but I think I'll get it for Steam and I'll just play with you guys. Because, like, I need to do that, too. I need to just veg and, yeah. But if you're talking about the story, I mean, yeah, it's... When I saw that, it was essentially Starship Troopers. Actually, God, you're probably... us. I know a few people in here don't like Xander Hall, but he was kind of the guy who got me into Helldivers. So... I'm not a Dantologist. The thing is, I barely know what it is. I just know it was so used in just every freaking debate for the longest time that I caught on. I was just like, okay. I looked it up enough too, but I think my brain just doesn't want to remember. It really doesn't. There's certain things where I'm like, oh, okay, see, and that's where I'm like, no, I'm pretty stupid. Like, that one I will give you. Like, I just gaming stream. I kind of not. I mean, I'm not gonna do like a gaming exclusive stream. Maybe near the end of streams if I'm feeling like gaming, then yeah. Few rounds of, you know, Helldivers, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'll start incorporating it, but no, like a gaming stream by itself, that has to be its own thing. I have a problem where I get too into the game and then I don't talk a lot. It's kind of like the whole, you know, this is why I'm not a gaming streamer. I'm already there. Yeah. You know what? Well, Linda, I already appreciate you, like, in your take on this, and honestly, like, the fact that you do kind of talk to me like I'm your nephew, where it's just like, no, calm down, man, calm down, it's gonna be okay. You guys have a heavy weight on your shoulders, but you actually kind of said it in here, and that's what's making me feel better, is like just looking at chat here and realizing how much, like, yeah. No, this is a weight we're carrying together, and you guys are helping me with that. So, yeah, cool. Gaming streams are boring. If I want to play a game, I play it. That's kind of my thing. Like, I grew up in that era where it's like, all right, man, you know, if we had like that whole thing where it's like, hey man, you want to come over and like play some video games? If it was, hey man, you want to come over and watch me play Dissidia? It's like, no. You know how many times I had to sit there and watch freaking Dissidia? 3 and 4? Dissidia or Disgaea? Was it Disgaea? I think, oh no, I think I'm wrong. I think it's Disgaea. It's the dungeon crawler. I watched my buddy play that, and now, like, I would get mad at him and just be like, dude, you said we were gonna play Tekken. This is not Tekken. Hey, Allie, how are you? Thank you for being there Saturday. I really appreciate that, and honestly, you helped make it a lot of fun. So just wanted to give you a little shout out there. We're gonna, as I was saying, we're gonna be doing a lot more of that. Okay, Dantology is the ethical philosophy that states some actions are inherently wrong. For instance, killing is wrong. Why is killing wrong? Because it's wrong. That's literally it. Oh my god, thank you so much. See, this is what we need more. We need more Alirdas out there explaining it like that. That was perfect. I understand it. It's perfect. Good. Imperious, or wait. Imperious to Hungaroo? How are you? Welcome to the stream, man. Hey, Oblivion, how you doing? I'm glad that you can also join us, man. I love the family affair over here. But no, man. Welcome to the stream. I usually would have shouted that out a little bit sooner, but I don't know why my alert didn't go off. I'm good, thanks. Cool. I'm glad you're good. Also, welcome to the stream. As I was saying, I Am Politics. We are going to do the news where it doesn't matter what your political leaning is. I'm sponsored by Ground News. I cover this the way that Ground News does, so it is coming from the left, right, and center. We cover it all, and then you can, take from that what you will. And then if you want to join us in the opinion side of things after the Ground News segment, then yeah, you're welcome to stick around. If you were wondering what that means, it means Austro-Hungarian Empire in Spanish. Oh shit, that's cool. I did not wait, for real? Wait, it's like Hungaroo. That actually means something? Like hunger, like there's, oh dude. Okay, that kind of made me a little happy. I mean, I'm a dork, so little things like that, if I saw that in school, I would have been like, hee hee hee. And as I said, as an adult, I see that, I'm like, hee hee hee. Oh. Listen, sometimes you gotta be able to just maintain your childish ways in life. Oh wait, and Mr. I'll play, but I need to be smoking, and there you go. Yeah, that too sometimes. Oh. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Trying to get back to things here before we get to the news. Hungaroo. Oh, it's you. Okay. Okay. Oh. It's the fun out of everything. You and your literal. Oh my god. I feel like so I have a little character that I used to do where it was just like literal me, where I would just hear something and I would just go completely literal with it every time. That's kind of what that reminds me of a little bit. You go to a protest today? I couldn't find one. I was looking for them. There was like none like near me. Hello, and is that a sleeping dog? That's my sleeping pooch. How are you? The Spooky Sailor, shout out. Welcome to the stream. Yes, that is the sleeping pooch. Also, that's what these treats are. These are actually the different tiers of like donos that you can give to the show. He gets to participate, and he had a good workout this weekend, so he's ready to go. Yeah, we got $5 donuts, which actually his name's Stan. I'm not sure if you guys saw the sweater. Check it out. Stan Makita's Donuts. Also, if you get the reference, I don't want to give you too big of a hint, but hi. We're in Delaware. That's the hint you get. If somebody says it in chat, then I will be happy. But yeah. Or if you just straight up know what Stan Makita's Donuts is, then I'm pretty happy about that. Adult people are half dead. Are you trying to make me have an existential crisis right now? You know how I feel about my age. Don't do that. Don't do that. When somebody literally said to like, my buddy, he's like 50. He's talking about midlife crisis. I'm like, you plan on living to 100? I'm like, oh damn. Well then. Oh, I mean, uh-oh. As I said, if I make it to 70, actually, I might even push it back. I'm thinking 74. If I make it to 74, then I think I'll start smoking cigarettes again. Because who cares? Telling the Silverhawk, hey, there were mass protests today for President's Day, making me sad. I thought I thought there was the one in Washington, but like again, dude, I was looking all over and there was nothing. Because I thought for sure there would be one in Daily Plaza. There just wasn't anything. Oh, thank you for the follow, Spooky Sailor. Also, thank you for the follow, Imperious Hungaroo. Oh, he needs a post-workout protein. He does. He's a good boy. Yeah, man. That's the one benefit of having that new dog living by us. Oh boy, does he get a workout now. Here, I'll come to you. I'll come to you. You don't gotta get up. Yeah. Oh boy. Look at that. He gets breakfast in bed, or he gets a treat in bed. It's not breakfast. No, he's a good boy. I'm 35, but I feel like 20. I'm still an idiot. Mentally, I'm that way, but I can tell you right now, my hips and knees don't feel that way. Those are taking a hit, man. I do, like, I've been doing all the yoga and still it's like, oh no, is this just kind of the general pain that people were talking about that I had to expect? And I talked to my dad and he was like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. My grandma turned 85 today. Health and joy. Happy wow, couldn't even get that up. Excuse me. Happy birthday to Ryan's grandma. No, for real, man. That is awesome. Can I pet that dog? Nah, I mean, he's, let's see. I'm trying to think. He doesn't like kids pet him. He'll let adults pet him. And also, it has to be a thing where, like, you have to be very dog, like, you have to be a dog person. Like, if you don't, if your hand is like this and his ears are back immediately, I'm just like, get back. Like, don't do it. But if your hand is out like this and he leads with his nose, immediately I'm just like, yeah, he loves you. I know my dog's language, man. I know exactly how he works. Also, I am the pack leader. I have watched, hours and hours of the Dog Whisperer, the Caesar Milan. I like to be established dominance and be the pack leader. Even though he's full of shit. Dude, I can tell you two specific... Man, what is wrong with me today? You know what it is? I have dry mouth. Give me a second. Whew, got that cotton mouth. But yeah, there's two things that I don't like that he does, and that was the... Like that? No. No, the clicker was the one where, like, I was like, okay, no, that's better, but no, doing that crap, and then is a whole, you have to establish dominance. It's like, that's not always, no, that actually can go wrong, like, very, very quickly. I was trying Caesar Milan stuff, and the dog was, like, getting panic attacks. That doesn't surprise me. Like a little, I could just see the little dog shaking, and you're just like, I am pack leader. You will follow what I have to say. Oh man, yeah, he got in like big trouble, right? Like, what was that for? I can't even remember, because I know that he did get in trouble for like actually mistreating animals. But I thought it was for something else, like embezzling. Whatever. I don't want to speak too much on it because I don't know, but. Allegedly. I don't know. Anyway, Miss Alice, say it, time, puff, puff. Oh, yeah, right. Jeez. That's right. Sorry, I was actually trying to reset this. No. Alright. There we go. Woohoo! We got it. With dogs, you have to establish trust, authority, not dominance. Exactly. No, I've been called weird, like, by a few people where I do the thing where, like, I get down as low as I can. Like, there was the one time I actually, like, laid on the floor and they were just looking at me. I was just like, nope. Do you like history? Love history. I love history. I love learning about history too, because I have it's a good topic for me because I can always bring up what I learned versus what you guys learned, because I learned a very Christian, like, made up version of history where I can't even just say like, nah, Christian skewed. No, they straight up made shit up. Again, telling me, there were only 12 crusades, technically, the 13th one we really don't count. I'm like, wait a minute. Why? They're like, well, it was done by somebody else. I'm like, oh, wait, what? They're like, well, technically. I was just like, it was a lot of, well, technically, and then it was a lot of, oh, when they told me that it was liberation. And yes, I'm summing this up, but it was like, I was very curious. I was just like, wait a minute, like, isn't So we were invading Jerusalem. They're like, no, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, we. When I say we, remember, Christian, the established Christian in the, especially the European Christian. God. They were really big into that crap. I'm studying history in university. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Are you majoring, or is it just something you're studying for fun, or what's your major, minor, or are you trying to get a job in it? That's awesome, though. No, that, man, every time somebody's like, I'm a historian, I have so much respect for you guys. Like, so much respect for you guys. Majoring, nice. Awesome. Well, hats off. Which Crusades? Just the Holy Crusades. Wasn't that what they were called? God damn it. See, I'm so not educated on these, to the point where I'm like, yeah, the Holy Crusades, you know, the ones where we were going to liberate Jerusalem and they just kept taking it back and we were just like, no, we gotta go get this again. I'm being super reductive about it, sorry. But, I mean, jokes aside, that is essentially what I learned, where they were just like, no, it was just, you know, these Muslims, they kept going back. And we just had to go take it again. That's part of the reason I'm butchering the term Zionism is so frustratingly stupid. Unfortunately, it's been... Actually, dude, I'm on both sides of this one. I mean, dude, they started bastardizing it because it's almost like they want, like, to use it as the whole, like, thing to hide. But, like, dude, I don't like this whole monolithing of language. Like, I really don't. Or, like, parts of language. Specifically, like the term Zionism. And leftist. Like, that's another one I have to put out in there. Indiana Jones did the Last Crusade. Oh, wait. Right over. All right, yeah, okay. I need to smoke. It's one of those days. You're only 5? I thought they're 13. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to do a little learning arc here. All right, you want to do history? We're doing history. And I'm just doing it the fun way. The Crusades. Oh my god. I can already tell this is going to be bad. Oh my god. The Crusades. Crusade movement in the Holy Land, 1095 to 1291. Later Crusade. Oh my god, they really did not teach us a lot of this at all. Like, you have to understand, anything that, like, made Christians look bad in history, I either learned, like, a very, very bastardized version of it, or I learned that we were the heroes. Try Palestine history to go to DeepSeek. Oh. Give me a second. Eight, by the way. Not 5, but 8. So I was also wrong. I was wrong. We were all wrong. Try starting with that. Wait. My grandmother's father had Pentecostal church, and the family never talked Crusades. That's what I meant, though. Like, yeah. I kind of had a similar thing where, it was one of those weird, like, I was one of those kids that, like, looked at dates, right? And I would be, I was really bad at math, but I could memorize, like, the dates of things for, the longest time. Not sure if I maintained that one, but, I just remember looking at my teacher and just being very curious because they wouldn't talk about the 10th century. And they, like, you know, the Black Plague, like, they didn't like talking about any of that shit. And I was just like, what is going on? Like, why are we only like, we omit so much history, and you guys just went to Martin Luther. And, I mean, now that I'm older, I understand it, where I was just like, oh, it's the whole, you don't need to learn about that, because then you might start asking too many questions, and you're already asking questions. We don't need you asking more. It would very much felt that way. My mother was a rebel. We learned many religions. See, I was kind of lucky that my dad wasn't really big in the religion, and he would always actively like kind of push back against it. Specifically because it was like the basest of basic things, where he just didn't want to be told what to do. So like when they found out that when I was with my pops, like he wouldn't take me to church on Sundays, which was awesome. There's one thing about being the child of divorce, was the Sundays with dad were pretty awesome. I gotta say, you know, for all my dad's faults, he was a pretty funny divorce dad. Like, he was just like that quintessential, his bed was on the ground. Like, you know, my mom got the bed frame, so he just, you know, put the box spring on the ground, and, you know, lots of hamburger helper meals, but lots of movie nights, lots of pizza and movie nights. It was a fun time. Also I'm in the middle of writing a book on the first emperor of Mexico. Oh, that's cool. There were many more crusades than that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Am I wrong then? Like, about the 13? I could have sworn the number 13 was in there, but I don't know. I could just be doing that whole numerology thing, and it's like, oh, you know, it's the unlucky number 13, and they were trying to bury stuff. Who knows? It's not as interesting as you thought. History is very interesting, but also a bit tragic. Yeah. Oh, his story. There are also the Baltic Crusades and the Crusades in France. Oh. See, I didn't even know about those. Wait, I think I knew about the Baltic ones. Hold on. I have so much to say about this, but the chains of wage labor weigh heavy on my wrists. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're like, oh, I really want to talk about this, but I'm at work. See, I could break it down. I'm already in that mood where I'm like, oh God, everything's just gonna. Oh, that was a thing. Anyway, I used to hate history because the teacher was focused on memorizing dates, but like a class in CC, as the focus was on events, not so much as dates. Yeah. No, I had a similar situation happen where I liked my freshman one sucked because it was all about dates, even though I was good at it. But the second year I was more like into it because it was literally like not tied to Christianity. That was the first time that they kind of like let go, because I think they saw that like we were gonna have to go to college like outside of this, so they were like, hey, maybe we should start teaching them some things so they're not complete idiots, you know, about the secular world. Because God, dude, the one thing my school was really good at was making me terrified of the secular world and thinking that it, like, anything that wasn't steeped in Christ was going to lead me to hell. Yeah, it was like the biggest cope laugh I think I've had in years. Like right there. I just heard it too, where I was like, that was so real, guys. I hope you understand. That one too. The reason, by the way, I haven't released my my single off video yet is because I got a little bit more inspiration, and I think I talked about it on stream, where I found some old footage of me in school doing some of this stuff where I'm like, oh, this is like, yeah, so it became a project. This actually might take me like to the summer, but I'm excited to talk about this and really get to just get it off my chest, number one, but also, get it out there, man. And I'm also trying to make sure that I don't, you know, I gotta tell both sides of the story, so I'm debating. It's like, do I try and get a hold of somebody from my old administration and be like, hey, would you be willing to talk about this? It's interesting. Oh, excuse me. It's the one thing about smoking that's not good. Get that dry throat. It's important to remember that socialism is firstly a theory of historical development. History is the starting point for our politics. Oh. Well, yeah. I mean, isn't everyday history? Like, I've always hated that. Like, this goes back to, God, my first major historical event, 9/11. Because, like, everybody was just saying, this is the most historic thing that you'll ever live through. I'm like, okay, but, and like, they kept saying it like I hadn't already had historical events happen in my life, where I was like, what was that Desert Storm thing? And we're like, I don't know, guys, like, you know, was it not that big of a deal, but still to try and tell me like, oh, you know, this is history, that's not. And then I kind of started thinking like, how many days like, you know, in between the important dates that happen where we just go, okay, but you don't know, George Washington could have had a monumental shit one day that like led to him having some really good ideas that we don't know about. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. It's everyday history, kind of, but also, no, not really. It's complicated. I know. I know. Trust me, I know. No, I get what you mean. Like, and trust me, I know what everybody means in the broader context of talking about history. But wait. At Pep Talks TV, that's where the... Oh, wait. What'd you say? Friday the 13th was a Templar... Oh, I didn't know. Okay, so that's why they don't like the Really? I've always kind of wondered that. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I never got that steeped into superstition, because right when I would have was right when I was losing my religion. Wait, stupid question to all in chat. What the F is going on with all the plane crashes in the USA? Well, they just literally, they fired the head of the FAA, about a month ago now, and they just got rid of a bunch of people. Is my Discord active? I tried to... Oh, God. Yeah, here. It is active. I put a dead link up there. That was my bad. Because I didn't realize that they had timed out links back when I was doing this. So give me here. Where are you? Who asked that? All right, I'll post it in the Twitch chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix this after. I keep saying this too, where I'm just like, I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this. I go, you know, what, 4 to 6 hours or whatever, and then I forget. Whoa, that is my roar. Hey, what up, Anthony? How you doing? It definitely happened. What do you mean? Wait, what do I mean? What do I mean? Superstition. I wasn't questioning if anything happened. I was literally just saying, like, superstitions of, like, the stupid ones, or, like, the numerology ones. But I thought it was because of, like, Dante's, like, the layers of hell or whatever. Like, you have to remember that I was taught, essentially, like, Dante's Inferno, like it was part of the Bible. And when we came to that part of literature class, they were like, okay, so this is technically inspired by God too. It's like, but then they didn't want to acknowledge Chaucer's other stuff. It was just so weird. Anyway, Trump is blowing a lot of hot air, banana. Yeah. Plane crashes from overworked and not enough employees. Yeah, that too. Holy crap, that plane crash was 40 minutes from here. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, I forgot you're in Toronto. Yeah. What up, Mike? Mike! You get your special, every time. Mike. Now you get, like, what, 3 or 4? How's it going, dude? Also, it's going coffee and herb. Yeah, the wife was just like, I want something. Like, I want something from Starbucks. I'm like, I'll take something. I'll participate in capitalism today. Ugh. Guys, I'm actually trying not to like, dude, I found myself getting depressed just like playing a video game the other day. I was like, oh no. And it was only because I'm like, it's a really dumb reason, but it was Need for Speed, the Hot Pursuit. When they had me sign into my EA account, I just realized how soulless everything is, and like it set me down another spiral where I'm like, oh, they ruined this too. I don't even want to play. It's like I don't want to put any more info in. I don't want to sign up for another account. It's like, why? What the? Why? Just so you can sell my frickin' liked Timmy's before they changed their formula. Everybody says that. Everybody says that. That's why, honestly, like, I kind of wish I, yeah, no, that's all right, Mike. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it happens occasionally. Like that, honestly, Saturday, I needed that. I really did. I needed to not only like stream with you guys, but I also needed to just chill. So Matash spiraling. McDonald's is Timmy's. I mean, McDonald's coffee isn't the worst. I hate to say that. Do you know how Germany was formed? Kinda. Wasn't it like Dutch? There was like a Dutch-German border for like a really long time, and it was essentially like a Viking colony for like a very long time. Am I Soviet mind? Honeybee is too far gone. Rip. Uh-oh, what happened? What'd I miss? Oh god, I missed one. Oh, dude. She did one stream that I couldn't watch, and now she's too far gone. Please explain. I thought we were so close to reaching out to her. We'll see. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not gonna put too much effort. She's cool, man. I'll admit it. Like, she's cool as fuck as far as just being a nice person, nice streamer, but she's, as far as the politics go, Explain? Oh. Explain what? Explain which one. If you're talking about the honeybee thing, that's just... She's a streamer that I was talking to in chat. Also, yeah, she's a conspiracy streamer that... It's almost like she wants to be right-wing just because she's had a bad interaction with a lefty in her life, so... I'm scared of her? Why? Why are you scared of her? Like, come on, Soviet, dude, come on. Be nice. Also, I'm actually asking, like, what the hell did I miss? What did she cover? Like that, like she's like that far gone. Anthony. I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, maybe. Eek. I love buying a physical copy of games. I mean, I still do. I try to buy any physical copy that I can. This is the reason that I'm a console gamer. For the most part. Like, I hate the fact that I even have to say that. It's like, no, I'm a PC and a console gamer. I just tend to play my console more at 1 a.m. Dizzy, help. Uh-oh. Drink some water, dude. What are you doing? Also, like, take an aspirin if you need to. Lower your blood pressure. Sorry, I thought I'd sneeze. I was like, is it coming? I only have like 1 cup of Sprite. Sprite's not gonna help. No, get some water, man. I'm a big believer in physical copies. No, I'm a huge, like, seriously, I'm not even kidding. I'm all about owning, like, your games. I have almost every game and DVD I've ever bought, which is quite a bit. How are you and your dad doing? Oh, wait, are you talking to me? Like, we're doing okay. I mean, we're talking. It's just, yeah, there's unfortunately, like, and by the way, it's not my dad who I was talking to this weekend, for anybody that might be thinking that. It was not him. FF Talks, is he libertarian? Oh, who, my pops? Wait, God, I'm getting so lost. Hold on. Let me reset. All right. There we go. All right, so somebody was saying something about the pagan Soviet. All right, when I buy $70 games, I expect it to be mailed, or mailed a physical copy. I like to go buy a physical copy. It's part of the problem. God, I miss the golden age of GameStop. They stuffed 3 squad commander trainees in my room. They wake up in 4 hours. Don't want to bother them. Oh, gotcha. Dad is better. Doing great. Had to catch up on 1 week of Miss News. Okay, I was about to say. I thought you were talking about me for a second. I was like, I mean, me and my dad are good. But that's what I thought. I thought you were talking about Mike's dad, because he was in the hospital. Man, what is going on today? Cannot talk. Everything feels like a sneeze right now. I think that's what's going on. I think I have literally a trap sneeze. That's just, it's gonna happen in the middle of me talking to. Those are always when it happens. Anyway. No, it's actually funny. Soviet, real quick. The reason that I'm even curious about this is because I just watched the Majority Report today talking about what Honeybee's been going on about, in her parliament, and how unpopular Justin Trudeau is, and just where people the Canadian mindset is moving, and how, number one, I don't think we have to worry about many people like her in Canada. I'm gonna just say that. I think that she is very much on her own island there, but I also think that she definitely has a lot of conservative stands in her chat that, they're constantly feeding her this shit. That's where I was going on. That's why I kind of called out her algorithm, man. Because she, again, this is kind of wild to me, where she just openly surfs her YouTube, so you see everything that she's being fed. And I'm like, well, I'm not even trying to be a dick, but you're literally just staying in this bubble, so she definitely has a lot of conservative gaslighters. That's the problem. Because I think that's the reason that I even like talking to her, is because when we get down to it, she's still socially a good person who cares about, the other people around her, her neighbors, she cares about, the gay and trans community, even though she even was kind of like, well, do I have to understand it? I'm like, well, what do you mean by understand it? I'm like, oh God, do I have to go there with you? And then when again, broken down, no, it's just, she's kind of just parroting the bullshit. God, how many of these people, do they just, is that what they use their news feeds for, or their YouTube for, is just to get the buzz lines? Because I don't think they understand any of it. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but Really does seem that way. All right, I agree. Yeah, for reals. She definitely has a lot of conservative gaslighters, but wait, then the 30 years. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Imperious. I'll go back to your comments. I am interested in your historical lesson here. Bless you for the future sneeze. Thank you. It's coming. It's trapped right now. This sucks. Yeah, it makes me sad as AF that good people fall into such ideologies from social pressure. That's kind of why I think that I like I was just saying, I watch her, is because I recognize that. I don't know who this is. Her name is Honeybee over on Twitch. It's Honey with a U, and it's yeah. Here, I'll just link it. You can check out her stuff. There you go. She's an interesting person. Because honestly, Alirda, I think you would have laughed at it when the first night that I raided her channel. I had absolutely no intention of sticking around. I was already like, I think 10 hours into stream, 9-10 hours into stream at that point. And then as I was about to click out, she's just like, yeah, and the chemtrails. And I was just like, hmm? The little radar just went up. I'm like, oh, okay. We're talking about chemtrails, eh? Well, let's see where this goes. And then it led to her just being like, yeah, I think that Trump might actually be great for you guys, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And then I started breaking down her politics, just like, hey, so are you actually comfortable with like losing your healthcare? And then sure as shit, she was just like, no, we would need to find a, common ground there. I'm like, okay. Curious, what's your level of education in history? I mean, Imperius seems to be very well educated in history. She's a really good person, just her political views are not really her own. That's again, yeah. That's why. So, Soviet mind, you're retracting your statement from earlier that she's too far gone. Sorry, I'm not trying to call you back. Call you out, but. All right, here, give me 1 second. I got to look at Imperius. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Also, the Tunic Knights constructed the largest castle in the Baltic. Do you... Oh, wait, here we go. Do you want to know how Germany was formed? First, we go to the 12th and 13th centuries when, after the Levantine Crusades stopped, and the Teutonic Order... Okay, I know about them. Was called for a crusade by the Kingdom of Poland. The crusade was against the Baltic pagans. Okay, so I think I do know about that then. Yeah, because that's like the one that left a bunch of monasteries, like, essentially like empty, right? I remember that there was like a big, because I asked that question in doctrine class one day where I was just like, how come monks are like a big thing anymore? And they said that there was like a big die off of them. They carved up a nice kingdom in the Baltic. Then in the 16th century, they carved up Sweden and Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but Poland, instead of annexing them, they established a puppet duchy, and in the early 17th century they were carved Prussian ducal crown. I don't know what that is. Offered by to the Elector Brandenburg. Sorry. Not trying to be a dick, but doctrine class, yeah. As I said, it was a whole thing. Whole thing. Yes, I had doctrine class. As I stress drink my caffeine. I'll be honest, with a lot of what's going on with the Department of Education and a lot of what's going on with just, again, Gaza and just everything. It's bringing up a lot of trauma from my my school years, because I'm just like, oh, this is what they were talking about. Like, this is what they wanted. Like, you don't understand. They were actively cheering on the end of the world. So, like, when people are just like, why are you being a little doomer? I'm like, well, it's just the people who are winning aren't like, there's a reason that the end game is just collect, hoard, and then hopefully they go to space or whatever the fuck. Oh no, I was making a little joke. She's pretty out there. I don't believe anyone is too far gone. All right, cool. Sounds weird. Monks were needed to manually copy Holy Scripture. Once the printing press was invented, it took about 100 years before they stopped being a thing. Oh my God, I never looked at it that way. Oh my God, it's so simple. But yeah, you're right. They were just being used as a printing press. Oh, that's wild, dude. Oh, damn. Okay. Well, now I know why the Codex Gigas is so impressive then. Sounds weird. I can't follow, to be honest. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so then the French Revolution happened. I think most of us know what caused it and what it led to. So next, the Napoleonic Wars and Prussia. And Prussia, although being humiliated many times, they emerged even stronger. Yeah, that was the War of 1812, right? I think I know that one. Was that 1812? I think it was 1812. Yeah, I barely know history anymore. I really do have like a... I almost said like a child probably knows more, but they do, probably. No, they definitely do. Their labor was coerced through religious devotion. Well, I mean, trust me, I get that. I mean, Anna, I was gonna go, like, literally, I wanted to be a theologian. Like, it's what I wanted to do. And then I wanted to be, like, I wanted to study to be a pastor, but, I'm glad that didn't happen. Imperious. I have no clue what caused the French Revolution. It's always about labor class and class war. Remember that. Well, yeah. They did get to have some... Oh, wait. They did get to have some fun in the margins once in a while. Really, I thought that was common knowledge. The French Revolution led to the Reign of Terror. 1812 was England being little bitches and throwing a tantrum. Well, wasn't that England through a lot of history? Dude, I need to stop swinging, sorry. Alright, where's my stress ball? Somebody said to get a stress ball, and I got one. Ugh. Where the hell? There we go. That was the case of you put something in a really weird place and you were just like, all right. But yeah, no, Anna, I wanted to act like, I wanted to be a religious leader, and then I like had that that moment where I was just like, I'm pretty sure Jesus would not agree with any of this. All right. But Austria was in the decline, and the Prussians were on the rise. You should watch Aaron Ra. He's good. Oh, I do. No, I've watched Aaron. I've actually, I I might be having a opportunity to speak with him coming up here. Actually, you just reminded me. I gotta check that. Okay. Still no movement on it. No worries. They just had DebateCon, so I know that's a thing. Yeah, here's the stress ball I was talking about. It's literally a little venom head. I mean, I'm not the type to say that Christianity and socialism are mutually exclusive. Well, I mean, I don't think they are, obviously, but I'd say that I think this is why I have a unique take on this, because I can see the merits in selling Christians socialism just through Jesus. Like, you can repackage Jesus's message and just be like, okay, so you see what you like about all this? That's socialism, you know? Now you can just rename it, call it Jesusism or Jesus's politics or whatever you need to, just to get that dirty thought out of your head where it's like, oh, this is the dirty, the evil left. Anyway, real quick, I'm gonna take this opportunity just to say welcome to the stream to anybody that's new here. Hope you are having a good time. If you haven't already, hit the like button. It really helps me out. I'm a newer creator, so in that pesky algorithm, hitting those like buttons for guys like me is a huge deal. So think of it that way. If the bigger ones are asking you for it, it really helps me out. And then if you guys haven't already subbed to the channel, please do. I really appreciate it. Same with follow over on Twitch. Twitch chat is the best. YouTube chat is second tier. I don't want to give my opinion on that one. I'll just say this: Twitch is a lot faster. Like a lot faster. Here, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, that's at least a 6. Yeah, it's still a 6-second delay over on YouTube. The monks that make cheese are the best. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I know there's definitely still some, but when we have misbehaved, like YouTube chat, I was about to say YouTube chat's very well behaved. What are you talking about? Come on, Soviet. Now you just gotta be real, man. YouTube is the one where, like, no, Twitch chat's usually where the arguments ensue. I don't know why, but, well, I do know why. What am I talking about? It's the algorithm. Because, like, also, there's not a lot of, like, political streamers on Twitch that are left-leaning, so, God, you know, people who are all about, like, trolling left-wing streamers, they find me pretty fast. God, I've definitely run into them. What's up? Twitch unsubbed you? What? The fuck? Wait, do you have your Bezos? Wait, Kirk, I'm not sure if you have your Bezos one. I just had to resub it, it said. What the fuck? Well, alright, that's a fun new one. I'll have to figure that out. Wait, was it a monthly sub? Because, yeah, if it's a monthly sub, then that should just go through. I don't know what the hell's... You're the second person that brought that up to me, though. So, I have this... If you know, actually, screw it, I'll just ask. On Twitch, if you guys know, like, do I need to have, like, something on my end where it's like a resub thing, or is this something that they have to do? I don't know how it works. I really don't. Like, I should. But completely chilled right now. No, this is nice, guys. I as I said, I needed this. I needed to take, like, some time in the first hour just to relax, kind of compose myself. We'll go into the into the politics, which we got a lot, man. But the Destiny and Queen Andrew is debate's going to be fun. We're going to cover that in probably we'll go to the second hour with that one. So I'm actually making a mix song right now, but the Vox are aft. I'll slap in the disco for you. Oh, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Looking forward to it, man. Hell yeah. I always look forward to your new music. Especially when we get a little premiere. I always get that, ooh. Exclusive. It's an exclusive, guys. Woohoo. But yeah, hope you guys are ready for, I mean, let's be real. We know that this is going to piss us off, right? Like, it's Destiny and Queen Andrew. Like, we're just going to be shouting the entire time. Just, what are you talking about? They both suck. But I have a feeling, this is what really sucks, is we're going to end up agreeing with Destiny on things just out of the merit that he's coming from the leftist perspective, which, do we want to do that? But, all right. Let's just say it. This is the we're going to have a masochistic stream here today where we're going to have that pain, but it's going to be for good, right? Yeah. Two people who don't believe in anything arguing everything. Yes! That's actually a really good point. What up, Sean? How you doing? No, dude, I think that's actually a perfect way of putting that. Oh man. As I said, the second I saw it, I was like, this is gonna be fun. This is something I definitely want to cover, so. But it's Kurt. Yeah. Wait, but it's Kurt. I'm rooting for the meteor in this debate. God. Anybody? Like, anybody else just... It's not ironic anymore. We're just kind of like... Aw, Linda, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Oh man, keep it up. Aw. Oh. Thank you. Alright, well, that cheered me up. Also, you know what? That qualifies. He's gonna get a little treat. Here we go. Let's get that cam up. Here we go. The aliens have my vote. Dude, it's just... Did anybody else get, like, legitimately depressed about that Hakeem Jeffries thing? Like, I'll be honest. I knew... Thank you. I really appreciate that, Linda. Thank you. But no, for real. Did you guys, like... I don't know. I started feeling depressed. Again, like, just through powerlessness. Just going through it and just going, like, oh my god. There's nothing we can do about this. Sorry. He's a sellout. Greetings and happy 420. Oh. Cheers. Think Andrew will bring up the current Destiny situation? Oh, yeah. That's honestly the reason I kind of want to watch it. Our entire government is corrupt. Oh, yeah. But after watching Hakeem Jeffries, Dude, he should have just come out and said... I don't know. What do you want from us? We're figuring it out. Too bad. It's just like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm tired and old. I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you for the dono. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry that you couldn't catch the news segment, but yeah, it'll be up on the VOD tomorrow, so it'll be all good. Oh, jeez. Okay. We just had a influx on TikTok. That's cool. Hello, anybody watching over on TikTok. I actually just saw you guys. Apologies to you guys. Unfortunately, you have 0 priority in chat, and I also don't really have a great spot for checking everything, like monitoring what's going on. So, here, you know what? Just here. But yeah, no, I appreciate you guys hopping over there on TikTok. Obviously, if you guys are enjoying this and you enjoy a little bit of fun political content, then I hope you guys continue watching. Okay, gotta go. I'm mixing right now, making music and making dreams come true. Whoop, whoop. Well, all right there, Mr. Disney. No, I saw someone watching SNL last night and they said Eric Adams brought swagger back to NYC, tone deaf and hella racist, LOL. Ugh. I should have watched that, but I just, well, whatever. I'll catch it tonight, maybe, like after stream. No, I won't. What am I talking about? It's Monday. I'm gonna be watching Monday Night Raw when I get out of here. Oh, jeez. I just can't stand the Eric Adams situation. I mean, dude, the blatant... It's just so corrupt. All of it's so corrupt. And it's the gaslighting, guys. It's literally the gaslighting. The last 4 fucking years, we've had to hear about the corrupt fucking Biden crime family and all of it. And I've sat here trying to be good faith, making capitulations here and there. And honestly, I'm done. I'm done. But there was the whole they go low, we go high, like discourse about it. But now it is legitimately like, no, now I'm getting mean. Like, and I'm ready to be mean. Like, they have bullied enough. And I am tired of them controlling the narrative every single time where they can sit there going, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. And then the second you say something, like, nah. And it's because of our nature where we just are like, oh, okay, well, we hit them. But then immediately they're like, nah, dude, it's getting bad. You know, once you start questioning, like, your nature and just how you, like, react and, like, talk to people, I don't know, man. I've noticed that my tolerance for, like, the Trump bullshit this time around is 0. I've also noticed that they are coming from a place that seems to be like they are terrified that we're right. Like, they are literally just going, like, screaming at us, just like, you're not right. He loves us. Meanwhile, we're just like, sure. You know what? No, literally, somebody used this and it's the perfect analogy. It's like being at the strip club and you're watching your friend. Oh, it's a stand-up comic where you're just watching your friend lose all his money and then just go, I think that stripper loves me. I think that she wants me to marry her. It's like, okay, buddy. Okay. All right. We're going to go now. Like, and then sure as shit, you know, when these people come to your door, she left me with nothing, you know, and it's our nature to want to open up our door and be like, come here, buddy. We know. But now I'm literally saying, like, my nature's changing where now I just want to slam that door in their face and just be like, you deserve it. Have fun being homeless. Oh, yeah, that's right. You thought that homeless were a scourge on society? Bam. I don't know. Should I want to change that? Should I want to work on that? I don't know. I really don't. I'm actually asking you guys. Like, I've spent my entire life thinking you know, I'm not sure if it was like the Christian way of thinking where, oh yeah, you know, you're gonna be rewarded for heaven in this or in the afterlife or some shit. It's just we've been we've been too nice. No, we have. Because the thing is, like, every time that they're faced with their stupidity, why do you think that, like, it is a thing where they think that they can just crawl back to the Democrats or crawl to the left and go, oh, we're sorry, can you kind of unfuck this up so we can go back to status quo? Because status quo was okay. Except this time I'm like legit. I'm like, no, let it fucking burn. Let this whole system burn. You wanted it so bad. You guys wanted it. And the thing is, I have a face on these ones. I know who to blame. That's kind of I think that's why I'm finally kind of at this point where I'm like, oh, you know what? Wasn't Antifa. Weird. Wasn't the blacks. Weird. It wasn't, you know, anything like that. Sorry. Just, so fucking over it. We are fighting them fair, and they are biting, spitting, taking roids, etc. Yeah, we're just exactly. And we're just sitting here, guys, we gotta play fair, guys. And then we're getting into like, no, it's a perfect analogy. And then you know what? Because we're playing fair, then like somebody on our team, we find out they're taking steroids. Instead of focusing on winning that game against the other team, we start focusing on outing the guy who just did steroids, and then we create a division in our locker room, so by the time we get out there to play the fucking game, we've already lost. That is a perfect fucking analogy for exactly what's happening. I'm gonna sit there with that one. That was damn good. As someone who has spent his fair share of time on and off the ice, and yeah, I can tell you right now, that's exactly that's perfect, because I've had that exact thing happen. Letting go is good. So is effing catharsis. I mean, yeah, but it's not cathartic to lose a part of me that I genuinely like. It's part of me, man. Like, dude. And it's not like I do it for the ego or like I've had somebody tell me that. They're just like, oh, you're just trying to be like a nice guy just because like that's your ego and you're kind of a narcissist. Did you know that? I was just like, oh, okay. I told my therapist about that and she was just like, who the fuck said that? And I was just like, this guy. She's just like, oh, this is kind of the problem with like the internet. She's like, is he a therapist? I'm like, no. She's like, he does not see a therapist. He probably didn't even get that from a therapy vlog or anything. He probably pulled that out of his ass. I was just like, oh. Yeah. You need to lose yourself, and you need to lose yourself to find yourself again. Wasn't it Eminem that said that? You better. Sorry. On Dead Banana, I'm going to have to wait on what? Oh, now you're over on frickin' YouTube. We're doing that. What are you doing? Soviet, I agree with you though. Like the fact that like, yeah, they're playing unfair, man. Like they've always, and we've known it, and we're just going like, well, you know, at least we'll have our morals. At least we'll have our morals. Those are fucking morals. I thought that not believing in Jesus like made me to where like I could just abandon these principles and just God. That's the other thing. It's the ex-Christian in me too, where like I do have those moments where like if the Holy Spirit was still with me, he'd be devastated. He'd be like it'd be like a portrait where he would have his hand on my shoulder and he would just, both of us long hair bros just going, no. What have they done? They do not know. I'm the disagreeer. That's what I do. Oh, so you're just being the... Wait. Kirk the contrarian? Contrarian Kirk? Oh no. It's his worst personality. It's come out. His worst personality is in chat today. Oh no. Most Christians only go to church to wash their sins away, make them. Yeah, dude. Yeah, The Simpsons was like a dead on fucking representation for why people go to church and what they get out of it. Takes a village will be extra full of spite for you. Yeah. He got exposed by Kirk. Owned. Nice. Borders wanted to go after AOC. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, did you guys hear about that? Where he was talking about how anybody that's a mayor or anybody in government is fair game because he can constitute what they're doing as interfering with their investigations. So okay, I need something a little bit better than this. Give me a second. Yeah, 1 hour 32. All right, that's fine. You guys just saw a whoosh. That's all you saw. You didn't see anything else. It was just a whoosh. Stop being funnier than me. Come on now. Come on now. What the F? What the F? What, Duke? Where were you? What'd I do? Oh my god. I mean, wait, did you miss like my whole last hour where I had like the realization that everything is just as bad as I thought it was? and legitimately, I did have somebody in my life finally, like, I realized just how far down the rabbit hole some people are. So it's wild. It's wild. Just got here. I don't know. That's what I thought, man. I was like, you weren't in chat, were you? Yeah, things have been kind of wild. Duke, how's your internet? Duke, how's your internet? Why are you repeating messages? Don't do that. Miss Alice. Duke. All right, well, yeah, that's a long story short, essentially. Like, dude, it all caught up to me, man. It all caught up to me. Like, yes, doing this as a job, also, it takes, like, there's a degree of separation that I have from the news when I do this that, you know, it doesn't all hit me until I guess just one fine moment where it was just like a wave. I was like, oh my god. Oh, like, oh, you know what? I also found out that one of my friends, you know what? I'll just, I can't say her name. Crap. I almost did. She's from the comic store. She is a TSA agent, and you know what? She just got her walking papers. So, yeah, man. Shout out. That sucks. I hope that you see this, but that it just sucks, man. Not that it has, you know, an actual effect on anybody. But, you know, I've also heard that too, where they're just like, it's just one person that you know. Come on, that's very anecdotal. It's like, oh my god. We're gonna watch a story about Tennessee, though. That's pretty funny because they're now learning that, oh yeah, you know what, pissing off an entire nation like Canada, not a good idea when your tourism is, I think it's like 30% of their tourist industry. It's insane. So we'll see how that works out for him. What are you guys saying? He's referencing a time my internet was so bad I was doubling all my messages and I had to refresh browse. Oh. I kind of missed that one. Wait a minute, I missed you doing double messages? How's that? Usually I'm pretty good about that. Okay, wait. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. I can't even classify it as a sneeze. That was like a cough, like, with a little bit of extra... Here. Oh, I feel better, though. The Tennessee Brando guy is pretty chill. I love Tennessee Brando. I watch him. Watch, subscribe, all that fun stuff. I can't. Goes against my code of conduct. Oh, code of misconduct. Refresh browser and watch 9 commercials. Wait, commercials shouldn't be on right now. I turned off ads. So, yeah, if you're over on YouTube, you should not be seeing ads. If you're seeing ads, then please let me know, because then that is something I need to get in touch with somebody about. God, I hate that. Anyway. Alright, guys. Ground news segment time, and this is the important one. Oh, wait. I want to smoke first. That's right. I should probably do that before the sponsored segment. So if you guys haven't already caught on, I'm sure that you guys are mostly regulars here, but if you're new to the channel, call it High on Politics for a reason. We cheers, and then we we do the politics. So, okay, BRB. Man, I can only imagine. Kirk's got a new song cooking. Can't wait. We'll listen to what he sent me in a little bit here. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And everybody else loaded up. You can say cheers in chat if you want to join in. You don't necessarily need to. The one thing I do request, though, is if you are new to the stream or you just popped here and you didn't hit that like button, please do. It really is helping me out in the algorithm. I get to see that in the analytics land, so I appreciate it. Also, over on Twitch, follow if you haven't already. Okay. Oh, by the way, check it. I can actually show this. I forgot. Look. Can make it change colors now. Before. All right, so this is kind of sad to admit. I didn't know it did that. I thought that it just had one that like cycled through all the like just single colors that it does. I did not know that it goes through all like the different rainbows. It's so cool. All right, sorry, I geeked out there for a second, bro. Yesterday I debated like 6 libertarians in a live stream for like 4 hours. What live stream? Actually, Duke, link that one in Discord. I actually just want to watch that one on my own time. That'll be fun. Ugh. Dear Lord. Okay. Sorry, guys. I have to step off camera to do that. If I was exclusively on Twitch, I'd be fine. Leave it to me. Just want to be on YouTube, too. Excuse the cough. Fun cough, though. Libertarians got nothing else to do but read all day. Yeah. The thing about libertarians that I've found, and I'm not trying to be too derogatory here, Talon, I am actually taking you into account here, is outside of Talon, because he's had a little bit of a different interaction with us. is a lot of them are just steeped in philosophy right now. A few of the libertarians I've been talking to, it's like they just had their philosophical epiphanies. So, roars your roaring, Pep. It was one hell of a hit. I will give you that. That thing rips like a beast. And the thing is, I had it on its lowest setting. So, yeah. All right. You guys ready for news? Because I've been putting it off. And yeah, I could technically take another 20 minutes to get to, the segments, but these are important, man. We gotta get to this stuff. Also, I'll get through this real quick. Let me link my dono link, and then we're good to go. So if you guys want to help out the stream, you guys can send a donation to this link, or you guys can get yourself a membership, or get yourself a subscription over on Twitch, or you can just do the free stuff and be very cool and help me out that way. Either way, I just appreciate you guys being here. It really is it's very awesome of you. So also, excuse the cough. I just had myself a little smoke break, the fun type, because I'm not a cigarette smoker. I don't know why I smiled like that. Oh yeah, I do, because I'm quite proud of that. It's one thing to quit cold turkey and just not go back, so. Alright. And then ground news here. I'll just let this now. Melian Eyes 11. Hi. Hello. How are you? Welcome to stream. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you stopping by. Also appreciate you saying hello. So, you know me. I know. Well, your first time chat, and I don't think you are. I don't think you are in here. Well. Uh-oh. I'm Ghost of Tubby. Oh. What's up, dude? Man, again, I just got to go back to like how funny that was, where Honey was just like, "Wait a minute, I banned you." That was so fun. Tubby is no more. Oh, did you have too many people just being like, "Nah, dude, we know who you are." I like pineapples. Oh God, did I make that a thing on stream? Oh no, oh no. The pineapples have become a thing. Oh God, I hate it. Pineapples on pizza. Again, I've covered this, guys. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Pineapple on pizza is disgusting unless it is like a DiGiorno pizza with like very, very, very thin, like, and I'm talking like that, like dicer type of thing. Like the circular pineapples. That's okay, but that's about it. Say, remember that one time in the anime Full Metal Alchemist, that dog? Hey. Oh. Pretty neutral on pineapple on pizza. My mom loves it, though. Pineapple Canadian bacon is a plus. Well, again, I'm all for like a little bit of experimentation, but I'll be completely honest. I'm a cheese pizza guy. I just like me a good old cheese pizza. Hawaiian pizza is pretty nice. I'm not going to berate anybody for their choice if they like some pineapple on pizza. I think that it's kind of insane that some people, like, I've met a person that was legit like, I could never hang out with somebody that puts pineapple on pizza. It's like, okay, it's fucking weird. Thanks for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. Spinach. Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Talon, you just actually, yeah. I love spinach. That's another thing. I like a deep dish, especially. Like I love spinach on pizza. Oh, damn it! Man, I have a lighter down here, do I? Oh, I'll have to take care of that. That sucks. My spoon, or my dab spoon just fell. And yeah, with dogs, that's something I'm not going to be using. Disagreement in politics? Sure. In pizza toppings? Bloodstone's just like, I've reached my limit. As I said, you want to talk about being the most neutral like party in like the pizza discussion? I'm a cheese pizza guy. So like toppings on a pizza, you're literally gonna get no argument from me because I'm not saying I won't eat them. Mushrooms and black olives are the only two that I won't eat just because I'm not a fan. That's a texture thing for me, so I am pro DEI pizza. Disagree. I work for a mellow mushroom. I am what can't go on pizza debate. Queen Andrew should debate the pineapple on. Oh my god! I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold that one. Like, if I end up debating him again, you know what? That will be brought up where I'll just be like, listen, Andrew, I know that we've had a spirited night, but the most important question is pineapple on pizza or no? And then if he says, yeah, then it's like, nah, then I gotta argue against it. Dab said 720, not 420. Wait, what? Is it? Is that a thing? Don't listen. I'm a little like, if that's a new thing, then please enlighten me. I don't want to not be up on new lingo, specifically in like the stoner community. If there's new like stoner lingo, then I'm please teach an old man, just so I don't get left out. My toppings are mushrooms and pepperoni. Yeah, the nice part about a pizza, specifically, like in my case, is you can always get half pepperoni and sausage, or half pepperoni and, mushrooms, and then the rest cheese, or the rest whatever. I'm all for that. Like, I love the whole mix and match. As I said, though, actually, yeah, a little bit of spinach, not goat cheese. What's the, ricotta? I had that once where it was kind of like a ravioli pizza. I was like, oh, damn, that was really good. He's against diversity, so I'm guessing he's very strict on what qualifies as a pizza topping. Wait, what? Damn, what are you selling me as here? Holy shit. Mushrooms are overrated, just funny ones deserve to exist. You know? That might be a hot take here, but I kind of agree with it. Alright, guys, we're gonna do the news. It's time. I have to. I promised myself, and I have a feeling that there are at least a few people in chat that are just like, come on, get to it! You have stun locked this entire time, and now your chat's getting you on a pizza stun lock. Let's not do that. Also, I see what you guys are doing here. I see what you guys are doing. But real quick, before we do go there, remember, Stan's Donuts. We got Stan's Donuts. $5 donos. Can get Stan some Stan's Donuts. If you guys didn't know, this is actually his namesake. So, well, kinda. Did you just call Peppa Pizza fascist? Kinda did. Kinda did. I mean, how could I be a pizza fascist when I was literally just like, dude, I'll let you have your pineapple. Again, if it's chunked pineapple, that's the only time that I will actually get angry. Sorry, I meant Andrew. But yeah, if you guys want to help out there, and also if you guys enjoy this segment, then please, I'm dead serious. Right now is the time to get your Ground News subscription, because from my understanding, they have some new pricing coming out. So, yeah, if you guys want to get locked in on a sub, definitely try and do that as soon as possible, because I don't want you guys to get locked in, or like, I don't want to, you know, be a have the sponsorship and then have you guys get it, you know, later when everybody was getting, you know, cheaper subscriptions. So I just see the writing on the wall right now. All of my subs have increased in price, so I'm just waiting for this one. Oh no. Best view. You know what? Best viewers can go away. Didn't work. Give me 1 second. Stupid screen. Come on. There it goes. Alright, guys. Oh, man. Multiple people injured in plane crash at Toronto Airport. Dude, how is this becoming damn near a daily thing? Like, this is getting a little... I don't even have anything funny to say about this outside of what the actual F, dude. So... Alright, this one's being reported on by the... Alright, so this is mostly right-wing in the main headline category here, so let's see what they got to say about it. A Delta airline passenger jet crash landed in Toronto Pearson Airport, injuring at least 8 people, including 3 critically, 1 being a child, according to media reports. Financial Transport Minister stated that there were 80 passengers on board the flight from Minneapolis, and all passengers and crew have been accounted for. Premier Doug Ford. Okay, so how's this all like right wing? That's weird. Weather Channel reported on this. That's crazy. Let's go to Reuters. A Delta Airlines regional jet flipped upside down upon landing at Toronto Pearson Airport on Monday amid windy weather following a snowstorm, injuring 18 of the 80 people on board. So they probably shouldn't have even been flying. So this really is just as simple as like, yeah, they keep like telling flights like go, and they don't have the personnel there that would usually go. No, no, you can't send them because of the weather. And now you have people in, you know, not DEI hires at all. You're, you know, the totally qualified ones just going, it's fine. Do you know Perplexity? Is that a streamer? No? What are you talking about? It's raining planes, forecast 2 a week. I mean, dude, it's... You're it's a joke, but holy crap. Like, for real. Also, like, what the hell? Oh, yeah, it's the, Empire Strips Back. Interesting. It's actually not the worst job of the hood. 3 people on a flight that originated at St. Paul International Airport suffered critical injuries among some. Why do they always do that? Okay, we get it. The children! They're more important. They're the future. Delta said a CRJ-900 aircraft operated by Endeavour Air subsidiary was involved in a single aircraft accident with 76 passengers and 4 crew. The CRJ-900, made by Canada's Bombardier, or is it Bombardier or Bombardier? My dad always said Bombardier, but I always thought he was saying it wrong. Can seat up to 90 people. Canadian authorities said they would investigate the cause of the crash, which is not yet known. The aircraft is upside down and burning. An air emergency worker told air traffic control after a controller noticed that some passengers were walking near the crashed plane. According to a recording, the incident posted live. One social media user posted video of the aftermath showing a fire engine spraying water on the plane that was belly up on the snow-covered tarmac. We're in Toronto. We just landed. Our plane crashed. It's upside down. Fire department on site. Upside down. Everybody must be... Most people appear to be okay. We're getting off. Some smoke going on. That's enough. Once you do an ad within a ad read, then that's kind of like, nah. Although this isn't really an ad read, this is more of a sponsored segment, which are a lot more fun. Musk's Doge sends termination notices to over a dozen workers at federal IT department. Go figure. Must will only survive if countries prioritize national interests. Our national interests. Okay, man. I don't know. Bombardier. Yeah, okay, I was saying it right then. Must be the fault of the lesbians or something. Yeah, no shit. Like, they keep saying that, too. It's like, these DEI hires, the DEI hires. Ugh. Former Vice President Kamala Harris to be honored by NAACP. Who cares? Stampede-like chaos at New Delhi railway station leaves at least 15 dead. Oh, there it is again. 7-year-old child amongst the at least 18 people. Remember. What the fuck, dude? That's what sells it, right? Yeah, you know, all those other people, all these grown-ass adults, how dare they? Huh? Dead? Yeah, that was, I don't know why this one's not working. Yeah, Stampede-like chaos leaves at least 15 dead, including a 7-year-old. 18. And a new report. Crowd was uncontrollable. Eyewitness recalls stampede at New Delhi station. This is not the one I wanted to see. House Speaker Mike Johnson stated that the survival of the West depends on countries prioritizing its own national interests first. Johnson emphasized that nations must take care of our own houses before. Yeah, okay, yeah. Then actually fucking do it, you asshole. Like, I can't. Like, this is the thing I don't. And also notice, like, there's just kind of a lack of what's actually going on with us. Musk's Doge sends termination notices to over a dozen workers at federal IT department. Which one? Can this be classified as shock and awe if we're all just like, if it's more like shock and shock and duh. Baby on board car stickers. Like, what about my life? I've always liked those ones. No baby on board. I'm just not, or adult on board. I'm not keen on being hit either. Those are always pretty funny. All right, well, here we go. This is the one I was saving for the actual segment. So, top Russian officials will hold talks with U.S. and Saudi Arabia today. Now, let's see. Which one? We'll go to Raw Story. Because they will actually mention the fact that, yeah, you know what? Yeah. Wait, Hamas and Israel? Wait a minute. I thought we were talking about Putin. What? So wait, how does that work then? All right, President Donald Trump's approach to ending the war in Ukraine has raised concerns among European allies and Ukrainian officials about being sidelined in negotiations with Russia. Well, yeah. Yeah, they've already said that they're not, like, Ukraine's not going to honor anything that they're doing here. They've already said, like, dude, this is so messed up. They're already, like, this is it. Like, they're doing the thing where it's like, oh, no, see, now, Ukraine didn't want to be part of this. They backed out, so this is on them. Totally their fault. Jeez. Oh, fun. Airbus to delay new freighter as A350 problems linger. Oh yeah, remember like Boeing was still having all those airline problems that are also kind of contributing to these things? Because I don't think we ever fixed those. And like somebody actually brought that up. They were just like, yeah, you do realize that they were on the verge of fixing these problems. And then immediately Trump just came in and was like, don't worry about it. You know, I know that he was doing all these woke things where he was putting up all these what do you call them, the regulations. You call them, so I called them regulations. Nobody called them that before me. But I'll tell you what, he put on too many regulations. Now you guys can use whatever nuts and bolts you need to use or want to use. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you guys need to use some duct tape, I mean, I've heard duct tape works wonderfully. I mean, as long as you don't use it on Trump Force 1, then I'm totally okay with it. Ugh. Fun. Oh, shit. Totally forgot to do the thing. Here we go. So, if you guys enjoy Ground News, real quick, this is actually one of my favorite parts about doing these segments, is they would prefer if I did a script, which, yeah, I'm sure for my videos and my chopped up videos for sure, I'm going to actually have that. I've been working on a script and I actually have somebody helping me with it too. It's gonna be funny. You guys are just be like, wait a minute, that is totally not Pepper. I mean, come on, if you're gonna have, you know, old friends from radio, then why not? Or like old friends that were in radio, I should say. Then yeah, why would you not use them? Especially if they have offered their service where they were just like, hey, I could totally record this for you. Either way. So yeah, the way that they break this down is, number one, this is like the homepage. I have to say today's probably not the best day for it because everything seems pretty center or left of center, which lately, I hate to say it, man, everything has been like right wing. Here, let's see. No, you know what? We're getting, damn. All right, this is 100% right wing. NATO boss lauds Trump's leadership on Ukraine. Okay, we can see. That makes sense. Let's see, check the blind spot because this is my favorite feature. We get to see for us what we've been missing. So Jerry Seinfeld responds to ambush from activists. I don't care about Palestine. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't care about Palestine. Fucking okay. Go back to your 17-year-old girlfriend or whatever. Yeah, that was a thing, guys. I'm not sure if... Look it up. Jerry Seinfeld's a piece of shit. We call them DEI ulations. Oh yeah. What? Julianne Moore says her book Freckle Face Strawberry was banned by the Trump administration because it's potentially related to gender ideology. What? Not what I was expecting. Okay. Bill Maher criticizes Boy Scouts gender-neutral name change. This is all from the fucking right, so go figure. Look at Bill Maher doing, Bill Maher and Jank. Aren't they just so useful? They're just so useful at making the left look totally... I mean, I didn't even know that was a thing until right then. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's find out what this is about. The Boy Scouts of America cannot be called the Boy Scouts anymore because it's exclusionary. Bill Maher said on a show, like, isn't there a Girl Scouts? Or, like, there isn't a Girl Scouts. Like, this is some kind of crime against nature. People are different. Boy Scouts name change is such an Onion headline. Whoa. Such an... Is this actually happening, though? I'll be honest. This is the kind of shit that it's just... It makes me go like, oh, this is what we were focusing on? I knew nothing about this. And honestly, I mean, I get it, like, to a degree, but at the same time, oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, man, what do you think about Obamacare? I think that it's very beneficial. I benefited from it, so I was able to stay on my parents' plan until I was 26, and if I wasn't able to do that, I actually would have had a very different outcome in some scenarios, so... I can also say that you know, I lived through the era where pre-existing conditions, like such as bipolar, you would be denied healthcare, and it was all out of pocket. So, I am one person. So speaking anecdotally for myself and my family, it helped. So, and I also think that, yeah, that's not what's making you feel the little tax, you know, the whole thing every time you pay your taxes. That's not what's doing it. Honestly, you know what's doing that to people? People not having education. Like, literally. People not knowing that they could just go to, you know, their .gov websites and see exactly where their taxes are going. Is healthcare in USA so expensive as many people say? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can tell you right now, like, so an uninsured, even an insured. So like, when I went and got an x-ray, they determined that the x-ray was unnecessary because it turned out that I did not have any bone injuries. It turned out to be a, like an actual like sickness that I had going on that was attacking my nervous system. So they just arbitrarily decided like, nah, we're not covering that anymore. That was a $700 bill out of nowhere. And it was, you know, maybe a 10-minute x-ray. And that's just like from me personally. I can talk about a friend of mine who had a broken leg, did not have insurance. That one cost over, it was like almost 20, like it was about $23,000 all said and done, but that was including a oh my god, an ambulance ride. They also had to, you know, include all the post care, all that crap. Again, no insurance, so. But yeah, he is he keeps toying about it. He's just like, yeah, until they say that I can't not claim bankruptcy on this stuff, you know, I think I'm going to. I was like, okay. Don't take that advice. I think that's a bad, even if you are getting screwed by the system, I don't think that's a very good way of handling it, but whatever. He's an adult. But yeah, Orson, our healthcare system sucks. Like, it really does. this whole myth that like our healthcare is also that much better than yours, I can say is exactly a myth. Like I've gotten healthcare in France and I've gotten healthcare in Toronto, and I can tell you right now, man, it was. I'll say it was better in Toronto just because I didn't walk out of there with like a pit in my stomach thinking like, oh, how am I going to afford this? Like that was kind of nice. Which the first time, oh, okay, I've had 2 incidences there. But the first time that I walked out of there, I did have that pit in my stomach. And I kept walking around the lobby just like, hey, where do I go pay? Where do I go pay? Hey, where do I go pay? And they were just like, what are you talking about? They're just like, oh, you're American. I'm like, no, you don't do that here. I'm like, just don't pay. Again, it's if he makes it to where they can link your medical debt to your credit, then I don't want to give him that advice, man. And he's already got such a bad outlook on this. I hate to say it, man. As much as I'm all for, F the system, I just hope it doesn't like screw up his future. My wife and I are having a baby next. Oh, congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna see less of you because that's usually what happens with the new babies. With insurance, we'll still have to pay about 3,000 to 4,000 USD out of pocket at least. Yeah. Yeah, and that's with insurance. Yeah, you're right. You dined and dashed the hospital, Pep? LOL. No, I was in Canada. I wouldn't leave. I was like, I thought, because like the way that we have it here, I'm not sure if you guys, well, I mean, if you're from America, you understand this. A lot of times they'll have a checkout counter like at the hospital, and you have to go sign a bunch of paperwork. And then also, they usually have an insurance person you have to go talk to. And this is if you're admitted like in an emergency. If you're admitted like in a non-emergency, they usually have you do the paperwork beforehand. Which I still always think is wild. I had one time where I had a crushing migraine, and I was just like, there was nothing I could do, and I thought that legit, like I was, dying of something. Like I thought I had like a brain hemorrhage or something. They were just like, no, you have a severe migraine. That sucked. That was, God, I was like 12 when that happened. Canadian medicine is better than USA. Listen, it's this whole thing where everybody, like, you play this grass is greener game, then you're both gonna lose, because you can make cases that, okay, so you have to wait for certain elective surgeries in Canada, and sometimes, like, say, plastic surgery doctors, sometimes, like, some of the best doctors in that field, yes, will be in America. Or they'll actually, a lot of times, this is something they don't want you to know, are in India, or, I found out Turkey actually has like some pretty good thing. No Canadian healthcare is bad. Bad outcomes. That's not true though. They actually have a higher quality of life, and they also have a higher what was the thing? Like they're just they're generally more healthy. They use less pharmaceuticals. Dude, it's better. It's better because you know what? No, I'm gonna call you on this one, Tubby, because you're too young to honestly know this. You really are, because you don't have to go to the doctor regularly, and like unless you actually have like an autoimmune disease or something like that. Like, no, I'm sorry, bro. Like I get really mad when people, bro, I was a doctor. Oh, my bad. Then maybe I will shut the fuck up. Was a doctor. Why'd you quit? No, the only reason it's better is because their population is healthier. Their population is healthier because of the fact that they have easy healthcare to go access. You understand how this works. It's like the Ouroboros. Yeah, I get it. But it doesn't even matter to argue like, is he technically eating his tail? The first heart transplant was in Cuba. I didn't know that. Their population is healthier because they are less fat. They are less fat because they literally have nutritionists. They have doctors that they go see. You would, like, dude, I'm not trying to be a dick, but as a doctor, you would think that you'd understand just the basic, like, oh my God, you understand that. You lived in Canada? No, I played a lot of hockey, so I would go to tournaments, and there were 2 tournaments specifically that I had injuries at. One of them was a head injury, one of them was an arm ligament injury. That one sucked. That one sucked specifically just because it was like a lot of time, because that one I did wait for. I'll admit that one, because they're like, well, okay, you gotta wait here, you gotta get an x-ray. That x-ray did take a while to get, but I'll be honest with you, I wait in America too. You know, I waited probably about the same amount of time for the x-ray that I just recently had. I had an x-ray back in last July, and it was the same thing. So waiting it seems to just be something you do in medicine. And this whole arguing for not commodifying, like, Americans as, like, literally having a number on them, I think that's evil. I think that it's absolutely evil. We're the only country in the frickin' world that thinks like this, man. Like, this is late-stage capitalism at its finest, where we've convinced the doctors that it's somehow a good idea to not have socialized medicine. Because at that point, it is just like, oh, well, I'm not going to make enough off this. Why do you think we have such a nurse shortage? Obesity is something that is decided at a fairly young age. Access to nutritionists doesn't move the needle. It's secondary to poverty and early food habits. If you were fat as a kid, you will be fat as an adult. Stay fat as an adult. That's so reductive. Honestly, if you were my doctor, I would fucking be, like, terrified. I'm glad that you said was. Because honestly, I don't think it was the profession for you if this was your bedside manner. Yo, what up, Warpig? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while, dude. How you been? I have still not gotten anything painted. You would be very, very disappointed in me. People wait forever in America and much longer wait time. It depends on where you're at, dude. It really depends on where you're at. Like, if you're, like, for instance, if you go down, oh my God, DePaul. Right, DePaul. It's DeVry or DePaul? Hold on. It's not called Chicago General anymore. What the hell is it called now? Is it still Chicago General? Oh shit, it is. Okay, my bad. I thought they changed the name. That's why I was like... But yeah. Like, yeah, if you go there, then you're going to be waiting for a while. Wow, it's... The pep, the styling, profiling, limo riding, jet flying, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, son of a gun. Woo! You got it. All right, you got your woo. Anyone tried to get a dermatologist appointment in the U.S. lately? Good luck. Yeah, I'm. Yeah. You know, had me a little scare. I can say that I've had, what is it? Malignant melanoma. Is that, yeah, malignant's the one where it's just like, it's not gonna get you. But yeah, they removed 2 problematic things like this one. Actually, I had this one removed. Yeah. Cheers. Oh yes, here I will cheers with you guys. Anyone try and get a American healthcare, and the government doesn't not prioritize preventative healthcare, just treats symptoms or tells women they have anxiety or whatever. Companies, lobbies give them the most money to say. Yeah, it's the same way that, like, these doctors They tried to get you on these prescriptions before they even know what the hell you have. That happened to me a few times. Like, I'm glad that I have the GP that I do now, but before I had him, like, I dealt with that a lot, where they were just like, I was such a, like, it was just all commodification. So, did I strike a nerve? Fuck yeah, you struck a nerve, dude. This is something that I've had to deal with the majority of my life. Like, constantly wonder, like, even with insurance, dude, I have to, like, plan going to the doctor. Like, dude, for instance, I had a panic attack about 2 months ago. I knew how much it would cost me if I decided to go to the ER. I didn't go. You know, the fact that I even have to, like, I have to sit there and go, all right, like, you can talk, and like, sitting there, is it a heart attack or is it a panic attack? Well, we'll find out. That kind of shit, too. My sister sent me a video clip of Elon in an interview with Jordan Peterson, and Elon said he built his supercomputer in Memphis because it's the ancient capital of Egypt. Then said he's building an AI god. I told her he is a snake. What the fuck? Yet somehow Democrats are still the globalists, and they're what? Like, dude, you have like this blatantly demonic bullshit happening with somebody like him, and then they're just like, yeah, based. Like, what the fuck, man? We live in a profoundly unserious time. We don't even know how good medicine can be because we focus on profits over health and research. That's why we don't focus on Chinese medicines and so much potential. Well, yeah. I can tell you that. I mean, just based on my dog's Cushing's outcomes, you know? But I don't know, man. I've experienced, as I said, I experienced healthcare in Toronto, in another country, and it was like, oh, I didn't pay anything. Like, as I said, I paid $18 for a medication. I'm pretty sure that that's because I was American, too. I kind of remember them saying something about that. Yeah, and in France, like, that was the craziest one. Like, I didn't pay shit. Like, I walked out of there just like, all right. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, that was alcohol poisoning. That was my fault. I know exactly what happened there. I drank a wee bit too much. Went to the bars with my mom, and yeah. Fun part is we both ended up there, so hey, that was a family affair. We're just sitting there with IVs in our arm like, well, this was a good trip. The healthcare and the food difference in Europe is why I want to live there. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many different places. Like, God. The nice part about where I live is that I have, like, the ability to eat that type of food regardless. Like, same calories, all of it. It's just, I mean, portions is a big thing. We do need to go down to European portions. Everybody was talking about shrinkflation, and I'm just like, this is the one thing where I'm like, okay, charging more, not cool. But shrinking portions, not exactly against that. Obesity is a large issue, is not a large issue in Europe. Bullshit. Well, okay, it's not a large issue in Europe. It's a huge issue in the UK. If you don't know about that, man, then yeah, you might want to do yourself a little research, because that and I know that they did. I know they did their Brexit thing, but I'm back. I heard about our healthcare system. Yeah, we're talking about the merits of Obamacare versus Canadian healthcare, and I do feel like an ass because I was just like, "What do you know about this?" And he's just like, I used to be a doctor." It's like, touche. Touche. Comedy go. Comedian go. Ah. I'm sorry for that. I do apologize for condescending to you. But at the same time, I think I did make my point that, you know, making humans a commodity is kind of part of the problem. So all of Western medicine is based on treatment, not healing. If we could take all of the hidden and locked away patents, we could have cures for everything. Yeah, that'd be nice. They like their fish and chips. UK isn't real. Oh my god. UK isn't real. It doesn't exist. Oh man. American healthcare and the government does not prioritize preventative healthcare, just treats symptoms. Wait, I read that. Why is this stuck? Oh, there it goes. Sorry, my chat got stuck. IP and antitrust law are holding back medicine decades. Yeah, they don't understand that, though. Like, again, the average American does not hear IP and antitrust and equate it to, you know, medicines. You know, trust me, if the average American actually had shit broken down for them like a toddler, where the news just go, hey, so IP and antitrust law is making it so you can't get better medicine. You want better medicine, right? Like, dude, do you know how many people would freak out if they even knew about the lung cancer vaccine from Cuba? And like, there's a reason that they're not just going out there and going, hey, which, I mean, Cuba, if they were smart, they would just be like, you guys here. Doctors and scientists get their... Yeah, dude. I mean, join the plumbers union. I just don't know anymore. Actually, is now the time to join unions? I'm actually dead serious about that. Like, is now the time to join a union? Or is now the time to like try and get into a trade even and like try and join a union? God, you'd think that unions would fight back by like trying to make membership so much easier to get. I heard also that like they really are going to start pushing the draft. So if you're under the age of 29, or is it 26? I think it's 26. More Pig Gaming. You can't tell me that Magic Johnson is the only AIDS patient that is plump and healthy after 30 years. He has been receiving the cure to be a spokesperson of AIDS and the meds. Just saying. Pretty sure Cuba offers shares of their offers to share their vaccines. They've offered, like, so I don't know, man. Is it something that we can actually go get, or is that something that like because I know that you can't go to Cuba unless you actually have no, you can't, Matesh. I do know that we cannot get a flight to Cuba unless we have like official business there, and it has to be like approved by both governments. It's always the right time for workers to organize. Oh, okay, smart. 41 UK's yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Yeah, UK's even with their nationalized healthcare system, their obesity levels are off the charts, and they're straining the healthcare system with that. Which yeah, I hate to say is part of the problem that like a lot of right-wingers have brought up, where they're just like, yeah, we would have that same strain on our healthcare system because we are so fat and because we are so unhealthy. I'm like, yeah, especially right off the get-go, it actually would be. Sad stuff, but funky music. Let's stay tuned. Where are we at? 229. Yeah, it was very funky. Fly from the U.S. You can fly somewhere else first, then to Cuba. Sigh. No, I know that if you hold a American passport on Cuba's side, they actually will deny you entry. I did look into that. because I was just like, is it legal to, or like, is there a way to vacation in Cuba? And they said that the it's not just the U.S. that makes it difficult. So, however, if you're Canadian, have fun. That's my favorite track. Nice. I'm glad that you like my little curated lo-fi. That's funny. I think it was you that was asking about that. You were looking for a playlist. So I'm just like, yeah, have fun, man. Yeah. All right. So sorry, I got really out. Just completely off topic here. All right. So we're gonna go into the debate here in a minute. I've already done the ground news segment. There was specifically one thing I wanted to show you guys. Oh gosh. So here's a fun little piece about the Canadian boycotts that I wanted to show you guys.
The U.S. hospitality industry is bracing for huge losses as Canadians are urged to cancel trips to the U.S. in response to President Donald Trump's tariffs on most of Canada's goods.
Really, Forbes? Oh, fuck you. All right, hold on. Fine. I know you'll be
concerned
fine.
Tonight over U.S. tourism as the thought of Canada becoming the 51st state and those potential tariffs have caused some Canadians to cancel their trip to the U.S. As News 2's Kenley Hargett reports, this is a situation that could affect Tennessee tourism.
Just don't like politically what's going on. They're attacking my country.
Neil Anderson is one of several Canadians canceling their trips to the United States. He and his family were planning to visit Nashville and Memphis this weekend, but after continued threats of tariffs and talk of Canadian statehood, he says he's had enough.
So it's a rather a big deal, a lot of money.
That's a little background.
But I just couldn't stomach it, so we booked a trip to Mexico.
Tennessee has a very strong tourism industry with Lower Broadway, Dollywood, and whiskey industries, spurring a continued interest among international travel.
We actually saw that have an immediate impact on travel to the United States. Through our organization, we have members who are tour operators and travel providers who sell trips to Canadians into the U.S. And one of our tour operators told us immediately she lost about 30% of her business trips that she had already booked to the U.S.
The airline industry could also feel the effect as Mahoney believes fewer Canadians will book flights.
Nashville Canadians are very important. They're the #1 international market that travels here to the U.S., and they're worth a lot of money to all of our tourism economies across the country.
According to the U.S. Travel Association, Canadians spend more than $20 billion a year in the United States, and 140,000 American jobs depend on those travelers.
Thinking
How
about
wild would that be if that just happened to be the plane that crashed?
Where to spend their money, the decision becomes a little bit easier when, depending on how they're.
This will affect Florida the most. Canadians love them some Mickey Mouse. The thing is, Disney is also pricing themselves out of like the vacation market because of the fact that like they've taken advantage of everybody so much that what was it, last year they came out and just did it where they were like, oh no, this should be for the upper class.
They're viewing the U.S.
We're not traveling to your place,
how
but
friendly we are to them.
ABC News reported President Trump pausing the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and is quoted that Americans should expect job numbers to go up. Reporting in Nashville, Kenley Hargett, News 2.
Yeah, except federal unemployment just skyrocketed in freaking Kentucky and in Alabama. That's fun. It's too damn expensive to go to Disney. The Moose Man, what up? How you doing? You are definitely new to the stream, so welcome. Let me know. Let me know more about that, because, dude, I kind of follow like those theme park videos just for fun, like just seeing like the new rides, all that kind of shit. Defunct Land is one of my favorite like YouTube channels. Shout out Defunct Land. Don't even care. I will give that one for free. If you guys don't know, he does long form like investigations into roller coasters and theme parks and just all that kind of stuff. It's really cool. I'd rather go to Six Flags. Yeah, we got Six Flags by us. It's not that far. It's maybe like an hour and a half. Six Flags. Great America. But yeah, no, I don't know. Well, see, you would rather do that just because it's easier for adults. I think that like the whole magic of Disney is cool. Like it's just $120 for the day. Family of $400, $500 jump. Just give me a stroke. What? And that's wait. That's just the tickets? That's not including anything. That's not like hotel room, nothing. Like that's just the tickets. I mean, I know that you. Oh my god. No way. What? Oh. Dude, the last time I went, they were like 60. Food is about 100. I've been in the Six Flags by you. I love it. Nice. Yeah, Six Flags is great. I haven't been there since my concussion. Yeah, it's the one thing. Ever since my concussion issues, I can't really do things that slam you. I have to be very careful with that stuff. Yes, we have many groups on Facebook on buying Canadian. People are upset here, and we are doing a boycott. We also canceled Elon's contracts for Starlink. I saw that he's... you have a lot of Teslas coming back from Canada. A lot of... Dude, did you see, like, not just the sales dip, but, like, how many people dipped out of their long-term contracts with Tesla? And, like, they just got different cars? Like, dude, I'm telling you right now, Tesla's not going to do... Like, Tesla's going to be the first one to, like, probably go down unless they, like, get a federal buyout of some kind, which you know he's going for it. God. How are we not... how am I not freaking out right now about the fact that the motherfucker's trying to go for the IRS? Like, right now, as I'm saying these words right this instant... Like, big balls. Did you hear about this shit? That motherfucker is, like, he made one of the offices a bedroom, like, and he's just partying, like, firing people, like, literally Wolf of Wall Street style. Like, dude, this is insane. This shit's insane. And, like, I know this is what they want. They want online leftists especially to just go, like, whoa, what's going on, guys? But nah, man, for real. Like, if you're right wing, this is the shit that, like, I hope one day, once you're past, like, the whole, oh, we did the troll, we trolled them so good, guys, we did the trolls, we did it so well, and then, like, you get your girlfriend pregnant or whatever, and you realize you're having a kid, and you're just like, oh, what'd I do? What do you mean that I voted, like, that I actively participated in getting rid of the child tax credit? What do you mean? What's your take on the IRS database that he posted today? It's insane. It's insane, dude. During tax season? You fucking kidding? Like, what? Listen, bro. I don't care how much of a libertarian or, like, we need to upend the system. Like, even your staunchest anarchists right now are going, hey, can you not do that during tax season? I'd really prefer that you don't do that. Because we all know that that's going to come back and bite everybody in the ass. The right will never take accountability. Look at how they treat the Civil War. Exactly. No kidding. That's also why I'm kind of like, nah, I'm done. No, about records marked alive. What do you mean? Over people 200 years old marked alive. Again, dude, I'm not going to buy into anything that they're saying right now because dude, if you want to talk about fake news, start questioning why. Why do you care about stuff like that? Like, what does that do? Because I can tell you right now, what's that do for me? Because they're liars. Oh. Elon's not, right? Trump and Elon aren't liars, right? You can talk. Yeah. The saddest part is, dude, they couldn't even get somebody that's good at it. Like, they couldn't get somebody that is, like, a good salesman. Like, Trump isn't the salesman you think he is. If that was the case, then he would have most of America behind him on this shit. He doesn't. Like, you do realize that the majority of Americans do not support him. And they didn't support him. Like, you can say that he won the election, that's fine. But the actual majority of people who live in America, by the numbers, nah. That's not how it worked. I've worked in the government before, I'm not surprised. The accounts are all panicking. Oh, whatever. The thing is, dude, at this point, I don't care. Let it burn. Let it burn. I hope that at the end of the day, that it does affect the people that it needs to affect. That's my only, like, I know that there isn't karma, so that's why I'm not exactly, like, gung-ho about this idea like some people, but for real, at this point, fuck it. Fuck it. If this is what it takes for people to finally wake up, you know, is losing something that they care about, then fine. Just wait. Just wait until the Republicans start losing shit that they care about. Like, look at what's happening in Alabama. Look at the fact that Katie Britt had to go to Donald Trump, like, you know, hat in hand going, Mr. Trump, well, here's the problem with getting rid of everybody in the federal government in Alabama is the fact that that's like 70% of our workforce. I don't care. I don't care. Bunch of hicks anyway. Excuse me? What'd you call me? Bunch of hicks anyway. Didn't you see it? I'm a New York elite. You guys bought into it. I don't have to run again. I'm already here. You do know he's gonna eventually do, like, that's the funniest part that I can't wait is when he actually just does it, where he's just like, once he just says it, he's just like, I actually don't give a fuck about what they think. I ain't paying until they tell us where our money is going if the federal government has been gutted. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, if you owe money to the government, yeah. But that's what I'm worried about is the way that we file, we get money back, and I can tell you right now, if I don't get that money back, okay, let's play some games. Keep playing with the American people, dude. Trump and Musk and others are acting this way because they have no intentions of leaving office at all. Exactly. The fact that, dude, again, the fact that they're even trying to, like, pretend that there's this, like, air of decorum, that they're still gonna, you guys just have to deal with this for another two years, another 4 years. My medicine costs money now. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what happens. Like, if you got diabetes, you're fucked. That away. But that's exactly what I was worried about, was that we were going to have skyrocketing medicine costs, just everything is costing more money. I was just literally at the grocery store. Everything is starting to cost more money unless you buy it on super sale. Like, you know, it's the day of expiration. So it's, dude. Saw a funny meme, accountant, you owe XXX in taxes. Me, yeah, let's file an extension instead and see if the IRS sticks around. You know what? Funny meme? Is it a funny fucking meme? Dude, we live in the fucking age where Doge is a department in our government. I don't want to fucking hear the word meme anymore. I'm not laughing anymore. Somehow, the comedian here is the one not wanting to do the fucking ha-has anymore because you know what? It's bad jokes too. It's hack bullshit. The fact that he thought, this is such a troll. I'm trolling the libs. We're gonna call it Doge. You know, with the funny doggy. Fuck everything about this timeline. Fuck everybody that loves this shit or any meme lord that like, seriously, all I'm gonna say is I hope you get yours. I do. I hope you get yours. I hope that all your meme coins crash. I hope that the rug pull is swift. I hope that it all goes to the billionaires. I hope that it really affects every single one of you that believes in this bullshit. Sorry, I just watched somebody literally just be like, whoa, he's in a mood. It's like, I'm getting out of here. Like, yeah. It's like I'm not here for the memes anymore. This isn't the funny ha-has. This is literally this is like boo comedy, fucking crickets. You know, these people need to be bullied. Like they are the worst types of people. And the only way to do it is by making fun of them. So what's your point? If there are no more memes, I'm not saying to not meme, dude. What I'm saying is notice how I'm not laughing about it, man. Notice how that one was almost just like, oh, yeah, that's almost what we should do. Weird. Weird. Whatever. Whatever. Honestly, let it fucking burn, dude. Let it burn. This started in November of 1980 when the Heritage Foundation picked Ronald Reagan to be elected. Even Ronald Reagan didn't want this. Even Ronald Reagan saw the writing on the wall. I think if Ronald Reagan saw what Elon Musk is doing, he'd be happy. Get out of here. Slow burn meme goes hand in hand with the revolution for sure. It does. I'm just saying, like, I'm just personally, like, when the meme is literally saying something that is actually practical to our situation, because we don't actually know if the IRS will be around. We don't know what the fuck is going on. We don't know if it's, like, we don't know if these 20-something-year-old meme douchebags. Like, that's the thing. Every time I think of memes now, they've ruined memes. They've literally ruined memes. Because I think of these carrot-headed idiots who look like, dude, seriously? You want to talk some of the most punchable faces on the fucking planet? And honestly, the people that need to be hit the most? Those guys. Those guys. My good friend is a comedian from Watch. Once you realize what a joke everything is, being the comedian is the only thing. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Good line. Good pull. Actually, yeah. I love Watchmen. Even though Alan Moore kind of went off his rocker. I do like me some Watchmen, but you're not wrong, man. Like, that is actually poignant. And I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that, like, my energy is not, like, here with the, you know, bringing the joy and all that right now, because honestly, after such a fun stream on Saturday, my Sunday legit was just like, oh, like, really just realizing how bad all of this is getting, and then waking up this morning to another plane crash, to him literally after the plane crash news going, oh, you know what, we're getting rid of the air traffic controllers. I ain't effing laughing. It's just, no, I'm not. Ugh. Anyway, my favorite, this is a joke, this is all a joke. It is, though. Like, but even Joker would look at this shit and just be like, oh, this is a bad joke, though. Like, there's nothing funny about this. Like, again, the fact that the people who are laughing are the people who are the worst. Like, you know, the worst of the worst. The ones who don't understand comedy. The ones that legit think that, Dane Cook is like peak comedy. I want to have sex with Destiny. If you met him, you probably could. You'd probably be very into the stuff you are. Wait, aren't you from Florida? There you go. I think he's in Miami. There you go. Just, yeah. drop in his DMs. I'm sure that, I mean, just make sure that you don't send him anything compromising, because you'll probably send him to a 19-year-old on Discord, allegedly. I just dropped another $400 on a can of Freedom Seeds. Wees. Speaking of Freedom Seeds, I need to... Virginia. Oh, that's fine. Okay. The Joker would be fearful of the IR. He is, though. He actually said that. That was a real thing. I'm not sure if you remember that, but it was in Batman the Animated Series, where the Joker, he actually, like, he gets a bunch of money, like, legally, and he, like, incorporates, and, like, that, it pisses Batman off because there's nothing he can do. And at one point, they're, like, he's just like, Mr. J, the accountant is, he's like, the accountant's here. He's just like, what? He's like, what, do you want me to take care of him? He's like, no. He's like, I'm crazy enough to deal with the Batman, but the IRS? No, thank you. I always appreciated that. All right, guys. You ready? You ready for this segment that I have been putting off because... oh boy, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt some brains. Like, the brain cells are going to definitely take a hit from this. Kind of wondering if I want to go file my taxes this year. I don't know. Or I know I owe. Yeah, listen. Right now, my Destiny segment. We're actually doing a Destiny segment. Yes, I am covering the Destiny debate with Queen Andrew. If you don't know who Queen Andrew is, that is Andrew Wilson of the Crucible. He's the right-wing debate lord that you see all over, like, Tim Pool and Modern Day Debate, and you have also seen on this channel debating myself. I had a 2-on-2 debate in my very first debate with him, and yeah, that was... number one, completely unexpected. It was something that I did not know. I knew about Speakeasy, but I did not know about Andrew that day, which I don't think it was the moderator's fault. I just think that I was like, I didn't piece together who he was. And yeah, we ended up having a little bit of lore there. So they went and debated on Piers Morgan. So it's going to be literally a one-on-one. Oh, nice. You could debate Rob Moore right now. Rob Noor? Who? Oh, is he looking for people to debate? I'm not a debate lord, by the way. Like, that's not my thing. I actually think, I think online debate is stupid. Like, I really do. I think that online debate is, kind of pointless to a certain degree, unless you're, like, coming at it from a completely good faith angle, and that's where I call it classic debate, where it's to change the minds of the person you're having a debate with. Like, I actually want to, like, have a conversation on top of having, like, a debate, and, you know, not just win some frickin' verbal sparring match where it's just, I don't understand that shit. I took debate in high school. Online debate is not the same. It's not at all. It was the same with me. Like, our debate and constitution classes, so, like, the way they broke it down in my school was you had one semester of constitution and you had one semester of debate. And I was just like, okay. And I remember, like, halfway through my debate class, I was like, I want this again. Like, I wanted to sign up again. They wouldn't let me. I was like, bleh. I hated that shit. Hey, Alva, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope your Valentine's Day was very nice with your partner. I know that I had a very chill night. Me and the wife, we oh, so like the Electoral College? I mean, wait, what? What do you mean the Electoral College? I loved doing debate in high school. Yeah, because it like at that time it like I kind of think back to it too. We didn't really hold like hard politics at that point. So it was one of those things where you were probably legitimately kind of curious, where you're like, oh, like, what is your position? How did you come to it? It was a lot easier because like we were just coming into politics. I could see somebody like Destiny being insufferable in high school because it was all about winning. So like he would do the same, like, that's why I can't wait to watch this debate, is because they do the same thing where it's, what about this? What about this? What about this? And it goes off the rails, and I'd be shit shocked to like see peers start with a subject and then bring them back to it. That will be that'd be a task. Hey, Moose Man, you're back. Good to see you. Doing great. 'Twas awesome. We spent some time together and just chilled. Awesome. Well, I'm very happy for you. Anytime that you guys get some chill time, partner or not, guys, chill time is important. I'm just starting to get into the verbal debate, and I am practicing, and I try to talk to people like a normal human. That's kind of my thing. Like, I don't know, dude. What did you think? Because I know that, like, despite my COVID, there were a few times, like, I'll say this, me interrupting was a thing where I needed to be a little bit careful with that, because I was trying to get the jokes out too, and there was also a small delay on Zoom, so I think that I need to chill with that a little bit. But outside of that, I think that I don't know, there were a few times there where I was just genuinely curious about the position, and he tried to kind of be a dick, and that's when I pulled that whole like, dude, I am matching your energy because you're being a dick. I was like being curious, and I was being good faith, but then you just started shitting on me. He did the thing where he's like, well, what are you even doing here, kind of thing. It's just like, well, I was invited on this show, to attend this as my first debate ever, so it's like, way to beat up on, on the kid that just signed up for class. Like, literally, I hadn't even had a sparring match yet. God. All right. I think that I've been putting this off long enough. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Ooh, he's got a cigarette in mouth already. Look at that. No way. Oh, shit. You know what? I actually want to segment this one. Yeah, I'll let chat chill. Got the pup here. Pup back. Push this down. There we go. Oh, damn. Hold on. So we're at 403. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta change the tip goal. Whatever. Sorry, it wouldn't let me reset it. That was weird. Cigarettes and beer is like the his Thor hammer and Captain America shield. Yeah. Well, dude, I mean, okay, so as somebody who like I do kind of have that. Like, so in real life, I do this thing where if I'm having like an intense discussion with you, I definitely have a thing where I can crack a few beers in a heated discussions. So I understand what it's like to have that, where you kind of like use it as a little bit of a crutch. But like the cigarette thing, oh my God, I couldn't imagine. Like he must power through those. Yeah, you support the Electoral College after a instruction class? It was a Constitution class. No, you don't. What are you talking about? Even in my school, like my school thought that the Electoral College was outdated, and they were as conservative as you get. That's something that has, again, been bastardized, where it's the party who benefits from the Electoral College that tends to talk about it a little bit less. So I'll just say that, yeah, no, that's not entirely true. Right. Oh, we just hit the 3-hour mark. Hold on. I gotta do something here. Turn on monetization. Sorry, guys. Ads are going to start on that one. So. Why was that off? That should not have been like that. My bad. Okay. So let's smoke, and then let's do this. Let's, oh, you know what? Before I smoke, I'm gonna take a piss, smoke with you guys, then we're starting the debate. I know. I put it off anymore. I know. I can't. Ugh. Much better. Oh, thank you for bearing with me. Okay, my head really hurts. This is why you do your stretches, guys. Never too early for girly pop. Wait, what are you? Wait, what? Popper. Is yeah. Wait, can you guys see him? There you go. Yeah, he's almost out cold. Aww. Laying in the destruction, the stuffing. All right, load up, guys. This isn't for 420. This is literally just because I'm about to watch a debate with freaking Andrew and Destiny. Like, trust me, I want to crack a beer for this one. This is going to be a rough one. I'm not going to, but y'all are welcome to. I almost recommend it. What do you mean it's outdated according to conservatives? Wait, what are you talking about? Funny how y'all... How many times... Wait. I actually just realized that the Moose Man reminds me of Akuma? Wait. Akuma. Fuck. The main oh my god. The main guy from Tekken. Hihachi. My bad. Hihachi. Electoral College. F. What do you mean it's... Oh. It's outdated according to the conservatives in my school. Specifically that, like, it's an outdated system. They don't need it anymore. Because it was developed when, you know... God, there's like... You had to send like telegrams and shit like that. Don't need it. No, it doesn't make any sense to continue it. It really doesn't. But it's not as easy to blame. Like, because again, the Hillary one, that was egregious. Like, that was the most egregious sense Gore. Like, Gore v. Bush. But, yeah. Oh, shit. Camera? My bad. My Yorkies has a lot of gas. Aw. Thank God he does not have gas right now. When he has gas, it is the worst. Especially because he's a bigger dog. Although, you know what? No. No. Some of the worst farts I've ever smelled came from a little Shia poo. How is it not needed? All right, now, I mean... Here, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to speak on this if I don't at least know what I'm talking about a little bit, so... Let's find out about the Electoral College real quick. Just why it's outdated. Pros and cons. It causes some votes to have greater weight than others. This action would allow the popular vote to win the White House, which would be nice. It would stop the requirement to redistribute the electoral votes, which would be nice. The reason for the Electoral College may not be relevant anymore. Here we go. When the Founding Fathers built the idea of the Electoral College into the structure of the American government, their idea of information management was very different than what we have today. It took time for people to learn what was happening in the nation's capital. Candidates had to go... Whoa. Excuse me. That one kind of caught me completely off guard. Their idea of information management was very different than what we have today. It took time for people to learn what was happening in the nation's capital. Candidates had to go to each state to talk about what they wanted to do for the country because there was no other way to let people know what was happening. Thanks to internet, telephones, emails, social media, and every other form of communication that we have today, people can choose for themselves whether a new story has an underlying sinister bias. We're already letting women, former slaves, and 18-year-olds vote, changing the structure of the election since the country's founding. Abolishing the Electoral College seems to be the next logical step in that process. It no longer serves as its intended. it doesn't serve its intended job. I'll just say that. Alexander Hamilton was a significant supporter of the Electoral College, although he said that the system was far from perfect, it was at least excellent. Hamilton believed that it would prevent the office of the president from falling into the lot of a person who was not endowed with the requisite qualifications to serve the American people. Sorry, that's laughable now. Critics of the system would argue that the elections of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump are evidence that this impact is no longer present in U.S. politics. Exactly. There will always be a concern about tyranny of the majority of the United States. This issue exists in the Electoral College when the rural states face off with the urban ones. The only difference is that in the unique structure, the voice of the minority can actually shut down the desires of the majority. Boom. That's long and short what the problem is. So. There we go. But they literally carved out the Connecticut, New Jersey, whatever, dude. I'm not arguing finer nuances of the point. I gave you my point and why I think it needs to. I mean, I agree with that. I agree that this is why it needs to be abolished. Sig time, heading outdoors. Oh, small dogs got toxic stuff. They should just get rid of the Electoral College. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But they literally carved, only a handful of states elect the president. Exactly. That's part of the problem. The fact that, like, Iowa, Iowa's a good example. I hate the fact that Iowa has more say. It makes no sense. All right. Here, let me set this up. So we got a little bit too much business on the screen for this one. I'll shrink down. It's okay. Let me split this. All right, guys.
I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's
no. Oh my God, he even used a Zippo? Okay, that's one thing I have to say. I'll go back to me missing cigarettes. That is one thing I do miss, is having the Zippo. I used to be able to do the tricks, just snap it, open, snap it, wick it shut. Ugh. Sorry, I didn't smoke. My bad. Okay. All good. Now I mean it. Now we can actually start this damn debate. All right. I am sorry, Stan. Hey, do live streams automatically post to your channel after you end them? Yeah. Yeah, why do you ask? Why do you ask, Duke? Don't scare me like that. What's going on? Do I have one on my channel that shouldn't be there? Well, that's weird. For Gondor. Yes, for Gondor. All right. We're starting it. Here we go. I just gotta get the dog off the screen because unfortunately... Probably also hide chat. No. Because I was looking for the live stream I was talking to those guys in yesterday and it's not there. Hold on. That got me curious. What the hell's going on my channel? Wait. Does this... Wait. Oh, hold on. That's why I'm having a problem with this. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. I just realized that I accidentally scheduled a stream that should just not be there. MAGA Conspiracy Live. What the fuck? You're right. You're right. It's not there. Why is... That's crazy. That should not be happening. And give me 1 second. It says it's still there. It's the one from February 15th, dude. There it is. Wait. The one you were talking to that guy? That was Friday. Yeah, it should be the one marked the 14th. Live MAGA Media Conspiracy. Under my live, Anyway, guys. Damn it. Did it again. I don't think they should get rid of the Electoral College. Because, whatever. Duke of Bread live stream show up on... But the poster can either put it on... I didn't do that, though. I didn't set it up as a members only or anything like that. No, I think... Dude, no, I'm looking at this. It should be fine. The only thing that I have going on right now is that it says that I have an upcoming stream that should not be here. I don't understand. Why the fuck is it doing this? That's weird, yeah, because I thank you for actually bringing that to my attention, because I just noticed that that is something that's going on here. States get Congress. Okay, thanks, Blood. No, Mr. Pepper, I was talking about the Libertarians. That's what I... Yeah, the Libertarians. I'm pretty sure that we were talking to the Oh, wait. Wait, no, we were talking to the Libertarians during the debate. That was the one that I marked as, I think, MAGA Media Conspiracy. And that one, it's the one I watched the debate in. God damn it. You're going to make me figure this out, because honestly... This is why I need to go through my fucking videos and just edit them. I was gonna segment that, but I didn't know how. Oh shit, this actually might not have been it. I don't know, guys. I'm not going to stomach on this. Let's just... Is he talking about another channel's live stream? No, he's talking about mine. Oh, wait. Are you... Oh. No, hold on. Duke, you're talking about the stream that you were on my stream talking about the two, like talking to the two Libertarians, and you were debating them in chat, correct? And that's the one that you were trying to play back. Because, yeah, that should be up and there should be no problems. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't had anything. This is the longest segment foreplay ever. I know, dude. I literally. Okay, guys. Fucking just turn the music off. All right, for Gondor, we're going for it. We are going for it. I am sorry that this took so fucking long to get to. Here, you know what? Let me move these real quick just so we can get a better view of El Pupper. You guys still get the idea. Jesus Christ. Okay. He wanted to know how live streams are set up for the poster side of things because he could not find the debate he did on the other channel. No, I was talking about the stream I was on yesterday. Sorry, LOL. I mentioned at the beginning and you asked for a link. Couldn't find it. Oh my God. I just wasted an entire 5 minutes just trying to figure out something for somebody else. Wait, I need a smoke. God, yeah, no shit. Okay, guys. We're going for it. It's finally time for the Destiny Andrew debate. Oh my God. Now my body doesn't even want it. It's just like, no, don't do it. Don't you start this segment. We don't want to see it. Yeah, we do. You guys ready for some pain? Let's go. All right, guys. This is one of those things that I have literally been putting off for 2 whole days because I could not wait to watch it with you guys. We over here at Pep Talks really do appreciate Andrew Wilson. We actually call him Queen Andrew, and we call him Queen Andrew because he insisted that we do so. There's a little bit of a story there, so if you guys would like to get the full context to that lore, you guys can watch the debate that I was featured on with Mr. Wilson here on Modern Day Debate. You can just type in Modern Day Debate Pep Talks and it'll go right to it. So let's see how Destiny handled Andrew on Piers Morgan. This is going to definitely rile me up, and it's probably going to ruffle some feathers in chat too, so let's go.
I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's entirely down to you.
Leftists are just pissed for no good reason. Musk is collecting all these people's information. It's like unelected officials at the DMV are collecting my information.
Elon Musk is definitionally an unelected bureaucrat, cutting whatever he decides is necessary.
He hasn't cut anything. What have they cut?
I don't think that Doge even exists. I don't think they have the legal capacity to even do what Trump wants them to do. Trump was already found to have had people who were working with him collude with Russia. Roger Stone did it, but he was pardoned by Donald Trump, the same way Donald Trump pardoned all 1,600 J6 offenders.
Biden pardons the whole crime family, but that's fine.
You had 8 years to investigate it. They had nothing.
Here's Destiny logic for you. As long as bad things are done via the process of law, that's fine.
I don't want to leave us without getting to the really contentious story of the week.
Uh-oh.
It's been another whirlwind week in President Trump's USA, from outshining Taylor Swift
He's gonna bring it
to
up.
banning plastic straws and bringing Doge's Elon Musk to the Oval Office. Somewhat overlooked in the blizzard was Trump's order for a new task force on anti-Christian bias and the launch of a White House faith office led by televangelist Paula Michelle White-Cain.
The longer the dance, the more bees she gets aroused. So Queen Bee starts going into this frenzy, and she starts going around and around and around, and she goes into vibrations until all the bees get activated, and all the bees start going forth, and she leads the way by stirring something up. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now.
You can do with some of that energy. Well, Trump says that God saved him to save
Oh, that's cute.
America, and many supporters are fully on board with making
Bro, just go for it. Just go full Seventh-day Adventist then, by all
America
means.
holy again. But critics say it's a divisive move that could bulldoze the constitutional separation of church and state. Here to debate this and much more, 2 controversial commentators whose views of this world, and indeed the next, couldn't be more different. Destiny is an outspoken liberal and atheist who said that religion is trash and a substitute for human thought. Andrew Wilson is a fiercely committed conservative Christian and founder of the Crucible debate channel, who once said this about facing Destiny.
You and Destiny on whatever podcast together. Been watching some older debates with you and him. Love watching you wipe the floor with them. Keep up the amazing work you do. I doubt it. I doubt there'll ever be another debate between myself and Destiny, and here's why. 1, I'm blacklisted. He actually made a blacklist and put me on the blacklist. So even if he says, well, now you're off the blacklist, I see no reason why I should engage with him.
Well, here you are. You're both together again to debate. I'm personally thrilled
because it's a hell of a booking, I will say.
The reality has come
I'm not
to
sure
this
if I would
point.
take it, though.
So welcome to both of you. I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's entirely down to you. It's your
Not
debate.
now.
I'll be in the middle of it, and hopefully we'll try and get through some complex issues in a constructive and interesting way. So welcome, anyway, to both of you. Let me start, Destiny. I mean, this whole idea of Donald Trump, making America holy again. What is your response to that?
I feel like we have a lot of issues right now in this country. I don't know if our president being a spiritual leader is one of them. There have been things that I've said about religion, mainly in regards to philosophy and how you reconcile like religion with some philosophical positions. But I do think that right now there's kind of a crisis of meaning in the United States. I think for a lot of people, religion can serve as a good foundation of meaning. However, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to be the guy to, I guess, usher in that era of religiosity in the United States, at least not for any wholly religious person that I know that would, look at a person and think, oh, this is like a spiritual leader that I would want.
Andrew, I would have kind of agreed with that, having known Trump a long time and never seen him as a particularly religious guy. I got to say, since he got shot, he sounds a very different guy.
Oh, my God.
About God, about religion.
You know what? It was a very spiritual moment for me.
I've spoken to him myself several times. I mean, including once a week after he got shot, where he said, God must have had a plan for me. He must have saved me for a reason. He said, there can be no other explanation for why I came so close to
he
being
held his
killed,
tongue on a
but
joke.
miraculously escaped. I do think he feels that really quite deeply.
Yeah, there's no atheist in foxholes, as the saying goes, right? So a near-death experience often will bring people closer to the divine. This is a very common thing. Doesn't surprise me that Trump very narrowly, for a turn of his head, is still alive. I'm sure that he could definitely attribute that to divine intervention. And I'm sure even Destiny would understand why a person would do that. He's right about the fact that we do have a crisis of meaning. But he also is right, and I can concede on this point, that an office of faith with a chick speaking in tongues is cringe. And the most divisive thing on planet Earth is religion. It's the most divisive thing when it comes to, it's even more divisive than relationships.
Wasn't
it's more
expecting
divisive
that.
than sex.
I gotta
It's more
admit.
divisive than anything. Donald
Trump would have used a trip and fall as a reason to be closer to God. You got lucky with the pew-pew.
Top of religion itself. America is already very divided on religiosity, with a traditional camp and a non-traditional camp. I don't actually think that this was a great move for him to put in this office of faith. Not because I do like the fact that it does signal that it's perfectly acceptable to rule through faith. I think that that's perfectly acceptable.
Well, as long as you guys are ready to have a different faith starting to rule you.
However, I think strategically it wasn't particularly wise, as it opened up a dialogue now between the traditionalists, who were really Trump's kind of staunch supporters, saying, what the hell are you doing here? We don't want this woman, Paula, in any way or shape, form, or capacity representing Christianity on the national stage.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, some people see MAGA Christian nationalism as racist. Time magazine said the toxic blend of ethno-religious identity politics was reflected in the prayers and religious symbols participants carried at the U.S. Capitol insurrection on January the 6th.
This sucks that it's happening like after the Destiny downfall, though, because he's already like, God, he doesn't have any of the clout. He's just, it's almost embarrassing to watch.
21.
Like, I hate to say it.
Central
like,
to the trajectory of the
I caught that vibe right then.
MAGA
I was just
Republican
like,
Party. Would you agree with that? Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show.
That's why I can't tag him anymore. Oh, wait,
Prosperity.
Andrew was on with
US
Jank,
national
too?
Debt is at crisis levels. Inflation has made life
He really
more
is,
expensive for
he's
everybody.
blowing up, man.
And the stock market
gotta
is
give him that.
precarious. It's enough to make anyone's financial future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of the chaos and invest in something solid and reliable. Physical, gold.
Are you serious? He's selling gold? He's selling gold? No way. That's hilarious. Gotta buy gold bars. You know, soon it's gonna have Piers and Trump's face. We're gonna do a collaboration, a wonderful collaboration.
I think it's I don't.
Once I become the true king of the world, I'm gonna make Piers Morgan the king of. I'm actually gonna make him the king of the UK. We're gonna. You know what? It's time for a new.
I think anybody can disagree that there is like a section of MAGA or far right people that are racist in the United States, but I would say that this is a small section, and I don't think that it's worth focusing on. I think that progressives especially have this
Would be better with Jank instead of Destiny. Honestly, yeah. I mean,
tendency to over exaggerate.
Yeah, I got a few hours to kill.
I mean, we were all on the internet when people were hunting every single person who made the OK symbol and saying that they were like some kind of closet Nazi or whatever during the Rittenhouse era. So, I mean, there are going to be racist people everywhere. But if you want to attack MAGA and you want to do it through the lens of they're racist white supremacists or whatever, I mean, most people, I mean, obviously MAGA is not going to care for a variety of reasons, and they shouldn't. And even most people that are kind of like looking from the center or even from the center left are going to be like, well, I don't really know if I feel this way. Like MAGA kind of seems more colorful than they even have been in the past in terms of conservative movements. You could just look online and see that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of those types of attacks towards that, I guess, ideology, towards that camp.
You're sounding very reasonable today, Destiny. You're right.
I'm a very reasonable person, Piers. Okay.
Well, that is, I mean, he is right. There are better avenues for which to attack the MAGA movement that would actually be more effective for progressives. Them utilizing this type of attack actually didn't do them very much in the way of good in this last election cycle. And you saw this from
a way to still
large
bring it back to
progressive
his point, though.
commentators, and this is all they did. Hassan Piker, among many others in the political commentary world, Bosch, other guys like this, they hyper focus on the racial dynamic issues. And Destiny is right. MAGA doesn't care. And most of the supporters of Trump don't care. And most Republicans at this point don't care because it's so overused that essentially if you overuse a phrase like this or these kinds of talking points too much, their effectiveness just basically gets destroyed.
So let's move from making America holy again to making America healthy again. I mean, Destiny is a divisive character. I've got to say about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I'd heard all the stuff about him. So the first time I interviewed him, I was quite like combative with him. And I was pretty charmed by him and quite impressed by him, I've got to say. And I've interviewed him 4 or 5 times since. And I really don't think we've got the devil here at the head of the health service. I think we've got a guy who has a very curious mind, constantly asking questions, which probably need to be asked about the nation's health.
Yeah, right.
He's also a fine figure of a guy for 70 who seems to practice what he preaches. Are you in favor or against him?
Absolutely against him. I think that there's this talking strategy that people like RFK do that drives me insane, and apparently it works for people like you, where somebody will say something that sounds on its face reasonable, but if you think about it for like 2 seconds, it's the dumbest thing ever. Like the idea of like, well, we need to be examining the safety of these pharmaceuticals. Like we need to look at the data. And it's like, well, yeah, of course. How do you think these things get passed? Or what do you think all the research is for? Like people like RFK will just say these things that sound good. Like, shouldn't we be doing research on long-term outcomes of, XYZ drug? And it's like, yeah, we should be. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we do that. Of course we do. The FDA has a pretty good track record, all considered.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that Kennedy's as fine a choice as anybody. It's not like these positions have been filled by people in the past who are incredible at them. Not even on the progressive side, often moving into trans issues, trans healthcare, which was a big loser for progressives. I think ultimately, I don't see any problem with this guy getting in there. I don't think he's going to do anything harmful, and I don't really see any problem with them moving into these various agencies and trying to do various reforms. I don't even actually see why progressives would be upset by that. So Destiny might say, well, there's things that he says that are already being done. So he's going to go in and be somewhat redundant. But it's like, if you already like those systems and he's already going in to do the systems, I don't even see why that would be a problem.
Right. I mean, and Destiny, what I would say is that it always strikes me, if you ever see pictures from, say, Times Square or Trafalgar Square in London or Sydney or whatever it may be from the 20s, right? What's the one thing we all notice immediately?
I hate to do this, guys, but I feel like there's not a lot happening. Like this is,
if you think about it, there's no fat
They're all
people.
In black and white.
Well, there's no fat people.
Also,
right? They just didn't seem to
Destiny's
exist.
not talking
Literally,
like Destiny. It's kind of freaky
because people were far more mobile. They had far better diets to a large degree, and none of the processed crap had come into to ruin their lives. None of the sort of television, internet, and stuff which makes people sit around all day. So very different way of living. And it really strikes me, if you look at those pictures today to then, the world, particularly in the sort of developed world, like America, like large swathes of Europe, we've just got very fat and
They're being so polite. I was expecting a shouting match. Yeah, and I just kind of looked at the titles of everything. I hate to bury the lead here, but I don't think that Andrew's going to bring up the scandal. I think that he leaves him alone on that because I think that Piers is trying to win over Destiny and his fans because he sees that Destiny is like on the outs with like the leftist community, but Destiny is apparently still arguing for the left, which, hey, fine. But right now, like, don't expect us to argue for you.
And if all that he achieves in his term as health secretary,
talking like we're a mono, all right,
is getting Americans to really think about that more.
Sorry.
Wouldn't that be a good thing?
I mean, I feel like he can luck his way into a couple of okay positions, but the problem is going to be what the focus is. And the problem is that the focus in some ways, I think, is kind of contrary to whatever MAGA believes in, although it's hard to know at any point in time what MAGA believes in. But for instance, I think that probably the number one thing that you could do to increase the overall health of Americans would be to bring down our average weight. And the best way to do that probably would be to find ways to restrict the ultra-processed foods, the stuff that's like super high in sugar, whether that's through additional
I actually agree with them on that.
Through taxes on ultra-processed food or sugar. Either of those, I think, would be tremendously in a good direction. However, both of those things are, an increase in taxes and an increase in bureaucracy. I don't know if MAGA is in favor of either of those things. If that was the sole focus of RFK, I would be more okay with it. But it's like this obsession with like the fluoride in the water and red dye number 3 and the heavy metal microplastics in our ball sacks and everything else. And these things are very like, they're worth looking at, but they're on the peripheral, they're on the edge.
What if he's right? I mean, the reason I say what if he's right is I remember through COVID, for example, all sorts of definitive statements from doctors and scientists, which often turned out to be complete baloney. You know, what if he's actually right about this stuff?
He can be right. So first of all, most of the statements that were said by the people on the other side were completely and totally incorrect relating to COVID and vaccines. There were no mass deaths. There were no mass injuries, vaccine injuries. There were no microchips planted in us. There were no permanent vaccine passports. There still isn't any proof that it was created in a laboratory. Like all of those things that are not being correct. But insofar as him being right, I'm saying that like it might be the case that microplastics or red dye number whatever it could be bad for us or could even be carcinogenic maybe. But these are like 2%, 3% issues.
Does Andrew do personal attacks like that? Oh, absolutely. Especially like he matches energy. So like say for instance that Destiny does get to the point of attacking Andrew, then I have a feeling that it could go there, but this is medicated Destiny.
There's like 80% if you could bring people's weight down on average by coupling our diets, it would be so much more impactful. And I don't see how you do that without increasing the bureaucracy, because you have to be anti-capitalist a little bit. You're just taxing certain things. You've got to target certain types of foods in order to change people's food consumption habits.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it's a fine line, isn't it, between being relentlessly critical of health institutions and accepted norms and science and so on, and getting to a place where, if you're not careful, public confidence in all of those bodies collapses, and then you start to have serious health issues.
Yeah, that's true. And this is part of the polarization in the United States. Destiny brings up this point. He says, well, these are kind of tangential issues, microplastics, things like this. But the truth is, we have states that have done restrictions on things like this. They've restricted sugars. They've restricted some processed foods. It does very little to mitigate the problem. I'm reminded.
I was about to say, is he going to actually argue in favor of that, like with New York, or what's going on with that? Because again, those were Democratic run hellholes, according to him.
Of an article I read not too long ago about Japan, where the Japanese don't have the same epidemic when it comes to obesity that we have here. The gal who was there doing the article made a great point. She said she thought the kids there were trolling when they said their favorite food was broccoli, celery, things like this. But when it was investigated, it turns out they were taught that those are the good foods to eat and nothing else is the good food to eat. So in other words, there's national propaganda around the idea of health and things like this. Instead of moving towards restrictions like Destiny's proposing, I would move more towards national propaganda. But progressives are very wary about moving towards propaganda. I don't know why, even though now propaganda itself has a negative connotation. I'm just saying the word propaganda because people understand what it means, right? Like a national campaign.
I was kind of, you know what? I hate to say, I was on the opposite side of this when Hassan was doing his thing. I might have to take this one back.
For something like this could be very effective the same way they do it there. What's not effective, though, is restrictions. That doesn't seem to do very much. At least it has not so far.
I also think...
All right, so Hassan actually was making a pretty decent point where he was calling himself a propagandist then. If that's the logic that we're going with.
Parental responsibility has got to be massively reinforced, just generally, right? It's all very well blaming.
That would be part of a national campaign, though. In order to do that,
no, I agree. But you do actually, like when I see some of the food that parents give their kids, not just in America, but we have it in the UK as well. We've got a massive obesity problem there, and it's like, where's the parental responsibility to stop shoving horrible?
Yeah, but then we have to look at other things progressives don't want to look at, like alternative family units, single motherhood, the intact family, things like this, which all feed into the idea of how kids are even nourished at home. Like these are all interconnected things, and it's not so fun then if you're running a national campaign.
Is he really trying to do the like Yeah, the reason there's childhood obesity is because there's, a bunch of gays raising kids.
Pain to say, father should stay in the home. That's good for the family.
LOL,
That's good for the kids.
convinced by a reactionary grifter.
So
I literally said he had one good point.
That's why they try to.
It wasn't even that great of
from
one.
that
It was
type
kind of a basic
public
one.
discourse, at least at the governmental level, even though for the health of the nation, probably would be quite good.
So, Destiny, your sheer progressiveness is going to stop any solution being achieved.
I have.
Andrew's not a grifter. I'll actually say that. Well, I'm going to be fair here. I wouldn't call him one if because I don't know, the more and more that I see of his content, it does kind of seem like he does believe some of this shit.
Deeply unpopular person with a variety
But yeah,
of
clearly,
talking about,
I don't know, man.
attacking,
yeah, exactly. He's argued in bad faith enough, and I've seen him literally just do the thing where he'll just play devil's advocate for every single point. That's why we call him Queen Andrew.
Multitude of angles. I think that you can talk about what goes on in the household as well. However, I think that the culture, writ large and what's available is also a really challenging thing to deal with. If you've had a kid and that kid is going to school, the thing that makes that kid want something more than anything else isn't just something being available. It isn't just, someone on the internet offering it. It's when other classmates have that thing. As soon as you start hearing.
Just an aside, doesn't Destiny have a child? That's a lot of displayed weapons for having a kid.
Saying, hey, Bob or Jane, their parents let them do that, or they have this thing at school. Well, now all of a sudden you're competing against all of the other kids in class. And then these types of pressures when your kid is outside of your supervision are almost impossible to overcome. One thing that is kind of irritating, I guess, is I feel like there was a big push to have kids eating healthier in schools a while ago, but everybody made fun of her for it. It was led by Michelle Obama when it came to making healthier food.
That would be a good country to look at solutions to problems.
Yeah, she was right.
Which ones?
I agree.
Yeah, and it seems like Republicans lit her up like crazy for that. And I don't know. I think that, we can talk about healthier food in the household. We can talk about healthier food at schools. Like I think that everybody should be on board with it because things like obesity, being overweight is one of the worst things that you can do for your health.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was out in Saudi Arabia a couple of weeks ago, and they've got a national campaign to get people out doing exercise 3 times a week. And they've got a very young population, like 70% are under 35. And it's been very popular, and as a result, more and more young.
Well, it's almost like you need time off to do that, though. It's almost like you need to do this national push. They actually they give time off and they actually subsidize these things. It's almost like you need a functioning government to do these things.
Saudi are playing sport, for example, than ever playing before. And that is a natural.
I mean, that sounds like bullshit, honestly. That would get cut by Doge if it wasn't for Piers Morgan bringing this up.
Physical education standards here, Piers. We have physical education standards.
Right. Have they said ban corn syrup? Not yet.
Down by the government here for
Destiny, I think, got close to it though.
Years, and those were rolled back due to the idea of fat shaming, due to the idea of my kids can't do this,
which is all bullshit. I agree.
It's all bullshit. And the thing is like those. That's what I'm talking about when we're talking about national campaigns for this.
So we can fat shame again. So I can actually bring up those jowls underneath fucking Pierce's neck there. All right, fine. Let's play, dude.
We can bring in exercise standards. We can bring enforcement mechanisms for those standards, starting at a young age. Destiny,
you got all the money in the world, and you still can't be healthy, Piers.
Makes a good point. It is valid that if you're in school and you're a kid, and the other kids have donuts, you're probably going to want a donut. You don't want to eat your broccoli, right?
Told you.
But there's an
done
aspect of
nice.
social shame that happens.
The second that I hear that, oh, what about the tolerant left? It's like, this is what you guys created.
With patriotism and aspects of social
campaigns
and
monsters.
culture that can be actually done from the top down that we see in other nations, including what you're talking about right now. Just something as basic as, okay, physical education, now we're going to actually start taking it seriously. There's 2 hours of it a day instead of just the 30 or 40 minutes of you throw dodgeball at each other, right? I think that these are very valid things that we should look at.
Yeah, I agree. Let's turn to feminism. So Donald Trump has been lauded as the great new feminist of the United States. This comes from his executive order banning trans athletes in women's sport. Let's take a look at him, surrounded by grateful women and girls as he did this.
They did not.
If you'd like to gather around me, I think I'm going to be okay. Come on. Come on. Secret Service is worried about them. If we have to worry about them, we have big problems. Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen a finer feminist, Destiny.
I mean, this is like classic Republicans. Like Donald Trump tweets out at 4 a.m. that he's going to make the sun shine, and then at 6 a.m. the sun comes up and everybody worships him for it. I'm pretty sure, didn't the NCAA already roll back a lot of the trans participation in sports in the United States? And then I feel like we've already seen like the Olympic make moves against it. Like we've already seen like, I mean, in your country, in the United States, across the world, people have kind of like rolled back a little bit.
No, and Piers doesn't like getting the facts thrown in his face that it's like this is an issue that affects maybe 10 people in the entire country.
On a lot of the trans youth, especially the medication
stuff. Yeah, but you said the phrase there. When you say it's been a little...
This kid does not live with him.
Bit, and it's been piecemeal, sport by sport, and age groups.
Well, does this kid not visit? I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know, man. That's a lot of...
So on. What Trump has done with one sweep of his pen is say no more of it at all.
I'm more of a keep them guessing type of fella.
Right? There will be no more trans athletes in women's sport. Period. Now, I personally think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I think it's become the new doping, where people who have an unfair advantage have been, beating women, removing women from women's teams in, say, the Olympics and so on, actually beating up women, as we saw in the Paris Olympics, where somebody reportedly banned from the World Championships with male chromosomes literally beat up one female opponent so badly she quit after 40 seconds in the ring. So I do think this is a really important thing. Do you agree with him?
I don't think this is a very important thing. I don't even know if he can enforce this through executive order. Like, I don't know if this is going to be like some kind of Title IX challenge or whatever. I don't know what the courts are doing with this right now. I just don't think this is very relevant in the overall scheme of U.S. or world politics right now. I mean, people don't want women competing with trans women, especially at the college level and beyond. I don't really have a problem with that. I've never really had a problem with that. I don't know if these two groups of people should be competing with each other. And this is like a blip on the grand scale of things, I think.
You know what's interesting, Andrew? I've talked to quite a few on the left since the election. They've moved from the position before the election. I'm not saying Destiny was one of them. I can't remember, and you can clarify if you want, Destiny, but a lot of them are like, absolutely, trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sport, blah, 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 blah. And Biden and Kamala Harris supported this with actual policies.
You heard what you wanted to hear, and you might have seen 2 fucking tweets about this, dude. The fact is, on the left, this isn't even fucking really brought up until assholes like you decide to make it an issue.
Endorsing it.
And then all of a sudden we're caught on we're kind of caught off guard where we're just like, why is this even a thing? And then we kind of like, you try to play the debate game and you're just like, so do you think that they should be able to participate? And then we're just like, okay, so even if we say at a collegiate level, then you're like, you think that trans people should be in women's sports? You're totally unreasonable. Like, that's honestly, I'm calling out the BS. I'm calling out the BS argument. And honestly, just every time that he does this, I'm going to continue to bring up how bad faith he is about this shit and how obsessed he is with it. You know, he jerks off to trans porn.
Now the position is, you know what? Nobody cares. It's a thing. I don't have a view.
Again,
I don't have a view. And I think it's because, to their shock and horror, the single most effective political ad of modern times turned out to be that
nice. He smashed your baits.
Trans ad that Trump did.
He's definitely got some Hall cans at home.
With Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you, but also including this issue of women's sports and women's safety and the issue of putting, as we had in England, in Scotland, actually, a male rapist who suddenly identified as a woman and got put in a women's prison. It cost the First Minister of Scotland their job. I think it's a big issue, far bigger than Democrats want to admit. And it's interesting, the narrative has changed from we're all in favour to actually it's just a small thing, we don't care about it.
Again,
yeah, this has been a major setback for LGBTQ, period. The trans issue has been the entry gateway for the one of the most brutal attacks against the left in modern times. And all you really have to do is just ask basic logistical questions like, okay, which prisons do they go to? You know what I mean? We were past bathrooms. We were into prisons and can children get gender reassignment surgery, things like this. This has always been a very, very unpopular position for leftists, but they can't really back away from it because the T got attached to the LGB, right? So they could never really back away from it. They've had to kind of defend it tooth and nail.
It's about the fact that we
literally
see
he's
these
always
people
had a
as
more
humans
nuanced position on this of I don't care, at least to my knowledge.
But
ultimately, this is not popular for them. It's never been popular for them.
Controlling their freedom.
About what Trump is doing with the gender binary, I
guess you can't have true American freedom without taking away the freedoms of somebody else that you don't like.
Disagree. Not that he. The thing I agree with is that he proposed at a government top-down level. The United States only recognizes 2 genders. Now he means sexes, male and female, right? That's what he's alluding to there. But I do think it actually was very punishing for feminists to have fought all those years for their sports teams and then have men just go in and kick the holy shit out of them, right? So that actually mobilized, well, but I mean, it mobilized a lot of those.
Where did this happen? Like, where did this happen? See, again, the fact that they can just keep going with the fact that, well, they had these like whole trans teams.
Feminist.
What? Like, honestly, and Destiny, I'm actually kind of like, dude, Is he that medicated to where he's just like, yeah,
move away from the left because they were like, wait a second, this actually wasn't the liberation we signed up for, right? We spent all this time fighting for this, and now you can just basically put on a wig and go break all of our records. I mean, it's just a huge.
What are you talking about? Trans people bring up.
That's it. I want to read you a quote from Andrew Wilson.
When you
he
ask
posted
them
this week. The most disappointing thing about feminists is how made out of
no,
glass they are. With the
have you, Talon? Have you actually had this conversation with a trans person? And if you want to have that conversation, welcome to my community where you're about to have a trans person. I don't know who, because we have multiple in this community. They're about to pop up and you're about to have to explain yourself. So
slightest pushback, they break. They demand equality until you talk to them like you would a man. It's actually comical. Would you concur with him?
I mean, that's everybody in politics. I mean, everybody's a snowflake depending on what the issue you're talking about is. I don't think that it's ever been a huge issue on most of the left when it comes to trans stuff. I think there's a vocal minority on Twitter and in colleges that scream about it.
That's Pierce's tell. He does that little like.
I think it seems like it's a huge issue. His Republicans wanted it to be a huge issue. Even that commercial you were talking about was quoting something that Kamala said in 2019. So it seemed like some huge, ever-present issue. But I don't know. I guess I'm looking more towards like domestic policy, like things related to immigration or healthcare or what's happening right now in our executive branch or foreign policy. Like I thought the war in Ukraine was supposed to end on day one. I didn't know that we were signing up to be owners of Greenland and the Gaza Strip and the Panama Canal. These things I think are more important, at least to me. But I don't know. Maybe some people are really powered by what Republicans think.
I don't know. I got a 13-year-old daughter. And I got to say, if I was living in America, she was born there actually, but if I was living in America with a 13-year-old daughter who likes sport, I would be very exercised about this. And particularly if you have to share changing rooms with biological men who said, I'm now a woman.
Yeah, I think I'd be more worried about my daughter like dying in Texas, like trying to get a medical procedure done because I'm pretty sure there have been 3 deaths now so far in Texas of young women that are pregnant that can't have medical procedures done because the doctors have to be so careful when they're doing them that they can't accidentally abort a fetus because then they'll be held liable for crimes. So I think these are things I'd be worried about more than trans athletes, which are.
Or, I mean, how about the fact that that's right. His daughter goes to a private school that has private security. Shut the fuck up, Piers.
More than a woman potentially being killed in a boxing ring by a trans athlete.
Oh yeah, because that's happened.
How many times has this happened?
Well, it hasn't yet, but it will do.
Yeah, except then we got school shootings that happen on how like because they're just as likely to die as in a school shooting as possibly a car wreck in America at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. But it already has happened with the abortion. So that's what I'm more worried about.
Yeah, but children's gender reassignment surgery, that is something which has been on the table for a long time. That's one. And two, when you're talking about this issue, it's kind of revisionist history, right? Now suddenly the Democrats don't care, right? Oh, so it was always a vocal minority. No, it really wasn't. These were very, very public fights going on at the national level. And the reason is because this was a moral question. We're talking about a moral question from the viewpoint of the Christian right, which most right-wingers are Christians. You're actually assaulting their religion. You're assaulting their idea of what moral grounding even is.
I've met so many
it's a huge deal. For Destiny, who has a
Trumpers.
completely different moral prism, it's really not a big deal, right? He doesn't really care about it. It's not that important. But to the average person, at least to the average right-wing conservative who's a Christian, it's a huge deal. The assault of the moral foundation is something they're going to take issue with. It's going to be one of their top priorities.
Is he referencing the Olympic boxer, the one that wasn't trans, the one that had XY chromosome that made them actually start going like, oh, we don't understand how chromosome works.
So to say that Democrats were not fighting tooth and nail on behalf of trans inclusiveness, including
now they're just actually going to start like testing at because again, this isn't about fairness, and this is where I start getting really pissed off, and this is why I've in these debates or like in these situations brought up the fact that it's like, no, they can't even be serious and actually genuine about that the trans boxer. I keep doing it. Like, dude, the way that they freaking propagated that, look at how it affected me as somebody who watches Piers content like too much, especially for this gig. Like, can you imagine how that's actually like, it's in the freaking popular culture of these idiots, and they really do think that this is like one of the biggest issues because of assholes like Piers Morgan. But I hate to say it, like this is where guys like Destiny need to do a little bit better. Where it's like you're the only one who's obsessed with this, and keep pushing back on that. Like you keep pushing these trans issues, but you keep ignoring it, like conveniently. Again, you're worried about your 13-year-old daughter in America. Yeah, sure you are.
sports and everything. It's just insane revisionism. Of course,
yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, I look at someone like J.K. Rowling, who got absolutely destroyed by the woke brigade for standing up for women's rights to fairness and equality. Now everyone lauds her for her heroic stance, but at the time, most women put their head understandably, put their head under
MAGA
the
chromosome
vicious arrow
scientists
and didn't want to engage, and that left people like her out on their own, getting completely killed by people who profess to be the Be Kind lobby. And talking of which, I wanted to play you this, Destiny, because it really annoyed me. Not because it's a comedian making a joke, that's absolutely fine, nor that I want her banned or cancelled or any of those things. Just about the blatant hypocrisy of what we're about to hear. This is Chelsea Handler talking about Melania Trump.
I am your DEI host, Chelsea Handler.
Do you see what he did there? He's like, I'm not whining about this. I'm just bringing up a point. I'm not trying to shame a comedian, except that's exactly what you're doing. And you are whining about what she has to say, and you're about to be like, well, what about if we did this to you?
It was a huge year for biopics, a complete unknown about Bob Dylan.
I don't care about your feelings. Opinions are facts. Yet, on the same note, it is assault against my opinion that God is real when you argue against my beliefs. Hey, great take, Kirk.
Maria, about Maria Callas. And Honora, about Melania Trump.
Now, Destiny, what she's doing there is calling the First Lady a hooker, okay? She's perfectly entitled to say that. But she would never have done that joke.
That's funny. The whole Kamala, how'd she get so far ahead kind of thing. You were perfectly fine with the sexism in the president. This disingenuous BS. I hate this crap, dude.
Any comedian have ever done that joke about a Democrat First Lady at an award ceremony. Ever. So my question is, are the Democrats...
They literally called Michelle Obama a trans woman. What are you talking about?
Again, is it one rule for them, one rule for everybody else? And before you do the Republicans do all this stuff, I know they do. And it just seems to me she would never have done that.
How you doing?
And nor would any comedian if it was a Democrat First Lady.
I'm doing good. We are watching a debate that, I'll be honest, I thought was going to be a little bit more heated, but it's still good.
I so don't care. I mean, like, what is the question? Was the joke too mean, or would she not have done it towards a Democrat? She probably wouldn't have done it towards a Democrat because those types of people all tend to lean left. That'd be my guess, right? The same way that if it was any right-leaning comedians, they're probably not going to go super hard on anybody on the right. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. If you're asking if it's a mean joke, I mean, yeah, it's a mean joke. Lots of people tell mean jokes. I don't know what kind of...
No, it's not about the mean joke. Well, I think it's not really a joke. It's just calling the First Lady a hooker is just vile.
Okay, the majority of, I hear a ton of conservatives...
No, you're such a...
They say that Michelle Obama...
What a putz.
Obama and the wife of the French Macron are trans. Like,
as a fellow Brit, I think that this man's rather... He's a bit of a hottie head.
Pretty sure that's Candace Owens. She said, I would stake my entire career on Macron's wife being trans.
That's
so
not a ton of conservatives.
I don't know. Sure,
that's not a ton of
I see a lot of
conservatives.
jokes about that Michelle Obama stuff being trans, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, the Michelle Obama dick jokes are very old and have been going on for a long time, right?
So just because they're very old and have been going on for a long time doesn't mean anything. It means that exactly what I was just saying. You're a bunch of disingenuous dickbags that are trying to feign a little bit. My God, I've caught the vapors, my lord, my pearls. Let me clutch.
Right, I've seen those. You've seen those, and some of them are kind of funny. But the point is that with Chelsea Handler here, they're one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood. Calling someone else a hooker is,
right,
by the way, hilarious. And also, you're talking about an entire party who is pro-sex worker, pro-prostitution, pro-OnlyFans, does everything it can possibly do in order to enable those things. And then at the same time, they're like, oh, I can't believe the First Lady's a hooker. It's like, if it was anybody else who wasn't a Republican.
I don't like the format of this debate where it's literally Destiny, conservative. And I know that Piers loves to pretend that he's some kind of center, please,
they would probably
enough of that.
It.
Everybody needs to call him on that. Any leftist needs to call him on that goes on that show where it's like, dude, this is 2-on-1 at this fucking point. Like, come on.
Finally, our first prostitute first lady. Like, I don't even understand why, the depths of the hypocrisy here is actually kind of outrageous, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I think the joke has more to do with pointing out, I think, the hypocrisy on the other side. For instance, if you make a joke about, like, I don't know if we're allowed, like for Steven Crowder being gay, that's a common joke that people on the left make. I don't think the joke is, haha, you're gay, so that's bad. I think the joke is more, you hate this thing and you are this thing, which my guess is going to be, I didn't see her whole performance. I don't even know the movie reference she was making, but that's probably the joke is that you guys hate prostitutes and you are a prostitute. You hate gay people, you are gay.
No, that wasn't the joke. That wasn't the joke. She's just basically calling Melania Trump a hooker because she wants to imply she's actually a hooker. And I think the point I'm making is not that she's not entitled to do what I think was a crap joke. Of course she is. She's a comedian. comedian. It's the fact that you would never, ever see at an award ceremony in America, that I can ever remember, any comedian, right or left, make that kind of remark about a Democrat first lady.
We have established that it was that you guys called and you also like tried to insinuate that Kamala got to where she was by blowing guys. Enough with you and your fucking
first lady. From a
I can't stand this shit from Republicans. I can't. Like, this is the bullshit where honestly, like, dude, how do we not get to the point where we just go, you know what, fuck this,
televised,
like even engaging with you, there's no point.
Award show. That's the distinction.
I haven't seen every award show, but like, didn't Stephen Fry do a couple of really brutal award shows where he was like throwing it out to almost everybody? Am I making this up, dude?
Well, he's English.
Okay. All right.
Let's move on.
I guess you guys got away with that. Yeah,
I don't. We had a good old laugh about it. Didn't we just make Destiny look so silly? These leftists, they don't know how to argue at all. It's almost like I don't.
I just don't think any of them have ever called the first lady a hooker. It just seemed to me, I don't know. It's all about crossing a line in comedy and all that. If you did it down the comedy store, you can do what you like. If you're on
pretty
Twitter,
sure they made fun of Hillary for
if you
that.
want to do things, okay, fine. I'm not going to say
again. It just the fact that they're trying to be like, oh, the sexist joke. They would never. How dare they stoop this low, dude? They're like literally, they're doing the thing. Like this happened the last time too. No, fuck this, dude. And it's like, nah, and just own it. Just own it. Yeah, she's a whore.
Should be
I thought we learned when that guy made the island of floating trash Puerto Rico joke. I thought we learned there were no lines anymore. Why are we crying about her making this joke?
The first lady is a whore.
Because the left went completely nuts.
Yeah, you like that.
They thought he did cross a line.
Well, now we've learned.
They did go crazy about it.
Now you can just joke about anything, I guess, right? Since we're all in that.
Well, you should be able to joke about everything.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but we can also joke about her being, one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood, and that she's speaking out of both sides of her mouth here because she's been a big time supporter of sex workers, and now suddenly,
I think that's a really good point.
She's a hooker. It's like, what are you talking about?
That's a very good point that she used it as a slur, having professed.
Where's Morgan's clip of Michelle Obama being dragged because he's so fair and balanced and neutral, right?
To be the complete opposite about sex workers. Very good point.
Pierce likes to sword fight.
Stinking hypocrites.
I think
vile
so.
People. Let's come to Kanye West, who started the week parading.
Yes, what's wrong with having the first man? You do realize that every other civilized nation has actually had the experiment of a woman in office, and it hasn't gone the way that every sexist fuck in this nation thinks.
Bianca Censori naked on the Grammys.
You're all fine to cry to your mommy and listen, like, seriously. It's like, mom, my mama, my grandma. But the second that it actually it comes to talking about women, then it's all about the objectivity of them or objectifying them and then just, patronizing to them. Dude, seriously?
Red carpet.
Like, honestly, guys like that, and if you honestly think like that, Talon, get fucked.
We're looking at these images now. It was a deliberate derobing. Whatever. I mean, obviously, any woman can do that. I thought it was all a bit cheap and embarrassing and pathetic, and I certainly wouldn't want to be doing that with my wife on a red carpet. What was far more serious to me was what then followed, which was literally just a bombardment of horrifically anti-Semitic, racist comments. And then some pornography that he began flying out. One of his posts, sometimes you have to do it like the Pharaohs, make your Jews work for you, but watch them as close as you can, whip your Jews. What was interesting to me, Destiny, was ultimately Elon Musk, I messaged him directly on X publicly and said, you're going to just keep letting this guy do it. He's breaking every single rule that X has about this kind of stuff. So the normal rules weren't applying to him, and he was doing it to 32 million people. So the free speech argument is one thing. Actually, the X in-house rule book is another that wasn't being applied. So it seemed to be one rule for him, one rule for everybody else. But secondly, it was clearly, in my opinion, when you start talking about making Jews your slaves and whip them, you are actually now committing a crime. You're inciting actual violence against a group of people. That is a crime. It's not protected by the First Amendment. But what was interesting was Elon Musk only intervened and shut down the account for the NSFW pornography, which was completely legal. So, inciting people to violence against Jewish people was not considered to cross a line, but actually posting legal pornography was. I thought that was an interesting contradiction. What did you?
How come he doesn't have anything where he can look at things like that and then just be like, I disagreed with Elon on this? Like, how come it's always putting like Democrats or the left on the back foot on this show? Again, fair and balanced, right? So you'd think that every other question would then be pivoting to Andrew having to kind of
do you think?
Like, this is ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I feel like Kanye West to me, it seems pretty sad because I feel like it's pretty obvious he has mental issues relating to, what is he, bipolar or whatever. So I don't know if he has these manic phases where he just starts going crazy. And I don't know if he either surrounds himself with yes men.
So done with that argument. I've been done with that since the first outburst.
And fires everybody else, or if there's just a bunch of people.
What was it? Jesus Walks? That was the first time I remember being like, yes, man.
Well, like the canvases in the world around him to take advantage of him. But I mean, clearly he has these mentally unhinged moments. I'm sure him being as famous and as wealthy and as successful as he is probably doesn't help with that mania. As for rule enforcement on X, I mean, there's a million things that could be said about that. People have had a lot of complaints about Elon coming on. Obviously, a lot of people from the left, you feel like the platform has gotten a lot more hateful. A lot of people have said that the platform's gotten a lot more spammy. There's a lot more bot activity and everything.
I mean, Piers literally argued. He's like, yeah, he was sending his heart out. He was just doing it enthusiastically.
Some people on the right over the H-1B fiasco were upset that Elon seemed to be banning people who previously would have been okay because of their political / racial stances, I guess, or whatever. So yeah, it seems like Elon's been having a little bit of trouble getting a handle on how he exactly wants to present X's moderation to the world.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, I interviewed Kanye West a year and a half ago, and he denied having any mental illness, certainly denied having any treatment for any mental illness. And a lot of Jewish people in particular think it's just an excuse, that he just actually is a massive attention seeker. It was the Grammys. He's no longer a kind of, superstar rapper in people's eyes. He's just become this pretty unpleasant troll. And that he was doing all this to suck attention away from the Super Bowl, from the Grammys, and so on. What do you think? Where's the truth about Kanye West, do you think?
I mean, he's done this before. I mean, he had a meme presidential campaign, right?
Yeah.
A total meme, ultimately. Some people took it seriously. Most people in the mainstream most certainly did not take it seriously. And yes, it's attention-seeking behavior. Stripping, first of all, this is not the first time this has happened. Remember that his wife also was in controversy because she had a cross on her buttocks, her naked buttocks, and then now she is at the Grammys, and what happens? He literally takes her clothes off, disrobes her, humiliating, by the way, absolutely humiliating. I felt ashamed on her behalf. I hate saying that, right? But I just couldn't believe it, right? The disrespect towards
what is the point of this? This is a point of all three being in agreement.
Your wife, that's to me in many ways unconscionable. When it comes to the X thing, though, the freedom of speech, what we're talking about here is this line in freedom of speech, which you're right, Elon Musk has not figured this out yet because it's not really possible to figure out. Is it okay, and this is what Kanye West is trying to say, is it okay to post as much, swastikas and I heart Hitlers and, everything else on this as I want? And if it's not, why isn't it?
Yeah.
Why can't I?
I agree.
I thought this was about freedom of speech.
He's
pushing the number, and that drives attention to that account. And in many ways, it could have been a tactical move by Musk to say, well, maybe taking that down is not going to look good on me. And so when the time came when porn came up, he pushed it a little further, right? Okay, they're not banning my account. He's actually letting this go. How do we push the number a little bit further? Then he moves over to, okay, let's post hardcore porn. And then finally Elon Musk says, okay, enough. I tried to do the best I can. So Musk is trying to find this line. Kanye is purposely pushing the line so that he can test the limits of Musk and this free speech on X and try to point out hypocrisy, this kind of thing. But yes, I agree. It's for attention in a big way. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, even his supporters.
Yeah. Let's turn to the Trump-Elon Oval Office presser. We've got a sort of this.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So,
wait, Kirk, did you send diamonds over on TikTok?
So, nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, if you think about it.
Destiny, what did you make of that? Obviously, it's very unusual. You've got the richest man in America standing next to the President of the United States in the Oval Office by the Resolute desk. He's got his kid with him who's picking his nose. It's all a bit random and weird and surreal. However, I did watch it all, and I kept thinking to myself, if I was an average American watching this, hearing what Elon Musk is doing to federal overspending, I'd be cheering him on. I'd be all in favor of this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the average American, I guess, or the average person just has no idea how government works or functions. And I guess weird and surreal is just the way to describe now, or illegal, I guess, is the way to describe that this administration has decided to address programs that they don't like. If you want to cut down on waste, fraud, and abuse, I don't think anybody would necessarily have a problem with it, but they keep saying waste, fraud, and abuse when what they mean is programs that I don't like. And they've already taken several almost...
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, Piers is such a effective propagandist that he he actually believes that.
Illegal actions in trying
Like,
to
he
basically
actually believes
unilaterally
what he just
dismantle
said.
organizations like USAID that have been independently authorized by Congress that the president doesn't have the ability to do.
This is
to
literally the
dismantle
last season of The Boys. Yeah, I know.
So unilaterally, and now you've seen TROs coming out from the judiciary that's telling him, hey, you have to stop. There was the one on the federal spending freeze that not only was a TRO issued telling him that you have to stop freezing these funds. Now another judge has said you are violating the TRO. You need to stop this immediately. So I guess if you don't care about the legality or the process and procedure or anything having to do with the structure of government, I guess it's a cool thing. But if you care about like following the law or the rules or maintaining your government, then it would probably be a horrific thing. But
Andrew?
Yeah, you got this idea. I've heard Destiny kind of talk about this before. Yeah, when he's saying, okay, these are illegal actions, and possibly the court's not going to be able to catch up with these illegal actions. And so Trump is just going to basically continue with what he's considering to be illegal actions. Thing is like people forget about things like jury nullification or like the idea that you can have laws. And even if you're the enforcer of the laws, in this case, the executive branch, you don't actually have to enforce these things. There's no, like you're put there for a reason, just like a jury can nullify law by saying, even though the law says you're guilty, I can still come back with a not guilty verdict. What's happening here is we don't even know what the waste, fraud, and abuse is. And so there's an audit going on, and this is exactly what Musk is doing. They're trying to audit this and get it in front of the attention of the American people to say, look, we don't want condoms for the Taliban. That was 15 million. Promotion of atheism in Nepal for 500,000. French LGBTQ programs in West and Central Africa for $1 million, right? I mean, the list goes on and on and on. $200 million 20 days in. I think that the American people do deserve to know that. And I don't think that they would, that this would be front and center or a thing we would be focusing on absent this audit. And I think that more of these government agencies should be audited. Now, Destiny can get, he can say, well, technically, due to the rule of law, we have judges who are making these impositions and this and that. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but that's all part of the process too. It's all part of the process of law. The process of law is playing out exactly like it should. Judges are supposed to create injunctions if something illegal is going on, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing wrong, though, with auditing these places. And for the spirit of transparency, I think that leftists are just pissed for no good reason. Like they go, oh, Musk.
Yo, only here for a little. Sorry, I was blessing last time. Don't worry about that.
People's information. It's like
good to see you,
unelected officials at the DMV are collecting my information. The unelected officials at the Social Security office are collecting my information. Like so many government offices collect my information by people who I definitely didn't elect, and neither did Destiny. They're totally fine with that, but for some reason with these guys, no, that's too much.
That's a good point.
I mean, the reason
that's a good point.
The reason why is because these things have been authorized by law. There's a process and procedure there. The Social Security Administration was created by Congress. There's a process and procedure by which they collect data, and they have a process and procedure by which they store data and who's allowed to access it.
The thing is, it's anti-American to actually be against the process. You can again want an audit all you want, but having an actual non-elected agency go in and audit the government and then take the power of the purse and then reallocate it, that's a different fucking story, dude.
Elon Musk is definitionally an unelected bureaucrat who is now part of a shadow government who is going from agency to agency, cutting whatever he decides is necessary in terms of there being transparency.
Fearful of anything. What are they
publicly available? They've literally shuttered the USAID offices. What do you mean? They've literally shuttered the payments from the Treasury. Shuttered them as they tried to get a mass recall saying all the employees needed to come home, which was stopped by a TRO, by a judge. And now a lot of these programs, there was just recently a report by the head of the Treasury guy who now is.
Yeah, it's almost like I know how the Constitution works. I know they're blatantly breaking the Constitution, and this could very easily be turned around on me that I actually do not believe in the Constitution.
Fired, who was saying that there's a whole bunch of food and stuff that we ship to other countries. It's just going to spoil because now we've cut off funding and money for it. All of these things have just been unilaterally cut by Elon Musk and Trump without any authorization from Congress, despite the fact that Congress was the one that authorized the funds for these programs and authorized these offices and agencies. If you want to remove all of these things, that's fine. If you don't want $500,000 being spent for trans ballets in Nepal for atheists or whatever, that's fine. If you don't want it, then Congress has to defund it. That's the way that this process works. It's not up to the president unilaterally to decide what he likes or doesn't like. That's already been passed
hang on.
by the Congress.
Well, hang on.
It's not up to you.
That's actually, I was going to say, look, that's not actually correct. He's entitled to do this, and then there can be legal.
Absolutely not.
Well, hang on. Then there can be legal challenges, and Trump made it clear in the Oval Office yesterday he would accept what a judge said. Now, by contrast, I remember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez when it came to the Texas ruling in a court by a judge about abortion medication, for example. She said that the Democrats should not accept what that judge had ruled. Right, so why is it one rule? Why is it one rule for Democrats that they can ignore a judge's order with impunity? But when President Trump says, if you want to challenge this, no problem, I will accept the ruling of the judge. Isn't that democracy?
What years was AOC the president of the United States?
What difference does that make?
What does that have to do with anything?
She's not in the position to do these things. She can give the advice on it. If you wanted me to ask myself, like,
she's an elected lawmaker who doesn't want to obey the law.
A lawmaker. She's in a different branch of government. She's part of the legislature. We're not talking about the legislature. We're not talking about a random lawmaker right now. We're talking about the president of the United States doing things to intentionally contravene. You can't just say you can break the law.
President Biden did the same over student loans.
No, he absolutely didn't. When the Supreme Court shut him down in one thing, then he took a different avenue. It was not the same. President Biden did not ignore temporary restraining orders and wasn't issuing TROs to stop what he was doing with the loan forgiveness. It's a totally different thing. To say that this is not the same. It's not the same process.
Hang on,
Destiny. Vance and other people have said over and over. I'm still responding to Pierce. Vance and others have made it clear over and over again. They've quoted the Andrew Jackson quote, and they've said, well, we should just resist the judiciary. It is not part of law and order. It's not part of checks and balances for the executive to say, well, I don't care what a judge says. We'll just do whatever, which is what they're currently doing. And a judge has already said they've done with the TRO that was placed on them, having to do with freezing federal funding. So they've already broken with what the judges are telling them to some extent. And at the end of the day, there's no way to check and balance the executive if they're just going to do what they want to do. You have no checks and balances there. What are men in robes and lawmakers going to walk down and fight with the U.S. Marshals and the FBI? Like, it's not going to happen.
Andrew?
Yeah, right. Exactly. So there's an issue. What you have is an issue of authority. So Trump he's trying to expand the limits of his office as fast as possible, and I understand why. Last time he was there, they were trying to impeach him from basically day one, made up this phony Russian collusion nonsense. He comes in now, he has nothing to lose. He's going to expand his office as quickly as possible, try to move things as quickly as he possibly can, and most importantly, he doesn't trust the judicial branch. That's what he said himself in his various speech. I don't trust them to give fair rulings. I don't trust that they're actually there in respect to.
You're the one who nominated at least 50% of
actual law. He doesn't actually even believe that. So what he's doing is expanding as quickly. Hang on, my turn. So he's expanding it as quickly as he possibly can. But he did say that he would abide by the rulings of these judges. He just recently said this, and we don't know what's gonna come of that. Right now, he's expanding this office to try to figure out these audits, this type of thing. I don't see what he's actually done wrong. You're already panicking, but we haven't really had a chance to see what happens if he abides by these rulings, doesn't abide by these rulings.
Right.
We don't really know that yet.
Right.
Well, Doge in and of itself is probably a wholly illegal agency. I don't think that Doge even exists. I don't think they have the legal capacity to even do what Trump wants them to do. Number one. Number two, bringing up the Russia collusion stuff is funny when the entire foundation for Hunter Biden and Burisma was entirely fabricated. That person's already been convicted by the FBI for lying about the origination for that. And three, Donald Trump was already found to have people who were working with him collude with Russia. Roger Stone did it, but he was pardoned by Donald Trump the same way Donald Trump pardoned all 1,600 J6 offenders.
The same way that Biden Biden does the whole crime family, right? Pardons the whole crime family. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. How many crimes
and
have they committed?
And then
the Republicans had like 8 years to investigate them and found nothing. How do you know you had 8 years to investigate it? What do you mean? How many special counsels?
How did we have 8 years to investigate
them? Nothing. How did we have 8 years to investigate him from as soon as Biden was in office? They've been investigating this guy, Hunter Biden, over and over again, and they found nothing. That's why the charges we got at the end of the day were for tax fraud. Well, for Joe Biden, they found nothing ever.
Destiny, this isn't going to make a point any better. I just want to make sure that we can get back to the actual point.
Destiny, if none of them have committed crimes, why do they all need preemptive pardons?
Yeah, they all need pardons.
Because Trump has shown over and over again that he doesn't need crimes to start chasing down people, and the Republicans have no problem hunting people down to try to go on fishing.
And the Democrats haven't been doing that to him for the last year.
Give me one example.
Stormy bloody Daniels. Honestly.
Did he break a law? Did he break a law?
What
also,
a
that wasn't the federal government. That was the state.
Are you honestly happy?
Farce of a case. What a farce of a case. You know, doing the thing where you investigate, what's that pesky thing? Election laws and campaign finance law.
The only time an American... Hang on. The only time an American president...
No, I don't care.
The only time an American president was ever dragged through a criminal court was over a one-night stand with a porn star 20 years ago. Utterly preposterous.
It wasn't over a one-night stand. It was over misappropriating campaign funds and then creating a paper trail. If you don't like the law, that's fine.
You've had presidents like Obama waging illegal drone programs, killing thousands of innocent people. Why is he not in a criminal court?
Illegal as per who? Illegal as per who? Which crimes? What are we talking about?
You don't think illegal drone programs are criminal?
Because it sounds illegal as per who?
Oh, you think they're
You just
awful?
say illegal because it sounds bad.
Oh my God! We just
right
there. You actually just kind of exposed Piers Morgan as more of a conspiracy nut, as even he was starting to let
out. Illegal invasion of Iraq by George Bush.
What are we talking about for illegal invasion? Illegal.
I'm talking about crimes.
Which crime? What crime are you talking
about? Crime is sleeping with a porn star.
Misappropriating campaign funds.
I'm making the point. The only time an American president has ever been dragged through a criminal court was not over running illegal drone programs or illegally invading sovereign countries. It was over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. It involved a bit of paper shuffling. It was completely ridiculous.
You have strong feelings about what you think should be a crime or not, but you don't care about the law. There's no legal argument to be had then. If you just think it's a crime because it's bad, you don't like it, or you think it's a crime or it's not a crime because you don't think it's a big deal, that's fine. But I mean, like, if you want to have the legal argument,
logic for you. As long as bad things are done via the process of law, that's fine. But if you do good things after the process of law, that's bad. It's like, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I know. Here's my chain of logic. I know it's hard to follow. if you are a criminal, it's because you've broken a law. Not all bad things are criminal, okay? Not all bad things are crimes. You can think somebody did a bad thing, but they didn't commit a crime. Donald Trump committed crimes in New York State, probably committed crimes insofar as Georgia's concerned, and he's committed federal crimes insofar as the Mar-a-Lago documents case was and the J6 case was. He won't be held accountable for all of that, thankfully, because he's dismissed it. He does everything
Here's helping Andrew. Exactly.
to elude accountability. But those are...
That's why I said this 2v1 bullshit where he also tries to like pretend that he is an objective observer. He is a good moderator. He's not. He's one of the worst in the entire business. Honestly, this is what I don't like about the debate sphere, is the fact that it's run by people like Piers Morgan. I'm actually going to call out Modern Day Debate on this one for the fact that after watching the debate con, watching how James interacts with people, unfortunately, he does lean into his biases, and it kind of shows why they have more of a right-wing audience. The fact is, they're not placating to left-wing audiences because I think that they're kind of playing it safe. They want to maintain their audience share. They don't want to lose audience share, so they don't want to start platforming more leftists that actually have some popular platforms. They like to get the ones that are the most extreme in their positions. They like to get the ones where they think they can get gotchas. I think that's why they honestly put me there, is because I'm so new at this that it was going to be pretty easy to get me.
Crimes. If you want to say, I don't like the war in Iraq and that's illegal, illegal as per who? We can talk about the ICJ or the ICC if you want, but that gets obviously way more complicated.
No, but it's done in the same exact way, man. And that's why, this is what I do appreciate about Modern Day Debate, though, is the fact that they have on staff somebody like Ryan, who was a more liberal moderator, but it's just the fact that the audience is skewed so far right that, like, for instance, they put a lot of emphasis on like the post-debate polling, and they're just like, oh, who do you think won this? And it's always skewed right. And it's like they try to do that thing like, oh, well, that's surprising. It's just like, no, it's not.
Oh, that wasn't what my point was. My point was
crimes.
Yeah, it wasn't my point.
By the way,
point
guys,
was to say that from
you know
your
what time
view,
it is.
all you're only concerned about process of law in this case,
yes,
right?
The law, yes,
not
correct,
about,
yes.
hang on. Not about the moral implications of the actual waste, fraud, and abuse that is brought up. Only that the technical process is followed. So it's like, okay, but what if they're not following your technical process, but they're actually finding waste, fraud, and abuse from a moral implication? That's actually a good thing. Now, I don't even agree with you that they're breaking any laws. I don't even agree that they're breaking any laws. These challenges are brand new. We have no idea how this is going to play out. You don't, I don't. But we have no idea if he's going to adhere to what the court is going to say. No, we don't have a good idea. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's not. We don't know for sure that Trump is going to just go, oh, I'm just going to Jackson the courts. The courts can enforce their own law. Like, that is speculation that's beyond the pale.
They've already done that. A judge has already issued a ruling saying they've already violated a TRO. So that's already happened to some extent. Now, how far will it go? Who knows? They've already done exactly that. Doge does not have the legal authority to go in and unilaterally
a legal challenge back, Destiny.
They didn't even respond. Read the TROs. Their response was, "Oh, we're going after fraud," and the judge laughed. And he said, "This isn't even."
That doesn't. Wait. So yes, they are. Not only are they going to respond to this, but they're setting up for legal challenges to go back the other direction. This is obvious. And by the way, this is part of the process. Like, I don't know why you just pretend like these politicians don't expand their offices all the time, and that's what the judicial does, right? It comes in, it'll rein it in, it'll say this is constitutional, it's not constitutional, you can't do this, you can't do this. They do it all the time. There's so much precedent for this, in fact. So if he doesn't adhere to what the judges end up saying, to what these courts actually say when he has no more legal standing to fight it, then you have a leg to stand on. Right now, you don't.
He's already done that.
I was about to say that's already happened. You're being disingenuous because it's like, you're also, I think that he's mixing up two of them.
So he's acting the best he can in the ability of the office of the President of the United States.
We will see.
So the goal should be to just break as many laws as possible then, and then see what happens.
No, Trump has made it clear he'll accept the ruling of the judges. If he doesn't, that's another matter. Look, I want to end
that doesn't even follow anyway. Like,
guys, I want to
follow logically.
We're running out of time. I don't want to leave us without getting to the really contentious story of the week, which is paper straws. Let's watch a clip of Donald Trump talking about straws.
What, the fact that we all agree on this? I agree with this. This is the one good thing that he did, where I'm just like, screw it.
We're going back to plastics.
Yeah, we're going back to plastic straws.
So these things don't work.
I don't care.
I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long.
No, they're bullshit.
Like a matter of minutes.
They're bullshit, and they're such bullshit that most places that I go to, like, have gotten rid of it. Dude, I live in the liberal bastion that is Chicago, and honestly, like, I think I've gone to one place within the last 4 years that had a paper straw where I was actually surprised by it, where I was just like, really?
It's sometimes a matter of seconds. It's
for a milkshake too. That did suck.
Ridiculous situation. So we're going back to plastic straws. I think it's
holy moly.
Okay.
Honestly, there was no ownage. Like, and nah, I mean, honestly, dude, if you weren't here for the whole thing then, because it wasn't ownage. It was literally just, this was probably the best faith back and forth I've seen between anybody and Andrew. This is kind of wild, where I was like, oh, okay.
And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean. Okay.
Destiny, can we at least agree that
it's not sharks, it's turtles, by the way.
That paper straws suck, or rather, you can't suck with a paper straw?
You know what? I'm going to be like a good conservative, just despite conservatives. I'm going to buy 1,000 paper straws. I'm going to replace every plastic straw that I see in a straw from now on with the worst, the shittiest paper straws that dissolve the second you put them in your fucking soft drink. That's my goal for the next 2 years. That's my way of protesting.
Andrew, your response to that dramatic statement from Destiny about paper straws?
Well, then I have to at least counter with buying 1,000 plastic straws, right? But anyway, I drank out of these stupid paper straws last time I was in Santa Barbara going to the whatever podcast, and they do suck, and they do dissolve quickly, and everything tastes like cardboard when you drink through these straws.
Totally agree.
But there's also alcohol.
No, but again, like you're acting like this is some dude. This is the thing, man. Like it's so obvious just how much it's a non-issue to all of us when we're just like, yeah, dude, we kind of agree with you on this one. And they're like, what? It's like, oh, well, liberals are the ones who instituted this to begin with. It's just like, yeah, it was a good idea to start with until it was actually implemented. And then we all realized, oh, these don't biodegrade the same way I thought they would. But you know what's kind of really messed up? The fact that we haven't moved on to bamboo straws.
All sorts of chemicals in them.
Bamboo straws are actually pretty, they're pretty
I'm not
cool,
even
man.
sure that they're safe.
And honestly, yeah. It's almost like they're,
safer than plastic.
No.
And there's a lot of data on this too. Like
I hate no. Starbucks tried that where they had just like the sip it. Like I hate
they
that
dissolve
shit.
the drinks into the mouth. And they have all sorts of chemicals, preservatives in the paper. The baseline plastic is non-reactive.
Your side promoted paper straws. You own that failure. Stop backpedaling. I'm owning my side.
There's all sorts of like little things that you can point out here that is problematic when it comes to paper straws themselves.
Okay.
But ultimately, they just suck. Like if you're going to replace, what people in California do? They get metal drinking straws, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then they use the metal drinking straw. They just bring their drinking straw with them.
Yes.
Like maybe that's a good alternative. I don't like the idea necessarily of drinking out of plastic. I don't think that's the greatest idea. But the paper straw thing was all.
Yeah, but I thought you guys were all about making America healthy again and getting rid of microplastics. So that becomes microplastics. So I don't know, guys. Seems like you're not exactly well thought out.
Stupid.
Yeah, I agree. Well, gentlemen,
seems like you're only thought out right up to you get to that point of like, I'm annoyed.
We're going to leave it there. I've got to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by the tenor of our debate today. How have you guys found it?
Well, you got to give us different topics, and then we'll really go at each other.
You know what? We'll get you back and we'll do it again. I'm not being topic shamed, but I really enjoyed it. So thank you both for doing it. Let's do it again. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thanks a lot.
Honestly, okay. That was interesting, I gotta say. One of the better debates that I've seen out of both of these guys where they didn't debate Lord. Oh, you know what? That's maybe why I was kind of like taken aback is like, yeah, they didn't do their debate Lordy shit that they usually do like on the Crucible or on Modern Day Debate. Yeah. It's because it wasn't an online debate and they couldn't just do the, I'm going to win this. And then on top of it, I do think that was like, the severely medicated version of Destiny. He did kind of say as much with that whole thing, but yeah, the sex pestiny, yeah. Destiny sex pestiny. Dude, that was one of the funniest burns on him. Which, good luck, Church of Holy Moly. You know, it's funny. I don't even agree with frickin' Destiny on most things, so. Now that my just now newly shaved mustache disagrees with, built-in straws. Oh, man. Yeah. Having a mustache gets annoying with those things. In general, though, it's so silly. Again, the trans in sports affects maybe 10 people. It doesn't affect anybody. And it's such a case-by-case thing that the fact that they're obsessed with it the way they are, it just tells you exactly what it is. Like, they're not focusing on groceries. Like, that's the biggest tell. Groceries are still high. Gas is still high. Inflation is up 3%. Not a word. Not a fucking word. I just keep hearing all of these things where they're just like, oh, look, we're trolling the libs with Doge. He. Funny doggy. Meanwhile, literally, dude's walking off with our, he's trying to walk into the IRS during tax season, just get all our private information while trying to create a freaking PayPal, or version on X. Yeah, not a conflict of interest at all. Groceries are high because of the aftershock. Actually, no, that's not true. The Biden doctrine lowered that. No, what did it was the shock to the markets and then the anticipatory tariffs. And also a bunch of Canadians saying, hey, fuck your goods. I'm sorry, dude. You can't blame Biden for this one. You can't blame the Democrats for everything when things are going wrong under Donald Trump. He was going to fix things on day one. He could have done a bunch of things to correct the market. He didn't. So you know what, Church of Holy Moly? Holy moly! These prices are still high, and it's Trump's fault. Doge, you'd think that Doge would do something about that? Nah. 10 trans kids now can't play sports. Now what? Like, such a nothing burger? Exactly. No, I'm a centrist, but I support Trump. Are you a honeybee viewer? You strike me as a honeybee viewer. I'm a centrist, but I support Trump and what he does because he's big, strong man. We need big, strong man because I don't like weak Trudeau. I don't like weak Trudeau. Trudeau's so weak. Weak man, weak beta male. Me want strong man. Me not understand how dictatorship works. Me not read a lot of history. I don't know who honeybee is. It's an inside joke with the community. Yeah, particularly what do you support about Trump? Well, that's whatever, man. Honestly, these are the people that I don't want to engage with because it's like, you're too far gone. If you honestly think that he's like that, this is all good, then it's like you're not a patriotic American. I'm gonna call you on that one. If you're not for upholding the Constitution, if you're for abolishing any of the amendments, then I'm sorry, bro. You're not a good patriotic American. You are a traitor. If you think that we need to upend the Constitution in any way, that is literally being a traitor. So have fun dealing with that. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. You're against strongmen and in favor of the weak ones. No, when I say strongmen, I'm not for the ones that are literally the projecting the strength, but actually, like, dude, I've actually bought cars and sold cars and done things where you deal with people that are blatant pieces of shit. And that's exactly what he reminds me of, and everybody that he hangs out with. They don't have your best interests at heart. They're going to end up robbing you in some way, unless you actually make more money than, the average American, which good for you, but that's your projecting your powerful fantasy. You got bullied in high school by the successful jocks, and now you want... Actually, I hung out with them, and I sold them weed. No, I was friends with everybody, dude. And I got laid just fine. If you think getting laid was a problem, okay. Bro, I got all the puss. These guys. I really do think it's fun. Soy boy. I'm a centrist, but I just love me some Trump daddy. I'm gonna go off about how gay this guy is while also jocking on some dude's nuts. And how strong and big he is. You ironically don't see how gay you are for Trump? Cool. Anime pillows don't count. Oh. It's called a squishmallow. And I don't fuck it. Because I do not fuck pillow. Is that what that whole thing is? Is that what the joke is? I'm a little too old for that one. So I know what they are. They're like the what are they called? Like waifu or waifo pillows or something like that. Waifu pillows? What is it? My work doesn't give me off today. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Sorry. I got ripped off that last one. Pillow biter? Oh, dude, I'm a top all day. Also, straight, but... Well, when I say top all day, okay. No, there's a Dami Mommy. Oh, oops. Let that one slip. Especially one of those that lowers the sovereignty of the state. Wait, what? Just your opinion? Your opinion. What? Church of Holy Moly, what about him makes you think he's gay? It's alright. King 911. Thank you for the follow, bro. Appreciate it. I don't know, man. Looking at my stuffed animals, I promise that I'm not like those other people on the internet. Dude. And it's like an awkward position to be in. He's like, he said something about a pillow, and immediately I'm like, you. You put me in this position. Hey, I love that pepper. That pepper's awesome. And a very platonic that he sits in that corner. Dude, I am way too high for this, guys. I really am. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm having fun with it though. I don't give a shit. Aw. The Church of Holy Moly is no longer holy molying. Your platonic pepper. I think the 17th Amendment is bullshit and we should wait a minute. What's the 17th? I don't even know. It's not like I know these things off the top of my head, like a good American. I just know how to use, you know, Google. 17th Amendment. Which one's that? 17th Amendment establishes direct election of United States senators in each state. The amendments supersedes Article 1, Section 3, Clause 1 and 2 of the Constitution, under which senators were elected by state legislators. Oh, and fuck that. I don't want that. No, I like voting for my senator, thank you. Hell, I want direct measures. I want to be able to vote on, like, actual, like, you know, bills. I would love that. I'd show up for that crap. Dumbledore, or Dumblemore. Hey, how you doing? Holy moly is literally so dumb. I'm catching that vibe. I am catching that vibe. But whatever. We have fun here, so I'll entertain it. Most people would probably ban by now, which, as I said, I'll entertain it. Until I don't want to anymore. Literally. Anyway. How are you, Dumblemore? Well, this is your first time? Yes, it is your first time chatting, so welcome. Also, if you haven't followed, please do. Hope you're enjoying yourself. When you need me. Cool. Well, yeah, I mean, geez. It's, Wait, have you... Yeah, you... Nice. Grazie. I appreciate that. I need to stop moving in this chair. That's it. I don't know how to lock this thing. Apparently, I don't know how to work this either. Thing is working. There it goes. Ah. Fuck yeah. What happened? My chair broke. My chair is being stupid. You should, wait, you should not be federal. Oh, you guys are debating your own thing. That's fine. Thank you for the follow, Dumblemore. I really appreciate it. Also, cheers. Not sure if you're, you know, into the 420 aspect of things, but we, anytime we get somebody new here, we try to cheers and do a little bit of the smoke. So, let's see. How long is the debate with Jank? That's not long at all. Screw it.
So sharp, exactly.
All right. We'll get this. We'll go with the jank one. We'll do jank versus Andrew. We'll just make it a Queen Andrew debates day. Voice tonight with Andrew Levine. Okay. Proud to be a Virginian. In a state I don't know what they do. God, Virginia and, let's see. It's like a lot of Civil War stuff, but I don't know what you got. Well, wait, you got like a lot of federal stuff. You got like you got a lot of unemployment. That's what's going on. You got high unemployment right now. Tobacco? Oh, they got tobacco? I didn't know that. That's cool. Look at that. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. That's actually kind of impressive over on, TikTok, actually. Oh, God. Do you? Like, do you actually? Like, let's see. I shall be the judge of this. I fly, what is that? I fly the Gadsden flag above my state flag and above the Stars and Stripes. Okay. Wait a minute. Out of all this stuff that's happening, I just realized, why isn't Trump, like, doing more with Space Force? Like, wait a minute. How come Elon isn't running Space Force? Or Space Force? I don't want to give him any ideas, but I'm actually legitimately curious about this now, where I'm like, huh. Because, you know, that would make sense. We're gonna go to Mars. We're gonna take the whole Space Force with us. I don't think you understand. It's going to take us a little bit of time. It's gonna be just a bunch of soldiers that are just like, so we get to go back, right? It's like one-way trip, guys. We're gonna go battle those Martians. And then they're just like, we're gonna die. We're just gonna die here. Oh my god. It would become, what's that? Oh my god. Lord of the Flies. Real fast. Alright, so... Any nice beaches? No. Whether you watch reality competition or not, which one is your favorite? Mine is The Amazing Race. I used to watch The Amazing Race with my grandpa. That was a good show. God. I don't know. Competitions? I don't know. I used to like Survivor a little bit, but I haven't watched any of that shit for a long time, man. Long time. I mean, I still catch Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. Like, those are still good. Space Force, the Space Force people are hoping people forget about them. No 19-year-old hackers for them. They're just like, please forget. We want to just go get paid to play in the desert. They just built a commune and like hope that everybody forgot about them. Oh my god, how much that would be funny. Now, if they revisit the show with Steve Carell, that'd be a perfect way to pick it up, where they're still in the desert and they accidentally started a commune. And oh my god, and then they picked up people from Burning Man. That would be amazing. Wait, I just wrote it. Wait. I need to stop giving away like free writing like for episodes on my show, because if that happens, I'm gonna be mad about that. The new Survival 49 is coming on February 28th. Still brainstorming about how to grift off Space Force. I don't know. I mean, what did they do? Like, what the hell? That's it. What happened to Space Force? What happened to Space Force? Space Force is got around 8,600 service men and women. They currently stationed with the Air Force. Go figure. Headquarters in Pentagon. Semper Supra. Semper Supra, brother. Dude, you're gonna feel. Can you imagine being in Space Force and being retired and being like Semper Supra? Like, man, just when like National Guard had inferiority complex, it's gonna be. We did things too. Sorry, as a non-military guy, I am more than willing to crap on our branches of the military. So I am sorry. I was one of the what I consider the smarter ones, where I saw through that whole shtick. I'm not gonna join I'm not gonna go from one cult to another one. No, thank you. Rubens trained specifically and ironically to. Oh wait, what? We need to build X-wings and Millennium Falcons. Mitesh, did you not see that they actually built a working X-wing that can be like it could be piloted? It's technically a drone, but it had a pilot seat and everything. Oh man, it was cool. So I'm just not sure like how Space Force is going to Oh, here, you know what? Now, let's see. Do links work? Hold on, I gotta see something with TikTok real quick, because if this link works, that would be dope. Alright. Oh, whatever. They can copy paste. What does Space Force do? Trump. Yes. I mean, for real. What do they do? We got space crap crashing. We got Elon Musk trying to send more space crap. We got 2 astronauts who are still stuck in space. Not sure if you guys were like forgot about that. Actually, here, let's get an update on that. 2 astronauts stuck in space. Because even Trump, he brought it up. He's just like Biden. He's a total failure. I'm gonna get those astronauts back. I'll tell you what. We gotta go get the astronauts. He's a total failure. This is appears to be coming to an end. Weeks after Donald Trump ordered Elon Musk to go get the astronauts, NASA has announced the pair will likely arrive back on Earth a little sooner than planned. The space agency announced on Tuesday that SpaceX will switch capsules for upcoming astronaut flights in order to bring... So you're telling me that they had to cancel some billionaire's space flight to actually, like, send somebody up there, or is it because their rockets are still exploding, so they're not exactly sure if they should be going up and getting these people? I don't know. I mean, I know that they have been using them over in Russia, so I don't know. Apollo 69. God, you know, I just ruined it. They're literally gonna call it Apollo 69 because doggy, you know, doggy, get it? Apollo 69, get it? Sex joke. I'm totally funny. I'm Elon Musk. Don't you like me? Please like me. You don't like me? Oh. OMG, they have to be having sex by now? Yeah, no shit. At that point, it's just like... So you, like, want to do it? Just cuz? It's like... Yeah, why not? I mean, dude, at this point, they've probably done some freaky stuff. He's at one end of the space capsule, you know, whacking it, and then he just like... It's just... All right, dude. I'm sorry. I know that just got so crass. But come on. Oh my god, they start playing, like, they start doing the thing where it's just like, we're coming in for docking. All right. Nice and steady. All right. Easy. Extend. We need to extend pod. Extending pod. Pod connecting. We've made contact. Oh, shit. As I said, we have fun here. It's getting a little gross. No one will know. Well, no, I mean, I think they will because Houston is monitoring, like, everything with them. So, yeah, they would. They actually would know. They would definitely know. Although they would trust me, I think there's enough of them at like... How much you want to bet that it's kind of like this a little bit, where they get a little parasocial with the people, like, in Houston Control? Shh, Houston Control, I just wanted to say, I love you guys. You guys keep me healthy and sane. Shh. By the way, he starts doing a podcast like me. He's like, shh. By the way, what was your first time jerking off like? I'll tell you about mine in space. You know you all want to know. Good night, meds kicked in. Bye-bye, y'all. Damn, dude. Man, your meds kicking quick. Well, thank you for the support, buddy. I appreciate it. I'll catch you later. We'll be playing your music here in a little bit. I want to do 5 or 6 hours a day. I chased away Kirk. He's just like, not now. Not now. I can't do it. It's crossed the line. All right, now that's actually pretty funny. My cat is at the door right now, and he is doing this where he's just like, pss, 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 pss. Where's my dog? Stan. Must be sleeping out in the hallway there. Here, let me. I'm gonna go get my dog. Where is he? Me? The line? You? Oh, man. I do feel bad occasionally where, you know, I've had a few audience members. I don't want to call them out because I feel like that's a little, you know, rude, but they've said like, nah, the crass humor is kind of where I kind of step out for a little bit. It's like, okay, that's fine. It's fine. You know, as long as they come back or they kind of check back in, you know, that's the big thing for me, where I'm just like, no, don't disappear for the whole thing. Because I thought, nah. As you know, the line does not exist. I know, dude, I was on your Discord this weekend. I saw how you don't have a line. I saw your memes page. I appreciated it too. Did you not see that? I thought it was pretty funny. But one of my favorite moments was when you realized just where my line was not. Where you were just like, oh, Pep's grosser than I thought he was. It's like, all right. Somehow, all right, but ew. Oh, man. Always know your line with comedy. All right, guys. Let's do one more hour. Dude, I have to do a space bit next time. I have S with a new person. I will get some sort of stars and put them on my ceiling. There you go. Taking you to the moon, baby. Ew. You get one of those, oh my god, that'd be the funniest use of that, where it's just like, I work in Hollywood. You ever seen the movie Gravity? Well, they actually, they have this apparatus where they string them up, and it's made of like, you know, thousands of different tiny wires that you can barely see, and we could also digitize them out, but you want to see how it works? Yeah. Oh, man. there's one special effects supervisor that it's just like, That'd be funny if he was in the, like, he was just randomly, like, catching this where he's just like, hey, talk about me. Get a fishbowl just to mess with somebody. It's like, hey, I need you to put this on your head. I have a thing for Buzz Lightyear. What? I don't know, man. When we get close, can you, like, just don't freak out. Like, I just need you to join me when when we're about to go. Like, I just need you to say to infinity and beyond. and then like right before, like, I'll just be like, you got a friend in me. Oh. Dude. Okay. All right, I'm done. I feel like I'm going off the rails here. I feel like that might have been too much. The line right here. Pepper. All right, this is what happens when I get distracted and also lose my place. Where the hell did this thing go? Oh, here it is. All right, we got one more debate. It's Cenk Uygur and Chunk Yogurt and Andrew. Oh my lord. Might be too much food. I can already tell you that. This is a lot, but thank you. Holy shit. Wow. Looks delicious. Holy crap, dude. That smells so good. All right. I saw you. Haha. Thank God for that camera. Nope, that one's not yours. And I knew you were still down here. All right, guys. 1 second. Real quick, if you guys have a TikTok, you can always check out my my stream on TikTok as well now. It's actually running pretty smooth. I gotta be honest. I'm kind of shocked at this. It's got more traction than I thought. Also, if you guys are new to the stream and you haven't already subscribed to my channel on YouTube, please do that. That really helps me out, and I hope you guys are enjoying the content. And if, sorry, I had to check anybody was new. And yeah, if you guys haven't liked the stream yet, please do. It really helps me out in the algorithm. And I really do appreciate it, guys. Just so you know, like, as a smaller YouTuber, it matters a lot. And I keep trying to hammer that one home because it's like, it's not fair. They make it a lot harder for us. But when I see the bigger YouTubers still asking, I'm like, okay, well, at least everybody's kind of playing the algo game. All right. Hey, buddy. All right, this one already seems like it's going to be more animated. It's about Elon Musk. It's Cenk Uygur. Chunk Yogurt. Cenk Yogurt. Cenk Uygur. Holy crap, I'm actually like calling him Yogurt as his last name now. That's not good. The joke has permeated too long. Well. All right, let's catch this debate with Cenk Uygur and Andrew Wilson, otherwise known as Queen Andrew in this community.
He did that so crisp, so sharp, exactly like the way that they did in the Third Reich. That's not an accident. He's a smart guy.
All the evidence points to the fact not only is he not a Nazi, but there's no good incentive for him to even do this. You just don't care. You don't care because you want it to be some trolling Nazi thing when it clearly isn't.
I think you're an idiot. I think you love that coup on January 6th. I think you hate our democracy. I think you hate our Constitution. So what part of that is cozying up to the right wing, bitch?
You have a female bishop. That's an impossibility. That is not Christian at all. That is satanic.
It's inversion, dude. It's satanic. You sound insane. You sound, to me, honestly, you sound like you belong in a mental asylum.
By the way, it's great to have the old check back, by the way. President Trump pledged to transform the United States, and his first days in his office have been nothing short of shock and awe. Okay. Trump unveiled a tidal wave of executive actions, as well as scrapping all of Joe Biden.
This one already seems like it's going to be a lot more contentious.
On the stroke of a pen. Supporters reckon Trump has crossed out more than just policy with his trademark Sharpie. They believe in a profound and perhaps permanent cultural pivot to a supreme United States in which bros rule, woke is dead, and Americans answer to nobody but God, and maybe Trump. But are they right? Well, joining me to debate, for the first time together, Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, famed for what he calls blood sport debates with controversial thinkers from the worlds of politics, philosophy, and religion. And in the opposite corner, Cenk Uygur is the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, where the OG of digital debates, has found his progressive populism at odds with many conservative commentators, as well as his own side. Well, Cenk has recently made it his mission to engage with conservative and pro-Trump firebrands like Andrew Wilson. The question is, can he keep his temper? We're about to find out, because Cenk, you've got a volcanic one when it goes, but you've been on very good behaviour since Trump won. Let's see if it lasts. Gentlemen, I joke. Welcome to both of you. Cenk, let me start with you. It's been a blizzard of stuff going on, as always in Trump world. But it seems, unlike 2016, that this time there's a kind of laser focus and a plan to what Trump is doing. He's had time to think about this, time to work out what he got right and wrong first time, and he's hit the ground very hard, running very fast, really to try and send a message. Right, this is the new America. What do you make of it?
Yeah, so first of all, credit to him on both the optics and the action, right? So when a Democrat gets in office, they immediately start saying, our voters have to push us to do the right thing. And then they say, don't push, don't push, don't push. Hey, how about we elect you and you do your goddamn job, right? And for Democrats, that seems to be a really...
Our favorite Lego-headed commentator, yes.
Hard ask, right? So that's why I'm so frustrated with my own party. Trump comes in and goes, you want to see something? Boom, here we go, day one. Oh, signing after signing after signing, executive order after executive order. So give him credit for that. Number two, give...
No, I will, and I actually have to agree with Cenk on this one. The fact that, like, Joe Biden had to do everything where he's just like, no, I have to do everything as delicately as possible. Otherwise, my brittle bones, they're going to break.
Credit to Susie Wiles, who ran a brilliant campaign and now seems to be running a very tight ship as the chief of staff. Now, when it comes to the actual orders, I disagree with tons and tons of them. Some of them are expected. We're getting out of the Paris Climate Treaty, which is a disaster for us to get out of. But once Trump's elected, that's fait accompli. So it's not like you should be overly surprised by that. The pardons of the violent criminals on January 6th is unacceptable, except for the fact that it was super obvious that he was going to do it, right? And then when he gets to the absurdities like taking away birthright citizenship, I think he does that as kind of a squirrel to distract people and get everybody to focus on that while he passes everything else, because that has no chance. That's wildly unconstitutional. And by the way, I would hope that MAGA would realize things that are unconstitutional and go, wait, we're supposed to love this document. I can't have you going outside the Constitution and outside the law.
Okay, Andrew, your response.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of problems here. So the first problem is these were not violent criminals who were released. These were political prisoners who were released. What happened is there was no fair application of the law whatsoever. These guys were being tried in D.C. There was a political witch hunt. We have more evidence every single day which provides for that. And why these guys are busy now complaining and showing.
And then you actually have like, what was it, 8 of them that are already back in prison?
Us, down here on the border, we have a mom crying because she might be separated from her kid.
Nobody's commenting on the fact that we have a ton of families that just got reunited. And on behalf of all of the Wilsons of the world, welcome home, January 6ers. It's guys like this that wanted to put you away in a dark hole, absent due process, and throw away the key. These were not violent criminals, by the way.
Well, hang on, Andrew, hang on. Let me just stop you there. So I actually interviewed one of the protesters, Jacob, who was the QAnon shaman guy. And I also had a Capitol police officer who'd been working that day. And what they both agreed, very interestingly, was that they both condemned the violence against police officers that day. So if you can have one of the protesters,
political prisoners, exactly,
who've just been pardoned, concede that
the fact is he still doesn't think they were like committing insurrection. So
violence,
but damn well that anybody at the George Floyd protests, they were committing an insurrection, like somehow, some way. Like it's dude,
that was perpetrated by some of the protesters was wrong, unacceptable, and should be condemned. Why would you categorize it as non-violent?
Well, I didn't categorize it as non-violent. I said these are not violent criminals, which is how it's being
But if you're perpetrating violence against police officers,
because what? How many? A few? A couple? This guy on May 30th.
Jennifer. Oh, well, that's funny because Fort Knox and the Pentagon budget and all that. That's not going to. Trust me, that's not going to get touched.
Of 2020. The White House was under siege. It was attacked. Over 100 secret.
And they'll find that it's almost empty, and the USA will be fucked.
Service agents.
We're not backed by the gold standard anymore. That wouldn't matter anyway.
Injured. We had. They were burning down stations. This guy said, "Oh well, Trump had to go hide out in his bunker." Can you imagine if the roles were reversed and Donald Trump came out and was like, "Oh, AOC had to go hide. Oh, these politicians had to go hide." He doesn't care about political violence.
Actually, I have a great video about like how like the economy, how we're just sprinting to an economic collapse because it's basic economics where if you start taking more than you produce, then what happens?
The left doesn't care about political violence at all. They'll use it when it's expedient for them. They always do, pointing to a couple of bad acts.
Federal Reserve uses gold to prop up the economy. Without it, the economy crashes.
Actors at this thing and saying all of them have to be thrown away, and the key thrown away with them is insanity. And no, I don't think so. I think it's a miscategorization to frame all of them as violent criminals, and that's
they weren't all violent at all. I mean,
that's what he was doing. That's what he was framing it, though.
Yeah, no, listen, I don't. And Cenk, I do not agree with that. I don't think all the 1,500 were violent.
It's like completely symbolic.
In fact, we know for a fact they weren't. A lot of them were not convicted of violence.
Yeah, I didn't say
that.
You did say that. So look. No, all right, whatever, dude. So on the Young Turks, we've been super clear about this. And as always, we're the one guys, set of people who are fair. You'll see both sides do all this extreme stuff like Andrew's doing. So first of all, the people who went to the speech of Donald Trump, a lot of times they get thrown into this. And I have always said, no, that's not fair. They didn't go down to the Capitol. For the people who went to the Capitol, it's an obvious crime to break into the Capitol. And why were they doing that? They were trying to overturn the results of the election. So you could blah, blah, blah on all your talking points.
But again, I love how inconsistent he is because like George Floyd protests, he will act more outraged about a Target getting looted than what happened at the Capitol building that day.
But it's absurd.
This is why I can't take it serious.
They were trying to hurt our democracy. They were trying to steal that election. And were some of them violent? Were all of them violent? No. Were some of them violent? Obviously. We have eyes and ears. So you can do all the propaganda you want, but we just watch the tape of them trying to beat the crap out of the cops. I thought you guys cared about cops. I care about crime. I'm against crime. And, and we take heat sometimes from the left because they think that crime is a right-wing narrative and doesn't actually exist. Well, the voters just showed you it does exist, and they're pissed about it. But they're also pissed about it when you go beat up cops for Trump. So look, I'm past it because The American people voted. They put Trump back into office, and that's pretty definitive. I didn't want that, but it happened, right? But if you're going to try to do revisionist history, that these were some patriots who showed up for a picnic, but oh golly gee, there was a Capitol.
My bad, Jennifer. I didn't realize that you were a first timer. Welcome to the chat, and thank you for joining the stream.
So they started to bust in and beat the living crap out of the cops, and oh, he lost the election, but oh no, it was stolen. So they go and try to do a coup attempt. I hate it. I think it's a terrible precedent, and I think every time you guys defend it, you sound absurd, and it sounds like overwhelming, ridiculous propaganda.
Andrew?
Yeah, what it's about is a fair application of law. And there has not been fair application of law here. Singh himself cannot even do fair application of law. At the same time, he says, oh, they're trying to coup and overthrow the democracy. It's exactly what happened May 30th when they were attacking the White House. They were attacking Secret Service agents. They wanted to get in there, and all he could do was whine about how Trump had to get sent to a bunker. Where was his outrage about the coup d'etat? Where was he when Black Lives Matter was burning down cities?
There was no coup on May 30th.
He was
There it is.
He was saying instead, Singh didn't interrupt you once. Do you think he calmed down for me? So anyway, what's going on, very simply, is that he has the revisionist history. While at the same time, the Democrats are saying, you got to stay home and stay masked up. They're telling other people, go outside, burn down cities, make Chaz chop, a nice free independent zone. I don't know how you could say that that's anything other than an insurrection to say that this is now no longer part of the United States government, have your own armed militia there. The entire 9 yards, May 30th, they attack, and this guy says nothing. Suddenly, J6, though, oh my God, they're violent extremists. They're going to overthrow democracy. It's all nonsense. It's not fairly applied. He's never fairly applied it. The laws has never been fairly applied to the J6ers. They were tried in D.C., not in front of impartial juries. And here's how our law works. Our law works like this. 1,000 walk free, so one guilty person doesn't spend a day in prison. That is the precedent for our law. That's why they got pardoned, and it's exactly why they should have.
Yeah, and Andrew, on the ending the birthright citizenship,
can I just address
hang on, Czech, I'll come to you in a moment. Response. On what Czech mentioned also about the ending the birthright citizenship is one of the executive orders.
Why does he participate in this shit? This is the part that pisses me off.
Do you think Trump intends to do that? Because it seems to me he's already won the debate about illegal immigrants who are here are criminals in America.
Yep.
Everyone pretty much agrees they should be sent back, including the million who've already been processed but haven't been deported yet. So all of that seems to be very popular, but there is a lot of anger about the idea that you may end what seems to be a very American thing, the very ethos of the country, this birthright citizenship. What do you feel?
It's a very un-American thing. The 14th, or I'm sorry, this was never, by the way, never set up so that people could come in, have a baby, and then anchor themselves to the child. And that's what's been going on. It's been going on for years. We know it's been going on for years. This was designed for things like for immigrants who came in legally. They have children here. Of course, those are United States citizens. Nobody's disputing that. What we're disputing is that you can just come in illegally, have a child on American soil, and then try to anchor yourself to that child. That is not in the spirit of what we're even talking about. Of course, Trump wants to end it. It's bad policy across the board. It's always been bad policy across the board. And I hope the Supreme Court, it gets challenged by the Supreme Court so we could get it in front of them so that they can interpret it correctly, because that's not the way this is supposed to be applied.
Cenk?
Okay, Second Amendment, dude.
Yeah, so first let me address what he said, and I'll come back to this. So look, guys, what happened on May 30th was nothing but a protest. But if they attack Secret Service guys, then they should be arrested. That's a violent crime. I'm principled on both of those things. And in Portland, when they took over a portion of the city, I was against it. Like, well, that's not a thing. You don't get to take over a portion of a city. I was against it when gangs took over apartment complexes and buildings in Colorado. So if Trump stays with things that the American people are in favor of, getting rid of the violent felons that are undocumented here, that's going to be very popular, whether the left likes it or doesn't like it, right? But when he goes too far and he goes to things like birthright citizenship, then people are going to push back. And
no, it's just we can all see the slippery slope of where that goes as far as, like, how do you determine who's like, who are you stopping? And we've been right. This whole idea that they've been stopping, indigenous people.
That's
like,
when it gets interesting. Is Trump going to double down and go, no, I'm
not that they're
go?
Not that they're deporting them, but they're even stopping them. The fact that it is literally based on the color of skin. It's not like they're doing this, stopping a bunch of white. Like, I've never gotten stopped and asked to show my papers to prove that I'm not, an illegal Slavic immigrant.
To demagogue on this and get you people to hate, foreigners coming in, et cetera. And I don't care what the Constitution says, and we're going to change the way America is, and you're no longer an American if you're born here. We're going to judge you based on, where you're from, et cetera. That'll be very unpopular. Does he dig in, or does he, as he does sometimes, go, you know what, I gave it a shot, didn't work, and retract? I hope that that's the direction he goes, because this whole, look, brother, if you have a problem with a part of the Constitution, you need to go through the right process. You need to go and do an amendment. Like, I want to do an amendment to get money out of politics. But when Biden was in office, I didn't think he should just come in and go, forget what the Supreme Court said. Forget what the Constitution said. Let's go nuts and do whatever the hell we want. That's not how it works.
Well, gee, I never thought about that. I didn't know that we were supposed to go through a process of law for these things, which is exactly what Trump is doing via his executive order, which then hopefully will get it in front of the Supreme Court, which looks like that's what the plan is.
That's part of the legal process.
By the way, just so you know, the interpretation of this, that's what we're really talking about, is the interpretation. Ultimately here, it is not, and you need to agree with me on this, it is not in the spirit that you can come in and have a child here and anchor yourself to the child specifically so that you have some pathway or motivation to citizenship. You say it's not part of the legal process. Yes, these challenges, getting in front of the Supreme Court, getting in front of various courts, is part of the process. It's been done this way time and time and time again. Also, I reject categorically what you said. Just lied to the audience. You called Trump bunker boy, right? He was going down to the bunker during the protest to inspect it. Ha, 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 right? You didn't care at all. You weren't denouncing political violence. You weren't denouncing these people getting beat up. You didn't care when the violence is on your side like a typical Democrat. You don't care at all, Sink. You don't care. And you've never cared. The only reason you care now is because you want to kiss.
And I condemn it every time people do violence. Literally every time.
I'll say snake. But the thing is, Snake, is that you're just trying to kiss the right wing's ass now to get back in with them because the left has categorically rejected you, and that's what's actually happening.
Cenk, is that what's happening?
All right, you amuse me. Yeah, this guy amuses me. So, like, you think calling me Snake is going to somehow win you the debate? Good luck with that childish.
I already won the debate.
Way of going. Oh, you did because you said it. Okay, that by the way, another great debating tactic. Just saying you won. And second of all,
wait, no, I do have to show my papers under immigration law. Technically, if ICE stops me, then I would have, like, if they suspect that I am, an illegal immigrant.
We have 27 million. How many times do I have to say this? 27 million subscribers.
Why do you think that wouldn't happen to me?
30 billion lifetime views. You're a pimple on my ass. I literally don't even know who you are. So you come in here talking about audience, and you're a snake. Okay, you're a turtle.
That was uncalled for and dumb. Who cares? I mean, I know that Crucible would do that, like, to a guy like me, but, like, come on, Jank, really?
Audience, whatever. Do I win now?
I didn't say anything about audience. What are you talking about? Are you a lunatic?
You did. You just said, the left wing's audience has got a problem with it.
I said you lied.
Dude, oh my God, he is so bothered that he is losing audience share, though, and, like, the fact that we are just we're massively just unfollowing.
What were you doing at TPUSA, Sink? Trying to cozy in with right-wingers like Charlie Kirk, kissing their ass. You're literally kissing up to them because you want in good.
He's calling you Snick. Like, get it, Snick? Like,
because the left is rejecting center-left policies now. That's what's happening.
Hey, brother,
they either want to go far left or far right.
Okay, listen, brother. As you see me bitch slapping you right here on.
Oh my God, dude! What are you doing? He got you. He got. Unfortunately, I think Andrew got him on that one where it's just like, I'm a bitch slap you.
Airwaves.
The only thing you can bitch slap.
What part of that seems like cozying up? What's the part of that seems like cozying up to the right? I think you're an idiot. I think you love that coup on January 6th. I think you hate our democracy. I think you hate our Constitution. So what part of that is cozying up to the right wing?
I hate snakes like you who try to get.
Oh my God, dude, he really does have an anger issue.
In as good as you can with a wheat.
And Piers, look at him. He's just like, I got him. Oh, this is fantastic television. Fantastic. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for being such a useful tool.
Weak right, like Charlie Kirk, when you have weaponized political violence yourself.
Oh, Charlie Kirk is weak right and you're strong right.
At the same time, you say, wait a second. Oh, I can't believe the J6ers coup. You didn't give a damn. You've never given a damn. We have your words on record. You flip-flop. You're the biggest flip-flopper on the left. You're known for it. People make fun of you for it because you move position.
No, I actually hate to give Jake a little bit of leeway on this one. No, he's really not. He hasn't flip-flopped on his policy. He's flip-flopped on whether or not he's going to support, certain things within his organization, and then kind of is he going to double down on cozying up to other sides? But at least I'm going to be fair. His position has been, he's maintained it.
But you don't care about principles. All you care about is, Trump, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump so much.
And all you care about is Trump derangement syndrome. All you have is Trump derangement syndrome.
All right, let me try.
TDS, always on display.
That's a both sides thing.
All right.
I'm just going to say it. Like, if one side's going to accuse the other of TDS, then the other side has TDS too, because they're deranged in the fact that, like, he loves them and that he is actually good for them. They derange themselves just as bad.
Time out.
I will say that, you know what, caring too much about this shit, like I have learned that, especially like with the rhetoric of the election, but again, election season is election season, let's be honest. But for real, like, sometimes when they say things like, dude, you call everybody a Nazi, dude, you do this every time that like somebody does like anytime that Donald Trump takes a crap, you call it a fascist crap. Like, yeah, with that kind of stuff, I am like, dude, let's call out what he is doing at like the fascist stuff that he's doing, and then just kind of be like, hey, this is what he's doing that's fascist, instead of just being like, look, fascist. Trust me, I know. Oh, I know how angry like you get. I get that way too. I want to just trust me. I want to, but I understand that this isn't the effective way to build a new movement. So
I gotta say one thing.
You both made your feelings clear.
How could you say that I'm cozying up to the right and say I have Trump derangement syndrome? Make up your mind. You're a very poor thinker.
We watched the entirety of his entire first term. You were Russia. He's a colluder. He's evil. He's this and that. And he flip-flopped on that position the second it was politically expedient.
Okay. Let me try and
none of those things are true.
Let me try and move on to guys. Let's move on to some policy debate. Andrew, let me ask you: do you feel like the woke worm is in reverse as strongly as I'm sensing it is? And it's specifically just a simple statement from Trump that the policy of the United States will be to recognize two genders, male and female. Well, duh. That's always been the case. It's just incredible that the president of the
you can't go one debate without this.
The free world effectively has to make this clear to people who'd lost their minds and believe that actually men can be women and women can be men. But do you feel that this has been a big marker in the beginning of the end of the woke mind virus, as Musk calls it?
No, it's not the end of the woke mind virus. You're going to always have to battle this as definitions change, because people need to justify their insane and degenerate behavior in society. So they come up with all sorts of nonsense like this. In this particular case, the trans advocacy groups have done more to reverse any type of progress LGBTQ people in the United States have made in the last 30 years because of what they're trying to do with children, and the fact that they don't care that you, as a Christian, do not believe at all that a man can become a woman. So yes, this is whiplash on that. There's going to be a lot more whiplash that's going towards that as people reject categorically what these people have been trying to push on us. You can look no further than what just happened at the inauguration. You have a female bishop. That's an impossibility. That is not Christian at all. You're not allowed to have female bishops. That is satanic. That
actually, he's wrong. That's a Catholic thing. He's speaking in an Orthodox Christianity, which he doesn't understand that most Americans do not practice Orthodox Christianity. He conveniently leaves that part out.
It's literally satanic to have a female bishop come up and say anything. You can laugh, but it is. That's
okay. Well,
speaking. The reason you're laughing is because it's true.
Well, Cenk, I'll get you to respond.
Oh, well, the thing is, see, he just went one above the whole Hitler thing. He actually brought up Satan. So, like, are you going to call all these leftists Satan, demons, demon spawn, Satan?
Oh, but first of all, let's play the clip of that bishop, because my objection was actually for different reasons. Let's take a look at it.
I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away.
Oh my God! How dare this bishop preach about the care and compassion of Jesus Christ? How dare she? How dare she even bring up the fact that, you know, this religion that Trump claims to be part of is actually based in compassion, understanding, and acceptance? Nah, we can't have that. We need hate, fear, and division. What are you talking about? This is not how we use religion in America. Please.
And that you help those who are...
That Jesus guy is just a woke asshole. Honestly, seriously, I really cannot wait. Like, if I actually get to debate him, this is the part that I cannot wait to bring up, where it's just like, so you truly do think that Jesus was a woke asshole then? Because he said to have, you know, care, compassion, and actually, like, you know, hung with the sinners.
Who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands, to find compassion and welcome here.
So, Cenk, I mean, notwithstanding Andrew's position on the fact there shouldn't be a female bishop, but the fact that she was there on such a big historic moment, delivering a kind of scolding woke lecture with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their wife.
Oh, A woke lecture. You see what they did there? They literally did the thing. They made Jesus too woke for Christianity.
Sitting there. I just thought it was completely
This is incredible, guys. I've been waiting personally for this moment for a long time. I didn't know it would happen in a Piers Morgan debate, but bravo. Bravo. I'm so glad that you actually had the conviction to do it.
I didn't care who the president was or what the scolding was, but to turn the pulpit into a scolding thing about all America's gay children are going to be running for their lives, I just thought it.
No, it's literally that's kind of what's happening, and you're doing this thing where you're literally ignoring the word of God, but then going, "You're such good Christians."
It was completely wrong.
This is really taking me back, guys. Just so you guys know, full disclosure, I used to have this problem with people in the faith when I was part of the faith. Hypocrisy was always a rampant thing. There was always these rich assholes that would always... I called them Christians of convenience. I coined that term early in high school, like right around freshman year. And I remember calling somebody's mother a Christian of convenience, where it was just, no, you just want... You just want... Like, Jesus forgave me, but I can go cheat on my husband. I can do this. I can do that. Don't judge. And then they would always say, well, it says in the Bible to not to do unto others and not judge. Only God can judge me. It's just like, meanwhile, Karen, you're talking about immigrants and you're gossiping about everybody else. Like, no.
Yeah, Piers, I totally disagree. I loved it, and the reason I loved it is because it's truth to power. And you can say, hey, it's her truth. It's the truth of about half of Americans. It's not necessarily the truth, but at least she's trying to challenge the powerful, and I love that. Look, the reason why a lot of people agree with me is because I challenge the powerful on both sides, on the Democratic side and the
Truth to
Republican.
power. How is that not truth to power? Even if you don't believe in Christ. She's literally saying, practice compassion. Oh my God, dude. The fact that people have now conflated being a good person and a nice person with weakness, I gotta say, honestly, I'm kind of like, I kind of do want off this rock, like, and I'm hoping that the meteor does it, because I really don't have the, I gotta say, like, don't have that conviction.
And that makes the partisans get super mad at me. No.
Either that or just let the revolution happen soon.
Biden's right about everything. No. Trump's right about everything. No, I love that she spoke for half the country, and she said it right to his face. I wish reporters would do that. And I think a lot of the reporters got the message to be softer on Trump. No. Be harder on the Democrats and the Republicans and the establishment. Be harder on everyone. So do exactly as she did, even though apparently she's Satan. Brother, look, how can I talk to you, man, when you say such ludicrous things? Do you know that, like, 95% of Americans, when you say that she's satanic because she's a woman bishop, think that you're nuts? Do you at least understand and acknowledge that?
First of all, they don't. You don't understand anything about the Bible, apostolic succession, church history. You don't know anything about these things, Shank. You have no idea what you're talking about. First of all, she wasn't speaking truth to power. She was speaking subversiveness to goodness. And that's what's actually going on.
No, she was actually speaking Jesus's word to an applied situation that you are using adverse cruelty, and you're also kind of using the Bible to kind of say why you're being so cruel. So,
and that's what Democrats are great at doing. Yes, it is.
Man, they really do not like their own book. They don't. That outside of being able to control other people's lives, they do not like Jesus. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I never thought I'd see like this turn where they're doing the Antichrist thing. Like, this is what's scaring the crap out of me. As an ex-Christian, they are not only like with the stuff in Gaza, because that also pertains to this. Yeah, guys, they're kind of doing this, like, they're rushing to the end. They really want their ending. But here's where we kind of go, oh, you know that rapture thing?
It's completely satanic to have inversion. Inversion is when you take what is considered the Christ head, in this case a bishop, and invert it to a woman. That's what.
It's also funny because they're so smug. They're just like, you're not going to get in. It's like, then literally I'm going to be floating right next to him just because, hey, look, I lived an actual godly life and I read the Bible. Like, I actually read the thing. And you know how he said that if you do, like, it's easier for somebody who does not praise me or acknowledge me to actually get into heaven, who is a good person. You guys don't like that one. You guys always conveniently ignore that piece of the gospel.
What you people are great at doing is inversion. If you looked at the 2,000 years of Christian history, you would understand this, especially church history, going all the way back to the time of Christ and apostolic succession. People, oh, well, you can, but the truth is that people get all of their ethics and goodness in this nation from biblical ethics and Christian ethics, not from, St. Uger thinks it's neat that a chick can do this. It's like, no, that's not part of our ethical standard there. That's not what it is. We don't have an ethical standard based around your version of
both the anti-Semitic left and this anti-Semitic right. No, the anti-Semitic right actually. You want inside baseball? At my church, we used to call Jews placeholders.
The woke Bible.
Yeah, because we were the actually holy people of, and they're just placeholding our spot on the on the field of Armageddon until it heats up. For real.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When you call a respected bishop a chick and satanic.
Respected by who?
It's funny that you don't see that you lose such a giant percentage of the country. And so, guys like this make it nearly impossible for a huge part of the country to ever vote for Republicans. Because if you vote for a Republican, you're going to get these ghouls and goblins. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, chicks shouldn't be on bishops, man. It's inversion, dude. It's satanic. You sound insane. You sound, to me, honestly, you sound like you belong in a mental asylum. Or when you call people satanic. What the hell does that even mean? Just because she's a woman, she's satanic in that role. See, that's exactly why I'm a populist, but I can't be populist, right? When guys like this
speaking truth to power,
and drive hatred.
I'm a populist. God, that word has been bastardized in politics lately.
Hatred. You're right, I am power, so keep going.
Remember how you said, I'm massive, I'm huge, I have this massive
What the hell, Kirk? I thought you were asleep.
So I'm here saying, speaking truth to power. You should be all about that. You should be loving the fact that I'm telling you something now, which is true.
Except you're speaking gibberish to power.
It is.
Yo, real question, Kirk. Does melatonin do anything for you?
Beelzebub in the room with us right now?
It is an inversion.
Is Beelzebub
I want to change
in the room with us?
I'm sorry. You hate Christianity? You hate Christian ethics, eh?
Time out. Let's move Christian ethics to another debate.
I don't hate Christianity.
I want to ask you about Nazis.
I hate your radical.
You sure sound like you do.
Chaps, I want to
That's not radical.
Chaps, time out. I want to calm the temperature by turning to Nazi salutes. Cenk, you said about Elon Musk. Let's take a look at what he did, just to remind everyone who may not have seen it.
This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Now, Cenk, you said it was the most obvious Nazi.
It is. Dude. It is. Let's play the whataboutism game. Since they love to play this game, let's just play it before they even start it here. If this was a left-winger, what would they be doing? Oh my God, that's right. They'd be saying, oh look, see, they call us all Nazis, but look.
Nazi salute you'd ever seen, which I think Hitler might be a bit surprised about, but you don't actually believe
that, did you say? Oh,
yeah, but Cenk, just to be clear, you don't actually think he's a Nazi, do you? So how can you make a Nazi salute if you're not actually a Nazi and, in fact, absolutely hate everything they stand for?
I don't know. Look at what he's doing with the right wing in Germany, and then maybe, just maybe, you'd think that somebody from Britain might be a little bit more worried about this, since, I don't know, that whole thing that happened the last time and the whole, like, history there, but fine. Cool. Welcome it. Cool.
That's not a Nazi salute. It's a awkward thing that he did to say
come
my heart
save
to
you
you,
this time, bitch.
that then gets deliberately misinterpreted as a Nazi salute by people who keep wanting to call everyone on the right a Nazi.
No. So Elon Musk is trolling. So this is a classic right-wing maneuver. It's to get attention. And he knows that if he does a Nazi salute, but he says, oh, but I touched my heart, and I can't believe they're calling me a Nazi. I'm the victim. The left wing is coming after me just because I did the most obvious Nazi salute of all time. Now, the left is angry at me because I'm not calling him a Nazi. I think he's trolling. I think he's doing it for attention. And he does this plausible deniability. It's the oldest trick in the book coming from the right wing. In fact, when you get upset at the right wing, they usually go, he's just trolling, right? So that's what happened there. That wasn't subtle. And again, I have credibility here because when they accused so many people of doing this, I said no. When Laura Ingraham was at the RNC and she raised her arm, and they're like, that's a Nazi salute. I'm like, that's not a Nazi salute. She just raised her arm. Everybody raises their arm. He did that so crisp, so sharp, exactly like the way that they did in the Third Reich. That's not an accident. He's a smart guy. He's doing it to get us to do this segment and for the inauguration to all be about Elon Musk. He's swallowing up all the attention.
I think that is the biggest load of cobblers I've ever heard in my life. But Andrew, over to you.
What? Yeah, so it is.
Okay.
So
oh my God, no, don't criticize when it's so freaking obvious. And what if he put a Nazi? He put a swastika on his forehead. You guys would be like, no. It's not what it appears. It's not what it appears.
Calm down, Cenk. Calm down.
Yeah, go ahead.
I again, didn't interrupt you.
Andrea, go ahead.
By the way, it's great to have the old check back, by the way, just for the record.
Yeah, I didn't interrupt you, Snake. Just calm down for a second. Let me respond very quickly.
Andrea.
Okay, so we have tons of evidence that Elon Musk isn't a Nazi. Kanye.
I almost want to give the Queen Andrew moniker to Jank just so he understands. It's like, oh, by the way, he actually believes that if he wants to be called a queen, so call him Queen.
Kanye West, I don't know if you remember
Trust
this. He ran for political office when he released a swastika. It wasn't even a swastika; it's just something that looked like one. Musk banned him for it. Musk just went through and did a massive purge. He just went through and did a massive purge of all sorts of people who were considered Nazis or that the left had been calling Nazis on Twitter.
Okay, so are you mad about that then? Since we talked about that whole free speech thing,
it's a big thing right now. All the evidence points to the fact not only is he not a Nazi, but there's no good incentive for him to even do this. What's the incentive? You say, well, it's a dog whistle. He's trolling. He's just funning this and that. No, this is very common, by the way, for people to make this hand gesture. I have it from AOC. I have it from Clinton. I have it from all of these various people. And the thing is, yeah, I have it from all of the Democrats saying you can draw side-by-side comparisons. People have been showing you them nonstop. You just don't care. You don't care because you want it.
No, because you got pictures of them going like this. You don't have video of them doing this. And I'm not going to do the back end. It's the hard, that's the problem. Stop it. Stop it. You guys don't want to be called Nazis, then maybe call out the people that are acting like fucking Nazis. And that's the response, Jank. Honestly, quit being on the back foot on this one. It's kind of easy
to
at
be
this
some
point.
trolling Nazi thing when it clearly isn't.
Why did I defend all the other right-wingers when they raised their arms like that? Then why did I defend all the other right-wingers when they raised their arms like that?
Because the same reason you defend left-wingers
that
when
was
they
the
do.
clearest Nazi salute. And by the way, I literally said, even if he put a swastika on his head, you guys would find an excuse for it. And then, hold on, and then you said about Kanye, when he put a swastika on his head, it wasn't really a Nazi symbol. I mean, you proved my point over and over again. So it's a delight debating.
I didn't say it wasn't a Nazi symbol. I said the swastika. I said it wasn't an actual swastika, but it looked enough like one. That he
oh, okay, so there you go again. I mean, it's a swastika, but not really, because, okay. So, look, even
the symbols actually look like actual symbols because they're actual symbols.
It's an absolute Nazi salute. Yeah, so look, guys.
No, he didn't say that. You just made it up.
Against the ghost.
I mean, Cenk, as he did it, he literally says, from my heart to you, or whatever the words were, right?
Yeah.
He literally tells you what he's doing.
Yeah, that's
from
the
my
plausible
heart to
deniability.
you.
Of course.
Nobody actually believes. Hang on,
so wait, is that what they need? They just need him to go like, Heil, and then would they go, oh, well, he didn't say Hitler, he said Trump.
Including
you really think he would have said,
this is kidding at this point?
No, of course he's going to have
he would if he was a Nazi.
And make up an excuse. You know that.
If he was a Nazi, he'd say, Heil Hitler, this is for you, the Third Reich, my love to you. Yes, because he would be an actual Nazi. Instead, he's a guy who literally a few months ago went to Jerusalem. He went to Jerusalem. He went to the
again,
and then he went down to the kibbutz.
Number one, you're fighting a ghost. I didn't say he was a Nazi.
He literally went.
I didn't say he was a Nazi. You keep going back to he's not a Nazi. I'm saying he's doing it for attention, and you know that, Piers. As a guy who loves attention,
it's not true.
You know he's doing it for the attention.
I don't know
that. So stop making an argument, debating an argument that I didn't even make.
There is absolutely no way in the world Elon Musk deliberately did that to get attention as a Nazi sympathizer. The whole idea of that is fanciful, delusional, and deliberate.
No, not as a Nazi sympathizer, Piers. As a person who goes, me, look at me. It's trolling. Do you not understand the concept of trolling?
I do.
So you do outrageous things with plausible deniability so that you could then come and go, oh my God, I got all the attention, plus I'm the victim because they're misinterpreting me.
Yeah, because when you're set up...
Great argument,
So you're having a nonsense debate about whether he's a Nazi.
Just to be clear,
I'm telling you that he did it for attention.
I hear you, but just to be clear, you really think that what he thought would be a good move as he's celebrating Donald Trump's historic second presidency starting, that what Donald Trump would want on the front pages the next day was not a picture of him as the new president, but a picture of Elon Musk doing what you say was a Nazi salute. You think he literally gamed that deliberately to troll people. What part of your brain thinks that is even feasible from a guy who literally lands space rockets in cradles? He's got one of the biggest brains in the world. He was not deliberately trolling people as if he's a Nazi.
He's got one of the biggest brains in the world, my ass. Enough with this pretending that he's literally freaking... Like, this is the thing, guys. They literally look at Elon Musk like he's some fucking Santa Claus. Like, they bought into all this. Like, you could tell... Like, at this point, guys... The funniest thing that we need to start doing is just creating like the perfect like candidate for each of these guys because it's so easy at this point.
It's ridiculous.
They're telling us exactly what they want.
So, Piers, let me ask you a question back. If you were giving a speech in the inauguration or in the parliament or anywhere, and somebody told you, hey, go say from my heart and do this exact thing where you even almost snap your boots. You know, he just snapped that salute, right?
He won't
would
do
you
it again.
Would you really do it? And I want you to do it right now if you say you would do it.
I told him, I didn't tell him, but I tweeted, and 10 million people have viewed my post on X, so he'll have seen it. I just said it was very ill-advised of him to do that move. Absolutely.
There you go. So
very
you think it did look like a Nazi
but
salute?
anyone who genuinely believes he was doing it to replicate a Nazi salute is talking complete bullshit. Andrew.
Yeah, and to just respond.
No,
very
but
briefly,
Piers,
I want to bring Andrew in. Let me bring Andrew in.
If it didn't look like a Nazi salute, why was it ill-advised? If it didn't look like a Nazi salute, why was it ill-advised?
Andrew, it was ill-advised to do it, and I'm sure he'll now realize.
Wait, because you don't have a good answer, so now you're just going to be like, I'm going to bring Andrew in. It's like, no, answer your damn question, because you know, again, I've watched you so many times on this shit, Piers. Like, the fact is, you will only interrupt somebody when they have a good point against you.
Is that? It was an ill-advised act.
Okay, good.
So here's the thing too. This is something that's off the cuff. Shank's entire argument here is it's trolling. Believe me. That's it.
Yeah.
No evidence, no anything.
None.
All evidence to the contrary.
You don't have
He doesn't
evidence
even claim
either.
he's a.
You don't know
doesn't
what's
even
in
claim
his
he's a
head.
Nazi. It's not my claim. You, the claimer. You bring the evidence. You, the claimer, bring the evidence. Oh, it was trolling.
I just realized how stupid Andrew sounds when he's making fun of Cenk's name, because it's literally like me going like, okay, Andrew. Okay, Andrew. Okay, Andrew, you guys know I don't have a speech impediment.
The evidence is in the video where he does a Sig Heil salute.
that's the evidence.
And you're saying,
He didn't do a Sig Heil.
His mind.
Now it's a Sig Heil.
You read his mind, and he meant really well by it.
You are
You're
the one claiming you
that
read
has
his mind. You're the one claiming you read his mind, and it's a troll, bro.
I'm
Believe
telling you
me.
what we all saw with our own eyes and ears.
Yeah,
in fact,
I mean,
Piers
dude, come on.
admits that it looks like a Nazi salute. Piers is on my side on that.
No,
You're
I
saying
said it was.
I gotta say, man, when you have his own support, when you have Trump's own supporters going, okay, I don't want to defend this one. Like, I had enough people in my own life finally go, listen, dude, I'm not a Musk fan. I'm a Trump fan. Honestly, the guy's weird. I hope that he does good, but he's like, but yeah, that was kind of a bridge too far. And honestly, if he keeps going with this Nazi crap, then I'm going to have a problem. I have heard that from two people in my life. And honestly, I'm going to be fair.
Looks like a Nazi salute.
Because they're as Trumpy as you get.
I read his mind,
Let me be
and he
clear.
meant nothing but warmth.
Let me be clear. It was an
Honestly, they're
ill-advised.
the only two people that I keep in my life that are Trumpers, and it's getting harder and harder because they, like, honestly, this is the whole reason you block people.
It was an ill-advised
No evidence.
movement of his arm because obviously the kickback has shown that.
Yeah. Great argument, by the way.
He did
Believe
not
me,
say,
bro.
as you're
Believe me,
saying,
bro.
Cenk, he did not say Sieg Heil because that would have made him a Nazi saluting Adolf Hitler. He said, from my heart to you. Rather less, I would say, contentious than Sieg Heil.
Yeah, but the
which is
whole
what
biting the
people
lip,
think
the
he's
whole
doing.
Salute.
And then, like,
Right,
his
let's one more
face.
question.
Let's change subject.
If Elon thought, oh my God, that's so ill-advised, I feel so bad about that. If somebody was saying that I did something Nazi, I said, oh my God, I feel bad about that. If it was ill-advised, why wouldn't he just say, oh, of course I didn't mean to do that?
Instead of being a cheeky little bastard and then doubling down on Twitter.
That way. But he
He
never
didn't do
does
anything wrong.
that.
What does he need to apologize for? He didn't do anything wrong.
If Elon Musk does it again,
But Piers thinks he did something wrong.
No, Cenk.
If Elon Musk does it again, I will be a good daddy, and I will tell him, Elon, you really shouldn't be out there, doing the Sieg Heil. I know that it's a little bit too much to ask. What do you mean?
If he does it again in public that way, then he will be trolling people because now he knows how it looks.
Okay, deal.
And I don't believe
Deal.
he meant that in a million years. The last thing Elon Musk, having literally been to the kibbutz where Jewish people were massacred on October the 7th, literally a few
Does this guy really need him to be goose-stepping for him to be like, okay, this is problematic?
months ago, the idea that he would now want people to think he's a
After
Nazi
being pressured to
is
do it.
ridiculous. Anyway, I want to change the subject quickly. We're running out of time. Andrew, many people are saying that what Elon Musk and Trump and RFK, Joe Rogan, all these guys, that there's a kind of new broligarchy that is ruling America. And that's why so many young men in particular, black, white, Muslim, Jew, whatever, all came out and voted for Trump in bigger numbers. Do you feel is it a real thing, the broligarchy?
Yeah, I mean, to put it bluntly, yes. Men like things which are masculine, and they're moving back towards masculinity from the social ineptness of the left, saying, "Oh no, all these feminine virtues are great." Men are not happy with that; they're not thrilled about it one bit. Absolutely, I would say that there's a ton of people now who are saying.
God, they just wanted white Star Wars. Honestly, this all started with The Last Jedi. You couldn't just give them a fucking white Star Wars. No, Kathleen Kennedy had to go and prove a point, and she had to make some just horrendous bullshit along the way. Let's be honest. It was so subpar until The Mandalorian.
Saying, look, we need to have some type of common sense. We can't have trans
Or let's
kids
just
running
say The
around. We can't have
Mandalorian's
this stuff in our
pretty much
schools. We can't have this
or anything Dave Filoni's touched.
These indoctrination programs everywhere. So it's trying to yield back to common sense. Remember what Trump said in the inauguration. He says, now it is time to go back to common sense. He said that. He also said it's Liberation Day because we're going back to common sense. So yes, I wouldn't say it's an oligarchy or a oligarchy, right? I would just say it's a whole bunch of like-minded men who are all saying
it's an oligarchy with a bunch of bros. I wouldn't call it a broligarchy, but I mean it is a good it's a good term. I call like it.
And no, at the same time, there's not
nothing wrong with it. It's totally cool, bro. It's totally cool. I love it.
Nothing wrong with that, but it's been needed for.
I mean, I've just been talking about George Soros and like all this, bullshit about the deep state all this long time. But now that the deep state isn't exactly so deep, they moved to the shallow end. I kind of like them a little bit. At least they're in the 3-foot end. At least we could reach
a long time.
Yeah, and Cenk, I agree. I do think that men, for a number of years now, since the Me Too and Time's Up movements, quite
my widow waddle wings
rightly held a lot of predatory men to proper account. No problem with that.
And whose widow waddle wings
whatsoever. But the pendulum swung so far the other way that every man started feeling like they were predatory until they
Dr. Killinger's magic moto bag.
They could prove otherwise. And a lot of young men in particular gravitated to people like Andrew Tate and these kind of more contentious characters because they were crying out for someone to tell them what they should be like as a man. And what it feels to me now is, as Andrew just said, is that you're getting a return perhaps of the pendulum to a place where it's okay to be masculine. It's okay to slightly beat your chest and say, I'm proud to be a man. And I think it is. I think that's been long overdue to have that pendulum come back to where...
These motherfuckers watch King Kong and they're just like, I want to do that!
Not all masculinity is toxic.
Well, did they know that Godzilla's the winner?
On this one, I completely agree with you, Pierce. I think the pendulum swings all the time, and every time it swings, I'm against it when it gets to the extremes, and I get hit by both sides. But yeah, I think that people went too far. Every form of masculinity was being called toxic masculinity, but that's not...
I'll agree. It did start getting a little...
Right? There's things that are masculine that are perfectly great. And, I've said this on many shows. It's kind of a hilarious thing to say. But I'm proud of being a man. I love being a man. And so if we are really progressive and we're on the left, we have to be accepting of...
Can I just be honest, like completely honest? It was when they were talking about, like, we can't call it the X-Men anymore. I was like, all right,
everyone
that's enough.
And exactly as they are. So
enough.
If someone's very feminine, great. Someone's very masculine, great. So they're somewhere in the middle. They viewed masculinity and femininity differently. Great, no problem. We believe in freedom. We believe in these principles. So I think the pendulum did swing too far. This is definitely the country reacting back. But I do want to say one thing. That term you use is kind of a misnomer because it takes the bros and combines them with the oligarchs. And the oligarchs are different. Like Elon Musk might be a bro, but he's way more of an oligarch. Like the Rogans and the Portnoys are more of the classic bros. And I have a lot in common with those guys. I also have tons of disagreements with those guys. That's normal. But I'm just warning everyone, populist right, populist left, beware of the donor class. And I'm not dead set against Elon or anyone else. As you know, Piers, if he wants to cut the Pentagon, I'll help him cut the Pentagon. He control all he likes. I don't care as long as we get to the right policy and the right things for the American people. But be careful, guys. The donor class has a lot of power, and they want things for their own benefit and not necessarily for the average
I don't
guy.
disagree with you.
I gotta give some ground here. Where ground is due. You are correct about that. They should be disassociated between the two. Joe Rogan's not like Elon Musk. But I think when Pierce is referencing a broligarchy, it's tongue-in-cheek to say, hey, a lot of these guys are working kind of hand in hand in tandem in order to move a political agenda. And I don't even think any of us would disagree with that. But yes, I agree with you. There are actual oligarchs in the United States. There is a technocratic class, which is coming to fruition. Nobody's disputing that. It's how we handle it that matters.
Yeah, and it was quite funny, Andrew, because my team...
It's how we handle it that matters, so you're just going to cheer on Trump letting them run roughshod on our government agencies? Cool.
Prepared some of your supposedly
Super
controversial
patriotic,
inflammatory
bro.
quotes about women. And I've just read them, and I'm thinking, I think in the Brave New World, I don't find them that controversial. So I'm just going to read one.
I was a very controversial
One is the only reason femoids hate my wife is because I tell her to get me a beer and she does. That's the kind of thing I say to my wife and she laughs once she's made my dinner. And then you say women,
and by
women
the way,
find beds to be...
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Doesn't the beer taste better when your wife brings it to you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then you said this, and Cenk, I'm interested with...
Okay, now this is toxic masculinity. See, this is the reason that we need to even have this conversation is because of dill holes like this. I hope that, like, honestly, why don't women if you're a woman in my audience, please explain this. Why don't more women stand up against the bullshit like this? Like when they hear their husband doing this, do they honestly go, "Oh, he's just so cheeky. He's so cheeky," and not see that he literally views you as a piece of property and that he's just going to talk to you like that because he views you that way? Yeah, after she makes me dinner. Like a good wife.
Whether you agree with this or not, women find beds to be a center.
We all know that your wife's not making dinner. You all have fucking nannies and fucking, like, dude, no. You guys make that type of money. You got, like, staff. I hate people that try to pretend that it's like, oh, we're just like you. Look, I could be chauvinist just like you because women belong in kitchen. Make me a sandwich.
Men find beds to be tools for sleeping. It serves no purpose. I mean, I agree. Jane?
Beds. He said beds, saying. So like men, when we look at beds, we look at them as tools for sleeping in. Women actually look at them as decorations as well.
Jane?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some truth to that. Of course, not all women are the same. Not all men are the same. But my mom would do curtains that didn't cover the windows at all because they looked great.
So here's my point, Here's my point.
Exactly.
You know what's interesting? Here's my point. We've reached a point where Andrew Wilson's deeply inflammatory, controversial quotes about women can actually...
That always did annoy me, the decorative curtains. Screw your decorative curtains.
Now be laughed at in the tone that I believe they were originally expressed.
Pap, come on, when my girl brings me a beer, it definitely tastes better. It's mostly because of the silver nitrate she dumps it behind my back, but it's definitely better.
Because you know what? Of course, just a bit of fun.
Every beer tastes like a Coors to you.
It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Women and men can tell little light-hearted jokes about each other, playing up all kinds of stereotypes, and it doesn't matter. People
And
don't
they
need to be
do
shamed,
all the time.
cancelled,
Yes.
vilified, fired from their
Yes.
jobs. We can actually have fun, and then we can actually, by doing that, isolate the people who really deserve to be isolated, who are despicable pieces of...
Kirk wakes up looking like Papa Smurf. What the hell?
What? So,
how much did I drink last night?
Anyway, look, we've reached at the end a point of agreement, which is breathtaking to me. And Cenk, it goes well with your...
That's two.
Line about my theories, we might be able to get more done if we put aside the mutual hatred. I'm glad we saw a bit of the old volcanic Cenk rear its head today. It's good to see that hasn't gone away, but also good to see...
Can't wait to do it again.
But also good to see we reached a point of agreement at the end, chaps, and I would love to do it again. Actually, really interesting debate. Thank you both very much.
That was a smart way of inviting yourself back. Okay, bye, sleepy zzzzzzz. Yeah, I'll see you later, Kirk. You're not missing too much. I'm gonna be ending at 6 hours here. I have to start ending a little bit sooner. I know that you guys love the long ass streams, but I will be completely honest. My sleep schedule is completely screwed up, so I have to be a little bit better to myself. But if you guys understand that, then thank you for the understanding, because yeah, man. What'd I do? I think I did 2 9-hour streams, an 8-hour stream, a 6-hour like last week. Like, dude, I kept going, dude. Yeah. 8, 6, 9, 9, 8, 8. Yeah, dude. I put in the hours last week. I hope you guys enjoyed the streams, though, because I'll be completely honest with you guys. Last week was like one of the most fun weeks I've had in streaming. Saturday was one of the best days I've had in streaming as far as just hanging with you guys, not covering politics. That was a lot of fun. Also kind of proved that I don't really just need to do this all the time, so. But yeah, man, good night. It's I'm glad that you were here. All right. That ends that. Here, let's check out what Kirk had to show us.
What you tryna do? Yeah,
sorry if this is loud.
Yeah, ain't the one who got me next to you. Yeah, do. Yeah, even wanna fuck with me and you. If it's the same, I'ma walk my ass right.
I'll say this, Kirk. If you're still there, I actually really like how you did this with the video. Like, I like the... I've always liked lyrical videos. Oh, Duke, I'm not stopping yet, dude. I got at least 10 more minutes. I want to end right around 6 hours. So. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
but I can't pretend I'm okay. Gotta roll with the swing. Got me losing my faith in you, babe. You want all these things, but you know I can't get them anyway. We held to the same standard when you wanna fuck with me. I need this to end. Need this to end. What you tryna do? Yeah, yeah, ain't the one who got me next to you. Yeah, yeah, even wanna fuck with me.
Is TikTok cool with this? Cool. Yeah, they are.
All in all, you left me broke, and now I'm buried in this coke. You played me like I was a joke, even though I care so much. I know this wasn't supposed to be.
Wait, just an aside. If she left you broke, how are you affording the other end?
The plan. When you came into my world, you ran. What a way to break apart a man. Never cared to stay, you played your hand. What you tryna do? I gave up everything for us, and now you took away my trust. And it's not cool, not cool. You made me swear I was the only one. You made me promise it was really love. You broke my heart up on some other stuff. You made me cry and got me fucking up. You told me lies and now you gone for good. Man, don't wanna leave, although I know I should. My life's a mess, I never thought you would. Do the things you did, I never could. Yeah, would you?
I'm a sucker for a good apology to a woman.
Yeah, yeah, ain't the one who got me next to you.
Somebody that's had a few moments where I'm like, I'm sorry.
Even wanna fuck with me and you. What you tryna do? Yeah, yeah, ain't the one who got me next to you. Yeah, even wanna fuck with me and you.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, thank you for that premiere. That was awesome. If you guys like that, that came from Kirk. It's one of our, call him a resident musician, but here we go. Let me link his page in the chat. There we go. And there we go. Oh, wait, I got 3 chats now. Hold on. Forgot about that. There we go. Also, support my boy. Get over on YouTube. If you haven't already, please sub to his channel and like pretty much all of his songs. I've listened to, I think, every single song that in his discog. I think I've liked everyone. I say I think because if I get caught where it's like, oh, didn't like that one, I just want to like it. Where's my background? Here. There we go. But no, guys. Oh. Yeah, sorry for the beginning of stream, too, if you guys were here. I had a really, really rough weekend as far as just, accepting a lot of the stuff that's going on, where I was just like, wow. Usually I'm not so nihilistic, pessimistic, and a lot of the icks. But, yeah, kind of hit that. I hit that wall, and it all happened on one day. Which it would make sense that it's my one day off. It all hit me. I don't think I took enough time to actually, process some of this shit. Which, oddly enough, guys, doing this, the way that I do, yeah, it does kind of make it to where it's easier to process than just constantly doomering. And I do kind of feel like, oddly enough, we're all in this together. So, every time that I have you guys in chat, I always feel like it's all right, cool, we'll figure this out. Not gonna doom her. Why should we doom her? Oh, man. Resting NFL legend. Dubai under development. Oh, interesting. Wait. So, is there something going on there? Hold on. Delta plane. The update on it. Oh my God! FDA staff reviewing Musk's Neuralink were included in the Doge firings. All right, it all makes sense though. This is the stuff right here, where enough people just conveniently. No, I like what he's doing with the audits. Okay. What about the blatant conflict of interest? What do you mean? Well, the fact that he just fired the same people investigating his fucking, those chips, the ones where you guys were talking about Bill Gates putting microchips in you. Well, he's actually doing it, and he wants to get rid of the regulation around the microchips. So you guys, which is insane to me that the same people that would be so anti-vax are the first ones that are just like, give me some of that sweet, sweet brain, that Neuralink in my brain. Give it to me. Link me up, baby. What the hell? Look at the bright side. Who didn't want to live like Mad Max sooner? Soon we will get to. At least the first Mad Max. I won't go full Mad Max, Furiosa style. I'll go Mad Max, if you haven't seen the first Mad Max. Where it's like he's the cop and, it's still got a little semblance of civilization, but it's not that desert, post-apocalypse. Which a lot happened between those two movies, by the way. Apparently, where it was just like, yeah, there was another bomb that like exploded. Good movies though. I do like the Mad Max movies, despite the fact that Mel Gibson's kind of a turd burglar, but whatever. By our deeds, we honor him. V8. Nice. I mean, dude, I gotta be honest. Yeah, one of my favorite movies is the new Mad Max, Fury Road. Like, Fury Road is it's a masterpiece. It's literally a freaking masterpiece. And I liked Furiosa. I actually liked Furiosa a lot. The only issue I had with it was that there was a few, like, fan servicey moments that I was just like, you didn't need to do that. Whatever. I'm trying not to over-critique. Like, I'm hoping that Captain America's good. I think I'm gonna go see that this weekend. I heard it's good. I heard from a few people that I actually I do appreciate their movie takes, because we all have that. We all have friends in our lives. I'm probably the one that you don't want to trust all the time because, and I hate to throw myself under the bus like this, I tend to like movies despite some of their bullshit where I'll just be like, no, to be fair. Like, I don't like the Fast and the Furious movies, but even I will admit that they're entertaining and that, if it's on, it's not like a masterpiece, or it's not like true cinema, which I thought that's whack. Like, people who watch The French Connection and expect that to be like every movie. It's just like, dude, we get it. Like, you like some old films. Cool. But also, sometimes, can we just admit, some old films are just fucking boring? Just boring bullshit. Like, can't tell you how many times somebody tried to show me Casablanca. I don't give a crap. Don't give a crap. Same with Gone with the Wind. I don't. Here's looking at you, kid. Or wait. Oh, frankly, darling, I don't give a damn. Ah. See, I at least know the lines from them because I've watched them one time with my grandma and went, oh, I never want to watch this again. Maybe Casablanca I'll give another shot, just because. The one that I gave another shot to was Citizen Kane. I watched that one like a few years ago, and that movie's bullshit. That movie's complete bullshit. As somebody who like knows the story of William Randolph Hearst, that movie sucks donkey balls. Like, huge donkey balls. I'm all for Orson Welles. Like, I'm all for him. Great actor, cool voice. But The BS movie. I hate anything like Citizen Kane is what you will get if they make a movie about Elon Musk. You know? Somehow it's going to be like some Oscar winner. But realistically, it's like the dude was just a complete D-bag that like didn't deserve his spotlight at all. All right, Dumbledore. All right, what do we got over here? All right, guys, I'm going to take a suggestion or two for tomorrow's show. If you guys haven't already posted over in Discord, you can always do it in the suggestions over there. Or what you can do is, before I leave here, if you have a video that you would like me to look up or a topic that you would like me to cover tomorrow, I will put it on the board and we will get to it. Kind of want to start instituting a little something like this, just because it does kind of make it a little bit more fun to transition into a show, and it makes it easier for me to get to the actual subject matter, because the more I do this, the more I kind of put it off. So here we go. Also, real quick, you guys have enjoyed the stream, you guys can support it through getting a sub over on Twitch. You can get memberships over on YouTube. I know you can do something over on TikTok. It's something like diamonds or something like that. I don't know. Over on TikTok, if you just like the stream, I really appreciate that. And then over on YouTube, you guys can get memberships and also donate to the link. There we go. I gotta get better about doing that throughout the stream. Oh, awesome. You know what? Here. Mitesh. This one's for you. Here you go. Say thank you to Mitesh from earlier. Yes. You were a good boy all stream. I'm very proud of you. I figured give him a freebie for you. Alright. I'm going to raid Squid. Skidadair. I don't know how to say his Skidadair. Skidadair. I don't know. Whatever. Damn good Twitch streamer that honestly I really enjoy his stuff. So I hope you guys enjoy his content. Jesus, he's 22 live. He says pirate get up. Nice. Here. I'm going to raid him, and then we're going to end stream and go to tomorrow.
The meat works with the peanut butter and works with the mayonnaise. I don't feel like closing this up. I feel like this is a perfect expression of itself. It may not be the perfect sandwich. It's not going to be a 10, but I think it's delicious as is. I don't really want to add any heat or anything else. I am enjoying this as is. I'm going to give this about 7.5. It definitely feels like a grandma sandwich, but I dig it. I'm going to finish this, and I would make this again in a hot minute.
Welcome in.
See you tomorrow.
What the hell is he watching?
Damn.
All right, guys. I gotta be honest. I have no idea what he's watching. I fell asleep and woke up to the raid.
Y'all just missed the great anarchist theory we were listening to, if you should call it theory. It should be classified as, what? Revolutionary optimism? That's right. Not all anarchists.
All right. I'm pretty sure that that is copywritten. All right. Well, I appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoy the raid over on Squid's channel. And also, okay. Yeah, sorry about that, Ryan. I hope you enjoyed that. And everybody over on YouTube, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Everybody over on TikTok, thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. I honestly I've never seen a live stream or one of my live streams on TikTok, so I should probably see how that looks and functions. So, but I appreciate you all for sticking around and checking me out. I will see y'all tomorrow, 4 o'clock sharp. All right. Well, 4 o'clock CST. I forgot time zones. We gotta play that game. So, night, guys.